All right, I think we can get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Sanjeev Raja, and I'm the president of Michigan Sahana, which is the Indian classical music and dance organization at the University of Michigan. We are absolutely thrilled to present Kala Sagara, an Ocean of Arts, this weekend. This is truly a one-of-a-kind event, bringing together 8 universities from across the United States. And we have just a phenomenal lineup planned for this weekend, including presentations, lecture demonstrations, and performances, all given by college students. And we're also thrilled to be hosting professional concerts on both days. Tonight, after the day's events at 7 p.m., there will be a Carnatic vocal concert given by Sri Ramakrishnan Murthy, Srimati Charumati Raghuramam on violin, Sri Ananta Krishnan on mridangam, and Sri N. Guru Prasad on the guttam. So that's a fantastic team. It'll be premiered on YouTube at 7 p.m. And the rest of the day leading up to that is going to be just as amazing. We have a lot of universities giving really fantastic presentations. The conference website and the schedule for the weekend are both pinned in the video description as well as in the chat of the YouTube live chat. And so you can refer to both of those resources throughout the weekend to see what's happening when and to just stay in touch with the conference. And so without further ado, I'd like to kick off day 1 of Kala Sagara. So we'll get started with the first presentation now. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So our first presenter is Vinay Yarlagadda from Michigan Sahana from the University of Michigan. They will be discussing poetic elements in Sahitya and Carnatic music. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you are on Zoom, use the question and answer function. If you'd like to elaborate, please use the raise hand function and we'll be sure to unmute you. If you are watching the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat. We'll make sure they will all get answered. I'm now going to hand it off to the presenter. So Vinay, it's all yours.
Yeah, just a second. I think there's something going on with the screen sharing, but once we get that fixed, we will jump into it.
Okay.
You guys can hear me, right? Okay.
Okay, try now, Vinay. Okay, yeah, feel free to start whenever, Vinay.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. So yeah, hi everyone. Thank you again for joining us for Kala Sagara. I'm really happy to be opening the conference. So I'll be talking about poetic elements in the Sahitya of Carnatic music. So let's just jump into it. So the first question is why should we even care, right? Like, so what motivates this this discussion of Sahitya, right? So there are generally 2 approaches to Sahityam and Carnatic music. Everyone accepts Sahityam as like the underlying, what would you say? The underlying base on which Carnatic music is taught, is learned, is performed. But there are generally 2 approaches to it. One, that it only matters semantically. The only thing that matters in your Sahityam is its meaning. And the other, that it doesn't matter at all. It's just a way for the composer to present some ideas about ragam and layam. And there's no real great value to the Sahityam behind that, beyond that. But I think I personally, again, these are all, I should give a disclaimer, these are all my opinions. So yeah, I think these, both of these approaches are a bit lacking in that they miss out on one of the most salient aspects of the Sahityam itself, and that is the poetry of it. So the Sahityam is not just a collection of words, it is poetry. It has all those things you would look for in a poem, really. So I'm going to be discussing that, and I hope that I can convince you that, you know, this is actually a really important part of Sahitya. So, you know, just as some motivation, you know, when Purandaradasa is describing, you know, what makes an ideal Carnatic performance, he says about the Sahityam, Yati prasavirabheku, gatige nillisabeku. So that means that this yati and prasa, which are all these poetic elements, they must be present in a composition. You shouldn't sing songs which don't have these. So, early on itself, we see this necessity. And these elements, I think we would be hard pressed to find a Carnatic composition which does not include at least one, if not many more, of these poetic elements. So just a discussion, what are some of these elements? Most of them actually originate in Kavya, which is Sanskrit literature. And these include Rasa, Anuprasa, Yati, Yamaka, Shlesha, Upama. And they are, you can read what they are. But they are divided generally into Shabda, what is called Shabda Alankara, Shabda meaning sound, and Artha Alankara, Artha meaning meaning. So Prasa, that is the rhyme, the Anuprasa, the alliteration. These are all examples of what we would call Shabda Alankaras. Whereas Artha Alankaras are more like your puns, your similes, your Shlesha, Upama. So today I will focus my presentation to just the Shabda Alankaras, that is the sound ones. I'm sure maybe at a future time we can discuss Artha Alankaras. But so moving on to what we're discussing today. So today I will focus on these. So Prasa, Anuprasa, so rhyme and alliteration, Yamaka, that is repetition of words, Yati, which is structure of the line, and then Swarakshara and Ragamudra. These two are unique to music. They don't exist in Sanskrit Kavya for obvious reason. Also, one thing, I'll use Akshara instead of letter, just keep that in mind. Akshara, letter, I mean the same general thing. So let's start talking about Prasa. Before we should understand what is, just some basic definitions. Prasa is, occurs between padas of a composition. Okay. So the thing is, so what is a pada, right? So a pada is generally most often just one avarta of the tala. So one avartanam means one pada. Sometimes when you have a slower tala like Misra Chapu or Rupaka, it might be two avartanas. But basically, generally a good metric is one avartana, or if there's like a word breaking at the end of the avartana, then it's probably 2 or 3 avartanas. And so the general prasa scheme which compositions follow are this. So there are 3 main types of this prasa: the adi or pratamakshara prasa, the first letter, the rhyming of the first letter, then the dvitiya akshara, the second letter, and the antya or antimakshara prasa. And so for this, there should be one type of prasa in the pallavi, generally, one type of prasa in the anupallavi. These are not like hard and these are not like steadfast rules, but this one is. One type of prasa must be maintained between the pallavi and the anupallavi. And this is 9 out of 10 times it is the dvitiya akshara. And there also, the charanam is separate from the pallavi and anupallavi, but the charanam also must have a prasa structure. So whether you put prasa in the pallavi itself or in the anupallavi, there must be one connecting the pallavi and anupallavi and one in the charanam. So we'll look at some of these examples. So let's first look at Adi Prasa. So this is an example from Tyagaraja. I'll say it and then I'll sing it, but I've highlighted the words so you can see it. So Sarasa Samadana, Veda Danda Chatura, Sati Deva Mevare Brovave. So Sarasa Samadana, Veda Danda Chatura, Sati Deva Mevare Brovave, Sarasa Samadana. So Sarasa Sati. So the pada breaks at the chatura. So Sarasa Samadana is one pada, then Sati Deva Mevare is the second pada. So here we see Sa occurring at the beginning of the book. So this is Adi Prasa. Then Dvitiya Akshara Prasa, by and large the most common one is, let's take this Sindhu Bhairavi, Venkatachala. So here we see Venkatachala Nilayam, Vaikuntha Puravasam, Pankajanetram, Parama Pavitram, Shanka Chakradhara, Chinmaya Rupam. Venkatachala Nilayam, Vaikuntha Puravasam, Pankajanetram, Parama Pavitram, Shanka Chakradhara, Chinmaya Rupam, Venkatachala Nilayam. So here that Unka sound is there in the second letter of each pada. And then the Antya Prasa. This is a good example of that. Pahishri by Syama Sastri and Ananda Bhairavi. He sings Pahishri Giriraja Sute, Karuna Kalite, pada saroja anusarami te. So everything ends in te, that ta sound. So this is an example of a antyaprasa. So we'll now look at a whole kriti. I'm not going to sing the whole kriti, but I'll read through it and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So Sarasa Samadhana, taking that again. This is a great example. So here you see the prasa structure in a pallavi. There's a prasa in anupallavi. There is a prasa between the pallavi and anupallavi, and then there is prasa maintained throughout the charana. So for the pallavi, it is Sarasa Samadhana, Veda Danda Chatura, Sati Deva Mevare Brovave. So the Pratamakshara prasa is maintained. In the Anupallavi, Paramashambhava Agresharunda Nuchu, Paluku Ravanudu, Teliyaleka Poye. So again, Paramashambhava, Paluku Ravanudu. And then between the two, we see Sarra, Parra. So the Ra, the Dvitiya Akshara is maintained. Then in the Charanam, Hitavu Matalento, Baga Palakitivi, Satamuga Nayodhya Nichenantitivi, Nata Sahodaruni, Raju Jesi Raga, Hatamu Jesitivi, Tyagarajanta. Hitavu, Satamuga, Nata Sahodara, Hatamu Jesiti. So the ta is there in all of this. So this is the Dvitiya Akshara prasa. I think I can pause for questions if there are any. Else, I think
we're good for now, Vinay.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep going. So next we talk about anuprasa. So prasa is the rhyme, anuprasa is alliteration. This also can be in like the adi. The difference between prasa and anuprasa is prasa occurs within one pada. Anuprasa occurs within the same pada, whereas prasa occurs across padas. So here we see there are many examples. One from Shringara Lahari. This is again the same Pratama, that is the first, the second, and the last akshara can be emphasized. So here are just a few examples. So and if you see these, I think you'll see my argument of like the music itself, the lyrics itself are poetic. When we say like Madhu Madhuri, Mada Madhukari, Mangalangi, Madanari, Manohari, Mamava. So that ma sound comes, right? Or a great composition of Dikshitar. Daksha Shikshana Dakshatara Sura Lakshana Vidhi Vilakshana Lakshya Lakshana Bahu Vichakshana Sudha Bhakshana Guru Kataksha Vikshana Akshaya Linga Vivo. Oh, I didn't highlight one, but anyway, Vikshana. And then in again Dikshitar's Rangapura Vihara, he says Ramantaranga, Shyamalanga, Vihanga, Turanga, Sadayapanga, Satsanga, Sriranga. So in these especially, you can see that there is a poetic feel to it. There's also a rhythmic flow. When you say Daksha, Shikshana, Daksha, Tara, Sura, Lakshana, there is a rhythmic flow to that itself. And it's on top of this, which is actually what the layam and the, the internal layam of this is, on top of that is laid the layam of the composition, and the swaram, I mean, the raga is laid upon this framework. So if not for this, it wouldn't be. And then we'll talk about it in a kriti. So I've taken Akshaya Linga Vibho. There's much more probably to this than I have mentioned here, but I've tried. So Akshaya Linga Vibho. This is the Pallavi and this is the Pallavi and the Anupallavi. So in the Pallavi, the prasa maintained, the scheme maintained between the Pallavi and Anupallavi is the Dvitiya Akshara. Very standard. Akshaya Linga Vibho, Akshara Swarupa, Daksha Shikshana, Lakshya. Lakshya is Samyukta, that is a conjoined syllable. Ksha plus ya, that counts as ksha. So, but here if we see in the Pallavi, Akshaya Linga Vibho, Swayambho, Akilanda Koti Prabho, Pahi Shambho. So everything ends in bha. This is the prasa Dikshitar uses here. And then coming to the Anupallavi, he uses similar, he doesn't maintain one thing for the whole time. So Akshara Swarupa, Amita Pratapa, Aruda Vrishavaha, Jagan Moha. So pa, ha, ha. Those are seen. And then when you come to the Madhyama Kala, again, the Daksha Shikshana, there I didn't mention this. Here I'm mentioning it. It's not just Ksha, Ksha, but Daksha Shikshana, Dakshatara Sura Lakshana. So this Ksha, Kshana, Ksha, Kshana. That is the scheme he uses. And, he does a beautiful job of it. And then moving on to the Charanam of the song. It's quite a long Charanam. But the first thing I want to point out is this. You can see I've lined it up. The second letter of each line is always da. Badari, Badana, Sadaya, Hridaya. So da. This is the Dvitiya Akshara prasa maintained throughout the entire charanam of the song. And even one more thing he does is until like, so the last two lines are the Madhyama Kala Sahitya, but until then, every name he ends with ta. Badari Vana Mula Naika Sahita, Badra Kalisha Bhakta Vihita, Badana Janakadi Deva Mahita, Rahita, Guru Guha Tata, Guna Tita, Sadhu Janopeta. So everything ends in ta. So that is also, you can call it an anuprasa. And then even then within the padas, so what is he doing? He's very careful to use the same syllable as much as possible. So Badra Kalisha Bhakta Vihita Bha, or Maya Karya Kalana Rahita Karya Kalana Kaka, or Sadaya Guru Guha Tata Gunatita. So like this, he makes a concerted effort, that to repeat, to bring that anuprasa in the composition. Yeah. I can take, I guess if there are no questions, then we can just keep going. So the next thing I'll talk about is yamaka. So yamaka is the idea of repeating words again and again. And the thing with yamaka is you can't just repeat the word in the same sense. You have to use the word differently each time you use it. It can be the same word, but each time it should have a different meaning. So one great example is this charanam from Sriman Narayan and Bauli. I'll say it and then sing it. So Kamala Sati, Mukha Kamala, Kamala Hita, Kamala Priya, Kamalekshana, Kamala Sanahita, Garuda Gamana, Shri Kamala Nabha, Ni Pada Kamala Mesharanu. So I can sing. Kamala Sati, Mukha Kamala, Kamala Hita, Kamala Priya, Kamalekshana, Kamala Sanahita, Garuda Gamana, Shri Kamala Nabhani, Pada Kamala Mesharanu, Shriman Nara. So like that. Kamala, and so here the thing is, I have tried to break it according to the words. Each time he uses Kamala meaning lotus, he uses it in a different sense. So Kamala Sati, I know I promised I wouldn't talk too much about meaning, but this I think I have to explain how he does it differently, each time. So Kamala Sati means the lady who is inside the lotus. So he's talking about Lakshmi. Mukha Kamala, her face is supposed to be lotus-like. So that's a, what do you want to call it, a simile or whatever. And to that lotus, he is Kamala Hita. Kamala Hita is a friend of the lotus. The friend of the lotus is the sun, because when the sun rises, a lotus blossoms. So he says to the lady of the lotus, to her lotus face, you are like the sun, which causes it to blossom. So this is how he uses, each time he uses it in a different way. Then Kamala Hita is a Kamala Priya, one who is fond of lotuses. Kamalekshana, one who has lotus-like eyes. Kamala Sanahita, one who is the friend, the helper of Brahma. Garuda Gamana, Shri Kamala Nabha, Ni Pada Kamala, to your lotus-like feet. So like this, each time he uses lotus, he uses it in a different sense. And it's not even necessary to, so each time this, that Annamacharya uses Kamala, he uses the full word Kamala. But for Yamaka, that's not even necessary. You can include the word by putting two words together. So one example is Tyagaraja's composition in Kambodi, Mahita Pravritta. In one of the charanams, he says Dehi. So Dehi is the word. But see how he gets the Dehi each time. So he says Dehi Charana Bhaktim, Akila Dehini, Sada Phala De Himagiri Tanaye, Vaidehipa Sahodari. So Dehi is the word. Dehi Charana Bhaktim. Then Akila Dehini, he puts it in the Dehini, Dehi, right? And then between two words, Sada Phala Dehi Magiri, Sada Phala Dehi Magiri Tanaye. And then Vaidehi Pasodari. So like this, he includes Dehi in each name of the goddess. So this is also a type of Yamaka. This is also right. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. So now we talk about Yati. I'll give a fair warning as we move towards the end of the presentation. It's going to, I have tried my best to collect examples from as many different compositions as possible. The only thing is that some of them, like for example, Ragamudra and Yati, we only find for the most part in Dikshitar's compositions. So Dikshitar becomes, since Dikshitar's, I want to say, Dikshitar had composed primarily only in Sanskrit. So his level of influence is much higher. Not that other composers didn't have it and didn't do genius things in like other languages aside from Sanskrit, but Dikshitar has a very big role, I would say, in this. He definitely takes a lot of these and like shows us how far you can take them, you know. So one such example is Yati. This is the line structure. So this is for those of you who are familiar with Sanskrit Kavya, this is akin to like Chitrabandha, which is you know, encoding a geometrical shape in the shloka itself. It's something like that. So there are some types of yatis. One is gopucha yati. Gopucha literally means a cow's tail. So like a cow's tail, it narrows down as it goes. So an example of this is Shri Varalakshmi. And in Shri Varalakshmi, Shri Sarasapade, Rasapade, Sapade, Pade Pade. So this is the narrowing, you know, as it starts big and it progressively cuts. I should say that here he's not just cutting off letters from the words. Each word has meaning. So the thing to note is it's not like I just take a sentence and then I just, okay, I am going to cut this letter, I'm going to cut the next letter. No, each time you cut, it has to still have meaning. And so this is one example, Gopucheti. We see, I think this one everyone has probably heard now, but I guess there's no harm in repeating it. The Sroto Vahayati, it is Sroto Vaha, not Shroto Vaha. The Sroto Vahayati is the flow of a river. So like the idea that a river starts as a small stream and becomes, you know, a huge river when it goes to meet the ocean by the time. So that expansiveness, the progression of a river getting bigger and bigger. In Tyagaraja Yoga Vaibhavam, in the Charanam, Sham, Prakasham, Swarupa Prakasham, Tattva Swarupa Prakasham, Sakala Tattva Swarupa Prakasham, Shiva Shaktyadi, Sakala Tattva Swarupa Prakasham. So here the expansiveness is seen, right? So it starts small and then it expands gradually. Again, each one has its own meaning, and that must be maintained. It cannot be without meaning. And this is actually, so Dikshitar primarily is the only one who did it. I should mention that there are a lot of people who have composed like Yati Pallavis, and they sing Pallavis which have this Yati Yati structure in them. And then there are other types of Yati, like the Mridanga Yati, the Damaruka Yati. If you can visualize the shape given these two Yatis, you put them on top of each other. Depending on which one you put on top and which one comes after, you get Mridanga and Damaru shapes. So like this or like that. But yeah.
I guess I can ask a quick question here. So like in all these different elements of, you know, poetic elements of Sahitya, do you ever find that sometimes composers will just include certain elements just purely for the sake of some sort of poetic sort of flourish, and does the meaning ever get compromised, or is it always like they maintain the integrity of the meaning, or could there have been a better word from a meaning perspective, but that didn't sound as good in a poetic perspective? So is there like a trade-off between these two things, or do they sort of go hand in hand?
So I think, you know, the composers had a great, one thing we have to appreciate just purely like linguistically, they had a great mastery over language. And so, you know, the ability to like come up with synonyms so that you know what you're trying to say, but at the same time you're bound by these rules. So it's kind of a task, like, okay, I know my second letter has to be like, let's say nda, like NDA, right? So if I know it has to be NDA, I have to have like in my mind at least 100 words which start with NDA. And maybe I'm trying to say this, right? So then I have to think, okay, which word is a good enough synonym that I can use it, right? And with regards to your second question, I think there are like other words, right? Going back to Akshaya Linga, actually, maybe, I don't know if it'll take, okay, I'll just tell you, it's fine if I don't show you. So the first line of the Charanam says, Bhadrakalisha Bhakta Vihita, right? So the Lord of Bhadrakali, one who is benevolent to his devotees, Shiva, right? So this Bhadrakali, you could theoretically replace like Bhadrakali, Mahakali, any type of Kali is fine, right? But if you put like, let's say you put Mahakali at Bhadrakali, if you sing through that Bhadari Vana, it won't sound good at all, right? Bhadari Vana Gamula Nayika Sahita Mahaka. It doesn't sound good. Dikshitra has to forgive me for destroying his composition, but we can't just, so I think there's a very particular choice, and that's kept in the mind of the composer at all times, you know, that you have a certain word set, you have to work within that. So yeah, and I think they have succeeded completely in that. Like nobody has failed to get the best meaning possible. I think some part of it is you could argue like an aesthetic choice. Like maybe I would have used a different word, but who am I to question his word usage? You know, it's kind of those kind of things. But anyway, so moving on to the last two, the discussion of Swarakshara and of Raga Mudra. These two are unique to Carnatic music. They don't have any analogous thing, because these two have to do with the sound of the music itself, right? Talking about the swaras and talking about the ragas. So talking about Swarakshara, these ones I have to sing. So this is again, yeah, unique to music. And so what are some examples? So again, this is putting the swara and the akshara, that is the letter, on the swara that it's on, right? So matching that matching. So these are some. Okay, I'll go on. So in Sari Avaramma of Syama Sastri, Sari Yuvarama Ni Sari. So anyone who knows Bhairavi will know that is Ni Sari Ni Sari Yuva. So he has put Ni Sari on Ni Sari. So that is like you hear that and then you think, oh, aha, like how clever, right? Again, another good in Mohana Raga, Sadapale. Sadapalaya, Sadapa. That is Mohana. So Sadapalaya. So this is another good example. I'm just going through a bunch. This one everyone probably knows. In Balachi, in the Charanam. Padasa, Padasa Roja Padasa. That Kamboji Padasa is put on Padasa Roja. So that overlapping. There are examples of like, these are like, I picked these because you have three. So you can definitely, even if you don't hear one, you can at least hear the other one. But they're definitely like, it can be just in passing, like one swara or one letter or two letters which happen to fall on the swara. Like, one example is like Mama Vasada Varade Mama Vasada Mama, he puts on Mama Vasada Varade, or let's take a Palim Paravade Lera, starts on Pa. Palim Parava Pa, that is Pa in Arabic. So like this. And even for here, there is Sari, if you cannot use Sari, Gama, Pada, Ni, there's something called Suchita Swarakshara, where you indicate that the Akshara is the same as the Swara. So instead of using Ri, maybe I use Ra or Re, but I put that Ra sound, the Rakara, on Ri to show that it is a Ri, but I can't use Ri for, you know, maybe I have to say Ra. But it's still there to show that, you know, this is Ri. Like, for example, in the beginning of Saveri Varnam, Sara, Suda. So Sara, Sari, that is Ri in Saveri. He can't use Ri, so he uses Ra, Sara, Suda. So that is called Suchita Swarakshara. You indicate that there is a Swarakshara. It's not obvious Swarakshara, it is just, you know, implied Swarakshara, you can say. Yeah. I think, yeah, okay. I guess if there's any questions, just interrupt me. I guess yeah. So this is Raga Mudra. This is, again, this one will be overwhelmingly Dikshitar. Dikshitar had like a passion for it. So he would, in almost every, like most songs, he would try and weave Raga Mudras into it. So what a Raga Mudra is, you just indicate the name of the Raga in the song itself, you know? And so there are some types of examples. Yeah. So these can have meaning or they cannot have meaning. I'm going to focus on the ones which don't have meaning, but for sake of completion, I'll mention the meaning ones too, right? So sometimes when the raga is mentioned, it's mentioned purely as the raga itself. We know the composer is talking about only the raga. For example, in Matapi Ganapatim, Hamsadwani Bhushita Herambam. Hamsadwani, he means Hamsadwani raga. Or Kaveri Tatastitam Saveri Raganutam. Saveri raga. He's talking about Saveri raga. He's not talking about anything else. Right? So this is one way of putting the raga mudra. And I would say, I mean, not to rank them or anything, but like one more creative way of doing it, right, is you include it in the meaning of the song itself. So there it's mentioned explicitly as a raga, one worshipped with the Saveri raga, or one who likes Hamsadwani raga or whatever. But here we put it in, so this is a good non-Dikshita example, perhaps. But it's included in the song as part of the meaning of the song. So in Devi Niyetunai, Alemagal, Pani, Kirvani meaning Kiravani. So there it's part of the meaning of the song itself. Or in Chidambara Nataraja Murtim, Chintayami Atanu Kirtim. Tanu Kirti is the raga, Chintayami Atanu Kirtim. This is how he does it. But I promised to only talk about the Shabda Alankaras, so the sound ones, right? There are also times when Dikshitara has managed to weave raga mudras between two words. So the raga, the name of the raga occurs, but it doesn't occur by itself, and it has no meaning. But when you sing it, you hear it. So probably this one is the most famous one in Sri Vishwanatham, but this one he has used in other places too, the Arabi one. Shrita Jana Samsara Bhityapaham. Samsara Bhityapaham Arabi. Samsara Bhityapaham. Right? Or Sadgati Daya Kamboja Kamboji. Sadgati Daya Kamboja Charanam. But he does even like better than this, I mean, not better, but like more creative ways. In Sri Parvati Parameshwaro, he says Chid Bimbo Lila Vigraho. Two separate words. When you sing them together, Chid Bimboli. So that Boli is her. Chid Bimbo Lila Vigraho. Okay. This one, for those of you who know Sanskrit, I mean, these last two are really mind-blowing. But in Mahuri Raga, Mamava Raghuvira, he says, Tvam Ahuhu Ishadayaha Tattvamiti, which when we put Sandhi to in Sanskrit, it becomes Tvam Ahur Ishadayaha. When you sing it together, Tvam Ahuri Shadayaha. So Mahuri comes. Or in Hastivadana, he says, Umaramana Kumara Guru Guha Samana Vara Ojase. Samana Varoj. So even ragas, which probably, they don't have these ragas don't have meaning in Sanskrit, perhaps. Like Mahuri or Navaroj. He manages to weave it so effortlessly into a Sanskrit composition through putting it between words. This is just speaks to his, I guess, level of genius. Dikshitara is somewhere else, I guess we all know that. But yeah, I think that's basically all I wanted to share with you today. I hope I've convinced you that, this Sahityam has a lot more than just meaning, or Sahityam is a lot more than just raga and tala container. I hope I've convinced you that, no, this is poetry. It deserves, these ideas, these thoughts deserve study in and of themselves. I guess if we have time for questions.
Yeah, we do have a question for you, Vinay.
Sure.
So is there a minimum number of syllables to classify that a phrase has a Swara Akshara?
I don't think so. One Akshara is enough. So to my knowledge, right, that is Palimparavadilla, right? It's just Pa. Pa is on Pa. So that counts as Swara Akshara.
Yeah, I think that's that's all we have time for. It's around 11:30, so I think we'll move on to the next presentation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been once again, like anything, all presented is my opinions. All omissions and commissions are my own. So yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Vinay.
Alrighty, so our next presenter is Sahitya Manda from Michigan Sahana here at the University of Michigan. She'll be discussing Bharatanatyam and South Indian temple architecture. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenter. If you are on Zoom, please use the question and answer function. If you'd like to elaborate, feel free to use the raise hand function and we will get to you. If you are watching on the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat. We will make sure they all get answered. I am now going to hand it off to Sahitya.
Thank you, Vyom. Just share my screen. So hi, everyone. My name is Sahitya Manda, and today I will be presenting on the parallel evolution of Bharatanatyam and South Indian temple architecture with a specific focus on the Thillai Nataraja temple in Chidambaram, India. So I just wanted to start off with like a little bit of background on why this topic is personally relevant to me. Part of my family is from Chidambaram, Tamil Nadu, so I pretty much gone here like every other summer, and I'm pretty well versed with the temple itself as well. And in 2009, I was fortunate enough to be able to present a few pieces at the temple. I learned under a guru that has been teaching there for decades, but because I was 7 at that time, I really didn't understand the significance of the temple, of its history. And so in 2019, when I went back, I thought it would be really cool to learn under the same guru. And I was, again, very fortunate to be able to do that and present a few pieces at the temple again, just a few feet from where I did it in 2009. And this time I did appreciate the culture, the significance of like the temple as a whole, much more than I did when I was 7. And so my goal through this presentation is hopefully to be able to pass on some of those reasons why I consider Chidambaram to be very special, and hopefully you all appreciate it the same way that I do. But I just wanted to start out with like a little bit of background on the Chidambaram temple as a whole. Chidambaram is really considered the heart of the universe, the center of consciousness. And this can be seen by even breaking down the word itself. So it's derived from the words chit, which means consciousness or heart, and then ambaram, which can either mean space or ether, or from like the word ambalam, which means hall. And this, of course, has like a very clear connection to dance, as we'll see later as we're going through the presentation. But it is a very old temple. It's said to have been established since the 2nd century, so like the inner sanctum and all of that, and then expanded by the Chora dynasty in the following years. It's also a very big temple. It spans 13 hectares with 4 gopuras in each of the cardinal directions. They're pretty immense. They span like 7 stories, and something that's considered like a mystery and kind of like something that a lot of people are fascinated by is how they even got so much material to build this temple of like, of such a size, because there are no like granite quarries nearby. And so they really just had to use manpower and, not, of course, like not modern day like technology to make a temple of this size. And the importance of the temple can also be seen with like its inclusion in 3 different mythological temple sets. And so the first one is the Angastalangal, and that those are basically like 8 temples that correspond to 8 different parts of the human body. And Chidambaram is thought to be the heart. It corresponds to the heart. And it's also part of the Panchabhuta Stalangal. Those are 5 temples that each represent a different element. And Chidambaram is the Akasha Stala. So that means like it's representative of like space or ether again. And another interesting thing about the Panchabhuta Stalangal is that like 3 of them are aligned perfectly along like a longitudinal line. So it's pretty insane, because like these temples were created during like different times. So like how they knew how to center it on these lines is crazy, and like the other 2 fall just a little bit off of those lines. So it's really crazy to think about. And it's also finally part of the Panchasabai temple set. Those are 5 temples which each have a dance hall within them. And Chidambaram is home to the Kanakasabai, which we'll also get into a little bit later. It's also one of the only temples with shrines for all of the Divine Trinity. I don't know how many of you are movie buffs, but in Dashavataram, there's a scene where Kamal Hassan is tied to Govindaraju and like lowered into the water. So this was like a kind of, this was supposed to have taken place in Chidambaram in that movie, and kind of like an example of like the conflict between like Vaishnavism and like Shaivism during that time, even though these deities are like very close to each other in the actual temple. So I kind of wanted to start on like the outside of the temple and then like make my way like inwards, I guess. And I'm in no means like covering all of like the intentional choices that the creators made. I just picked a few of the features that I thought corresponded to or like related to dance well. So I wanted to start off with like this ideas of karnas, and karnas are essentially like fundamental units of dance movement outlined in the Natya Shastra. And the Natya Shastra again is like the ancient text for Indian classical dance. And so there's 108 of them, and they make their presence in Chidambaram temple through high relief structures carved into the gopurams. So the Chidambaram temple is like is one of a kind in that it has all 108 of these karnas carved into all 4 of the gopuras. And on the East Gopura specifically, there are like verses of the Natya Shastra written, like carved into the stone as well. And even though these structures are seemingly frozen in stone, right? They're boxed into these panels. They're actually like representative of very like dynamic poses, and it really indicates like the popularity of the Tandava style of dance in the region during this time. You can see some of the karnas like in the picture to the right. Very like energetic poses, and that's like also characteristic of Tandava style, as I said. So Tandava style is known for like being a more masculine style of dance, like characterized by like energy and like vigor, and they've also come under like a lot of like examination by like experts in the field. So you have people like Dr. Padma Subramaniam, who actually did a lot of research in Chidambaram specifically. A lot of other people have tried to like have attempted to like reconstruct these karnas, and what they're finding is that even though they're very prominent in the Natya Shastra, they're actually not reflected much in modern day Bharatanatyam repertoire. So this really shows the evolution of the dance style, the restructuring, the formalizing of it, and just like over the years, because it has been like thousands of years since this temple was created, what kinds of changes have been made. So there are actually 5 sabais or 5 halls in Chidambaram, and I won't be talking about 2 of them today. They don't directly connect to dance as the other 3 do. So the 2 that I won't be talking about are the Raja Sabai and the Deva Sabai. So the first one I wanted to talk about was the Nritta Sabai, and the Nritta Sabai is it literally translates to the hall of dance, right? So Nritta meaning like pure dance, and then Sabai meaning hall, and it's constructed in the shape of a chariot drawn by horses. So as you can see in this picture here, it's kind of like protruding out, and then you see like a horse on like either side. And this is also the place where the Urdu Tandava is said to have taken place. So the story goes that like Nataraja and Parvati are believed to have been in a dance competition, and in this competition, Nataraja or Parvati is matching like every like move that Nataraja like does. And in an effort to win the competition, Nataraja lifts his right leg up to the sky, and then being like a woman and like out of modesty, Parvati doesn't want to do that, and so she forfeits the competition and leaves in a fit of rage. So actually, like the details of this legend are like carved into the pillars themselves, and so I think like one like detail is that like Brahma is keeping thala, and like you can actually see that carved into one of the pillars in this sabai. So something else I like to talk about when like talking about the Chidambaram temple is the Lekali Amman temple. So this is located on like in the outskirts of Chidambaram, and this is supposed to be where Parvati like went after she lost this competition. And as you can see, she's supposed to be very mad. She's like adorned in red, But just, yeah, like another really cool temple in this region that I'd highly recommend going to if you are down south. The next hall I wanted to talk about was the Kanaka Sabai. The Kanaka Sabai also sometimes is known as the Ponambalam, and both Kanaka and Pon mean like gold. So it literally translates to the golden hall. And this is just south of the Chit Sabai. And so you can like imagine yourself, you know, like looking into the Chit Sabai, into Nataraja, because he's in the Chit Sabai from the Kanaka Sabai. And so this is where the daily public worship is performed. And you know, because of this location, devotees also take on a role as like spectators or audience members, because, you know, like they're viewing the cosmic dance that Nataraja is performing within the Chit Sabai. And so I just wanted to show like a little clip of a video that kind of like exemplifies this idea through a dance, and we can watch it, and then like I can explain a little bit of the meaning afterwards. So this part is basically saying that, you know, from the Kanaka Sabai, I looked in and saw Nataraja doing his Tirunal, or like his cosmic dance, and I became very happy upon seeing that. And so there's another part that is kind of cool too. This is basically saying that, you know, like all the great sages and Brahma Kaptala and the great sages like sang. So you can really see like the importance of the cosmic dance because like of like the involvement of so many like, you know, influential and great people. And then finally, we have the Chit Sabai. So this is the innermost sanctum of the Chidambaram temple. And again, as we said, like Chit means consciousness. So this translates to the hall of consciousness. And here we actually see Nataraja performing the Ananda Tandava, or the dance of bliss. And we'll get into like the details of that later, like the symbolism of that. But even just looking at like, you know, like the architectural features of it, there are several passages and circuits to enter the sanctum, which are supposed to mirror the flow of blood to the heart through the veins and arteries. And in contrast to a lot of the other sabais that we looked at, which are more like cubical in shape, this one actually follows like a double square plan, which is supposed to represent the two chambers of the heart. So again, you can see like that motif of the heart like repeating. And like at the top, in the top figure here, you can see that like, you know, it's like it's covered in like a plate of gold, you know, so again, signifying like the importance of this like shrine in comparison to like the rest of them. And it's also quite like small, I guess, like compared to the temple as a whole, you know, because it's a very big temple that it's pretty small. So it's like interesting how, you know, like such an important figure can be kept in like such a small place. And then I kind of wanted to briefly mention that the temple is also aligned with like both the human and the astral body according to the Vastupusha Mandala. And I won't get into too much about like the Vastupusha Mandala because that's like a whole topic in itself, very, very complex, but also very interesting. But as you can see, like it's just basically like a metaphysical kind of floor plan that guides like any kind of like building or structure. And as you can see, like these various elements that we've already talked about in the temple, like the Gopura or like the Dwajastambam and like you know, the Chit Sabai and the Kanaka Sabai, they fall along this figure. And as you can see, like right here, specifically like the Chit Sabai and Kanaka Sabai fall like, you know, near the head and like the heart. So again, like these choices are like very intentional by like the creators of the temple. And of course, there are like no pictures of inside the Chitsabai for obvious reasons. But I thought this like image was a pretty good depiction of what you would see looking in from the Kanakasabai. And so you can really see like divinity presented in three forms here. So the first is Rupa, or the form, and that is Nataraja. And as you can see, like that's him in the center, performing the Ananda Tandava. And you also have the Rupa Arupa, and Arupa meaning like formless. So that translates to formless. And that's represented by the Spatikalingam. And the Spatikalingam is, I actually don't know where it is in this image, but it's basically a lingam made of quartz. And so you can kind of see like that symbolic like transition between, the form to the formless. And finally, you have like the Arupa, which is the Chidambara Rahasyam. And Chidambara Rahasyam translates to the secret of Chidambaram. And this is another one of like, kind of like the prides of Chidambaram. And a lot of people talk about it when like coming to this temple. And like the idea is that, you have like this, it's presented on the left, by the way. So you have like the screen, and you can't actually see what's on the other side of the screen. But like actually there's nothing on the other side of the screen. So that's like the rahasyam, like why is like, what is the secret behind that? And so like that the idea goes like basically that like, Shiva and Parvati are supposed to be like residing here, but to like a normal person, you can't, like they can't see them because we haven't like attained that like absolute truth. And like the screen in the front is supposed to represent like Maya or illusion, and only like people of like great wisdom are actually able to see the gods in like their true forms. So kind of like interesting kind of concept that's also quite philosophical in nature, but something that really makes Chidambaram stand out. And then this is probably, like a pose that a lot of Bharatanatyam dancers and like dancers of many different like types of Indian classical dance are familiar with. But the significance behind like the pose and like, what each element kind of symbolizes is something that's less widely known. So I'll just like pick apart a few of the structures that, I think are like the most important, and then we can like try to understand them. So in his back right hand, he's holding the damaru, and the damaru is like the drum. So basically like the vibrations of the damaru are like supposed to have created the universe. And then in his left hand, you see him holding like agni, or like fire. And this is supposed to like represent destruction. So you kind of see like this duality between like creation and destruction, which Shiva is like very well known for. You also see him holding up his right hand in blessing, or that can also mean like, revelation. And then like in contrast, you have him like, making this like downward motion with his left hand, which is supposed to like signify concealment. And so back to like the whole blessing thing is like, even though the cycle of creation and destruction is happening, like he's basically saying like, you don't need to be afraid of it. It's just like pretty natural. And then his like left hand, as we talked about, it's like concealment, and then like also pointing down to his left foot. So that's like symbolic of like, like liberation, or like salvation as like the ultimate means. And then like around him, you also see like this circle of fire, and that's supposed to again like represent the cycle of creation and destruction. And you also see him standing on this like demon, which is supposed to be like represented like stamping out the ignorance and like darkness in people. So as you can see, it's like a very packed kind of image. Like I didn't even cover like all of the aspects in it. So like again, like it's a very dynamic, kind of like full of energy and life. But it really connects like to this idea that dance is a culmination of spiritual and physical enlightenment, and the Ananda Tandava expresses this idea really well. It's a dance of bliss. It's it represents like this multisensorial transformation, but like even not just like the Ananda Tandava, but like even like going from the Rupa to the Arupa represents this transformation. The cycle of construction, like a cycle of creation and destruction represents it. But even like dance as a whole represents it too, right? Like as you're moving your body. And I bet like if you ask like any dancer, I would bet they would say like, connecting the soul to the body is like a really important idea, and that connects to all of this. We also saw that like, you know, even like going through the temple itself is in a sense like, you know, like a spiritual enlightenment in itself, and that like, you know, these various architectural cues, ornamental sculpture, design criteria, they reiterate rhythmic momentum, and you know, it like connects to like that motif of the heart that we saw throughout, like this idea of life, and like what, like how did like, you know, creation happen, and like you know, the idea of like that cosmic dance. So it's all very like interconnected, and that's what I think is like super interesting about Chidambaram. You know, it's like an integration of like art, architecture, religion, literature, into the temple it is today. And again, like I said, like they're all like very intentional choices that have been made, and considering like the fact that it was built over like so many you know, different generations. It's interesting like how like they made that like integrated, and how like they connected those ideas together. So yeah, that's mainly the reasons why I like consider Chidambaram really special. And I barely scratched the surface with like the symbolism in this temple, but highly recommend like reading upon it, or like, you know, visiting if you are in town. Yeah, I can take any questions if there are any. Also wanted to really quickly add that Chidambaram is also home to the Natyanjali. So the Natyanjali is an annual dance festival that happens around Shivratri time. And so, you know, you have like performers from like all different levels performing here. Like, you have very like renowned artists, but also like, you know, intermediary kind of like students also coming here and performing. So it's a big event that happens like around February. And more recently, there's kind of been like a almost like falling out between like management, and so they've actually like split up, and Natyanjali isn't as like big as it was like the previous decade. So you have like these multiple kind of like smaller performances in temples around Chidambaram.
So I'm not seeing any questions yet, but feel free if you're in the Zoom webinar or
I
watching the live
actually
stream.
had a quick question. If there's not any other questions, how many of these like aspects of Chidam? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question was like, how many of these features that you talked about regarding Chidambaram are like completely unique to Chidambaram, like, and not found in any other temple? Whereas like are there more like common themes that are present in all like South Indian temples, or all temples in general? Like, could you give us a sense of what things are truly unique versus what things are kind of common?
Yeah, definitely. So the karnas are not something like unique to Chidambaram. You actually see them in a lot of different temples. But like the idea that like they're presented, you know, like all 108 of them are presented on all 4 gopuras, that's unique to Chidambaram. And so let me see if I can go back to those. And then, yeah, as we mentioned, like there are like 5 other temples that also have like dance halls. So that is also not unique to Chidambaram, but I think like this, like, you know, the combination of like these different sabayas is what gives like Chidambaram its importance. And in a lot of other temples as well, the like the Anandatandava pose is not something that like Shiva is like presented as normally. He's usually presented as like a lingam. So that's also like something you do see other temples with like this pose, but not as many. This is like, you know, this is like the most important like temple for like the Nataraja pose.
So there's a question from the YouTube live stream, and they're asking, are there equivalent architectures that personify the other dance forms in India, like Odissi, Kathak, etc.?
I'm sure there are. I know like I don't know that much about like you know, like North Indian temples, but I know that there are a lot of different like temples that also like show like dance forms, and again, like it shows like the connection between like art and like architecture and like religion. So yeah, definitely.
And then, so we have one question in the Q&A. This is more personal. So like, what was your favorite part about performing at the temple, whether it was when you were a child or more recently?
Yeah, I think my most favorite part. So I would have to say like, yeah, like I guess like when I was 7, it was like very, as you can see, there's like no one like around, right? There was no audience, and I think it just shows how you know, like central like dance is to this place, because like it's performed so much, and you know, like I guess like as a kid, when you're like performing there, I was kind of surprised. I was like, why is no one watching me? But it's like very normal, right? Like it's like part of like their daily life. It's part of the temple's like daily like routine. You have like, you know, you have people performing very often. But yeah, I just think like yeah, my favorite part was like it coming full circle, and you know, just being able to perform there 10 years later. It's not an opportunity that a lot of people get, and I'm really fortunate to be able you know, to present in front of like the cosmic dancer himself. So yeah.
So we have a couple more minutes if anybody else wants to drop any questions. So we'll just give that a couple more minutes. But Sahitya, such a great presentation. Personally,
Thank you.
as a dancer, I learned so much, and I have been to Chidambaram, so it's really nice to like know kind of the history behind it now.
Right. That's great. That's great. Thank you. I'm glad it you know, helped a little bit. Right, I think if there are no other questions, do you still want me to stay on, or?
I think you're good to go. Thank you so much again. And then we will jump right into our next presentation in just a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you guys.
We can probably go ahead and get started, because I think, you know, it's inevitable we might be running behind later in the day. So we could get started now, if that's okay with you, Arjun.
Awesome. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Our next presenter is Arjun Mani of Princeton Swara from Princeton University. He will be discussing the topic of the Pallavi, singing Niraval and Trikalam for the Pallavi. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenter. If you are on Zoom, use the question and answer function to ask your questions. If you would like to elaborate on your question, please use the raise hand function. And then if you are watching the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat. We will make sure that every single one will get answered. And now I'm going to hand it off to Arjun for his wonderful presentation.
Awesome. Thanks, Kavya. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about the Pallavi, and specifically I'm going to be talking about two aspects of the Pallavi, which are singing Niraval for the Pallavi and then singing Trikalam. And so this is kind of going to be a sort of a let them type thing. And so I'm going to be like taking an example Pallavi and then showing the different aspects of it, and in particular, what are the challenges of singing a Niraval for a Pallavi that distinguish it from singing Niraval for a regular song, right? I think there are some subtleties here that are interesting. And then just kind of going through the mechanics of Trikalam and just explaining what people do most of the time when they sing Trikalam. And you know, there's a lot of things that you can do, but there's kind of a formula for what most people do, and so we'll kind of go through that as well. Cool. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to start by giving the Pallavi, and then I'll kind of explain things. So it's in Kanda Bharatanatyam, Chatusra Nade, and so the Pallavi goes like this. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti. That's the Pallavi. And you notice it sort of starts 4 beats off. and then extends through the whole cycle, right? Okay, so how would you start approaching sing Niraval for the Pallavi? There are two factors in particular that distinguish Niraval singing in a Pallavi from Niraval singing in a regular song. So the first factor is that when you sing it for sort of a main piece, that main piece will show a certain aspect of the ragam, and then in the Niraval, it's kind of your responsibility to reflect that aspect of the ragam. So for example, in Shringaram, you have a variety that's more bright and you have a variety that's less bright. So for example, the bright is right, so this exists, and then there's also right, so these dual things exist, and so it's up to you to sort of reflect that character when you sing Niraval. You don't have that burden in the Pallavi. You can actually sort of, in fact, what you have to do instead is show all the different characters of the raga. So this is one thing. And then I think the more difficult thing actually is that when you sing a main piece, you should roughly stick to where the syllables land in the original line, right? But it's not a hard and fast rule. So if I wanted to sing like ni padamule gatiyani namiti, that's not necessarily good to do all the time, but it's allowed, right? So in the Pallavi, like, you have to actually stick to the exact rule of putting the syllables exactly where they are. And so I think this is what makes it challenging. And so I'll sing a couple of examples of that, and then provide a little bit of intuition for how to approach improvisation when you have this requirement placed on you. So just a couple of examples. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti. Right, so if you notice in when I was singing Niraval, each syllable was actually exactly where it should be, exactly where it is in the original. So the key question I think to think about with regards to how to sing Niraval when you have this constraint placed upon you is, where do you have space and where do you not have space? So what I mean by that is that if you look at the structure of the line, right, what we have is like 3, 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 3, 2, 1, 6. 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, 3, right? That's kind of the rhythmic structure of the line. So obviously the 6 is where you have a lot of space, right? So right, so you have a lot of room there, and so you can kind of do whatever you want there, right? You're not really constrained at all. And so when you think about doing some sort of improvisation, you want to center, in a sense, kind of center that improvisation around being able to do something complex in that space that you have with the 6. And so typically the more space just gives you more freedom. So that's kind of on the more space side of things, how to utilize the space when you do have it. Now, when you don't have it, what can you do improvisation wise that sounds sort of, that fits the space, that allows you to keep the syllables exactly where they are? This is kind of I think the more challenging aspect of the question. So for example, ni padamule gatiyani. So padamule, right? Padamu is one, gatiya, each one is one. So you don't have much space there. You can't really do ni padamule, because then you just violated the constraint. So the way it's like, for example, the way it's laid out in this line actually allows you to do kinds of, in a sense, almost arithmetic / rhythmic progressions that could sound good. So for example, ni padamule gatiyani namiti. Right, so ma pa ga ma ri ga sari ni padamule gatiyani namiti. Right, and I have that space where I can do what I want, right? I mean, and there's infinite amount of possibilities. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti. Right, so there's a lot you can do here. But what you're kind of doing each time is that you're saying, let me take a phrase and let me kind of, sort of repeat it, maybe like transpose the pattern, like one note down or one note up, or maybe let me like take the highest note of the pattern and reduce that by one. But what you're doing is you're sort of taking a base pattern and repeating it in some sort of varied way, right? And so that kind of enables you to sort of deal with these parts of the pallavi that are more tightly rhythmically structured and for which you don't have as much latitude to do complex phrases that really delineate the raga. And so really the singing Niraval and the pallavi is kind of a balance of these two different forces, where on the one hand you have to kind of balance the tight rhythmic structure, and so there you have these more pattern oriented phrases, and then when you do have the space you kind of elaborate more of the raga. And so this is kind of one way to think about how do I do improvisation on a pallavi when I have to put the syllable exactly where it is. So that's kind of the rhythmic aspect. I did mention before that, like, you have to cover the whole gamut of the ragam and the pallavi, right? So the way that I might sound is, right, so like you might do one phrase that sounds ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti. And so that covers one aspect. Then you might Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti. Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti. Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti. And so there were sort of two different characters that were covered there. And so it's important that both of those aspects, or rather, I mean, again, like I'm sort of simplifying that there exists a binary. In reality, there is more of a continuum, and so you have to sort of traverse that continuum over the course of the Niraval. So usually you'll start somewhat in a lower part of the ragam, and then you slowly kind of traverse up, and then sometimes when you sing Niraval for a main piece, you can choose to either have 2 or 3 phases for the Niraval. So there's always, like, you got to sing in sort of the first speed, but not actually sort of a more free form kind of first speed, right? And that's like what I've been doing. Then there's kind of the intermediate phase, which people will often skip in the main piece, which is to sing first speed, but you have to sort of articulate every note in the first speed, right? Ni padamule gatiyani namiti. Right. So and so that is essential to do in the Pallavi, even if you don't sing that in the main piece. And then from there you transition to second speed. So I'll kind of, I guess, give an example of how that would sound. So I'll start with like sort of the more free form kind of first beat. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Rama Chandrani 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 padamule. Right, so that's how you kind of transition from the first beat. In reality, you wouldn't actually come all the way back down to ni. You would actually then sort of transition from there to the second speed. If you want, or you could sort of come back to the line, and then, I mean, this is all up to you, right? Ni padamule gatiyani namiti ki Rama Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Rama Chandrani padamule. So when it comes to second speed, I actually like there were some points when I sang that where like I actually put the syllable a little bit off from where it should be. So I think second speed is actually particularly hard to put the syllable exactly where it should be, because there's this kind of you have to articulate every single matra, every single beat, right? Let me give that one more shot. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Rama Chandrani padamule gatiyani namiti. Yeah, so that's kind of how you would treat second speed. And again, like it's important, like even when you do second speed, that the syllable appears exactly where it should be. And then when you do second speed, also like you can start in lower aspects of the lower parts of the ragam, and then traverse to sort of the higher aspects, the higher notes and things like that. Okay, so this is Niraval singing, right? And I think the important points to sort of reemphasize before I move to Trikalam is just that, again, like the syllable has to always be where it is, and that places constraints under improvisation. But I think in fact those constraints are useful in the sense that they allow you to really think hard about how you can improvise in an aesthetic way that respects the constraints that you have. And in particular, the question that you want to have in your mind when you have this constraint is, where is the space and where isn't the space? And that's going to dictate exactly how I'm going to be planning my Manadaram in my head. And where there isn't space, you will sort of want to be a little bit more pattern oriented in a sense. And where there is space, you want to be a little bit more raga oriented. So at least this is one way that I sort of think about it. I'm sure others have other ways of thinking about it, but this is at least a perspective that I would offer that I hope is useful. Okay. So that's Niraval. And then what happens in Trikalam? This aspect, or sort of this part of the presentation is going to be sort of more mechanical and just explaining exactly what happens during Trikalam.
Hey Arjun, sorry to interrupt you. I think there is a question in the Q&A about Niraval before we move on to the Trikalam. So the question was, how do you recommend approaching Niraval from more lengthy pallavis such as Kandanare pallavis?
Right. That's a great question. Yeah, I think when there becomes a lot of space, when there's a lot of space in the pallavi, it becomes more challenging, right? So I mean, you can take like 4 Kale pallavis and like to sort of just extend your question. I think if that still represents the ethos of your question, once you have a lot of space, it becomes difficult. Typically, the way I like to think about those kinds of pallavis is to say, in any given line, I will only explore like within a certain range of notes and within a certain range of character for the raga. So like, I mean, we'll just take the pallavi that we've been singing, but like, ni padamule gatiyani nam niti rama Ramachandrani padamule gatiyaninam iti Ramachandrani. So I'm sort of just staying between pa and sa, not going anywhere out of there, and kind of staying within the same general character of the ragam itself as well. And I think the reason that that's like a good way to approach it is because it's easy to kind of exhaust a lot of possibilities within one Niraval. And like when you sing Niraval for shorter lines, you tend to do that and you tend to traverse more of the scale. And as a result, like at some point, your creative juices start running out. So I think that approaching it in this way, where you restrict yourself to certain ranges of notes and certain ranges of character on the raga for any given line, is kind of going to help you develop the ragam through the Niraval in a more stepwise, systematic way. So I guess that would be my answer. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Awesome. So there aren't any other questions, then we'll just move on to Trikalam, and this will kind of be just explaining the mechanics. So typically what happens is that, and people do all sorts of different things for Trikalam. But typically the structure of the Trikalam is that you'll take the line and you will do half speed, right? So every syllable kind of becomes twice as long. So ni is 3, right? So now ni, right? So the math is simple, right? In a sense, like now first your line would take 1 avartanam, now it takes 2 avartanams, right? And so people will sing one iteration of that, and then they'll sing the pallavi line usually twice in normal speed after doing that. And so that's typically what they do. And then they'll sing Tishram, right? So Tishram, just briefly, right, what you're doing is you're sort of dividing each beat into sort of a multiple of 3, right? Instead of a multiple of 4. And so typically like ni padamule Chaturshram, right? Ni padamule, right? So that's Tishram. And so what you're doing in this particular case is saying that I'm going to fit 3 sort of 3 beats so 3 beats in a particular sort of or 3 subdivisions in a beat, sorry, instead of 2 subdivisions. And so what that means is that like I'm sort of going to finish in 2/3 of the cycle rather than the whole cycle, right? And so that means that if I sing it 3 times, then I will finish 2 whole cycles, 2/3 times 3, basically. And so typically people will sing Tishram. Again, like Tishram is not always possible. For example, if you're in Kannada, it's like sort of, I mean, I think that there are ways to make it work that I'm not like super familiar with, but like I think it's generally a lot harder. But obviously in Chaturshranade it's possible. And so people will sing Tishram, and then after that they'll transition immediately to sing second speed, right? So to sort of each syllable now becomes half the length of what it was. So I'll kind of demonstrate that progression. And then there's something that people do usually at the end where they'll sing like half the line in first speed, and then at some point they'll sort of switch to second speed and re-sing the whole line. And so like you'll probably recognize this when you hear it, but I'll just explain like exactly how to sort of do the calculations for that, which are I think quite approachable. Okay, so we'll just start with one iteration of the Pallavi. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Ramachandrani 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 padamule gatiyani namiti Rama ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Ramachandrani padamule gatiyani namiti okay. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Ramachandrani 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 padamule ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Ramachandrani padamule ni padamule gatiyani namiti Rama Ramachandrani. So usually that's kind of a whole the whole Trikalam, that's kind of how it would possibly sound. So just to explain, so I think I sort of explain how it's progression from you start with half X, right? So slow speed, and then you do Tishram, and then you transition immediately to fast speed. Just to kind of explain, I guess, like the sort of the last part, right, where you're sort of mixing first and second speed. Just to briefly like explain like the sort of the arithmetic behind that. You know, when you sing, for example, ni padamule gatiyani namiti, right? So you're singing the whole line, the whole half in second speed, right? The ni padamule gatiyani namiti, right? So when you sing that in first speed, let's assume that there's like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, right? So that means that like if I go all the way from here all the way to this point, that's 40, right? So that's a total of 40 matras. Now, since I'm starting 4 off, ni, I actually have a whole total of 36 matras, right? And now, so if I sing that in second speed, I can divide that by 2. I have 18, right? So I need to leave space for 18 matras to sing that entire half in second speed. And so what that means is I rewind from the point where I need to end, right? So I need to end here. So I rewind 8, I rewind 16, I rewind 2 more, right? So where I need to really start is 1 2 3 4 5 6. Ni padamule gatiyani namiti, right? And so the amount that I can sing in first speed is dictated by like where I need to start the second speed, right? And so in particular, like here, ni padamule ni padamule kadiyani nammide. And it's a similar story for Rama. So Rama Ramachandra is a total of 24. So it's 24, and so you divide it by 2, it's 12, right? So I need to start at 12 before me, right? So Rama Ramachandra ni. So that means that I have, Rama Ramachandra ni, right? So this is kind of the way to calculate things. And I mean, there's also like, I will emphasize that there, people do all sorts of really crazy and like amazing things. And so, for example, like, you could actually just like, you could do second speed Tishram or something and sing first speed Chatusram until you switched exactly to second speed Tishram. And it works reasonably well in this Pallavi, right? So now I still have 18, but now it's like, I can fit it in sort of three whole beats. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ni padamule kadiyani nammide, right? So I'm singing in second speed Tishram. So then if you want to do that, you could like, let me start in first speed Chatusram. Ni padamule gatiyani padamule kadiyani nammide. So like you can do all you do all kinds of these things, and like the important thing to keep in mind, right, is that like it's obviously the math is there, but like it should be kind of aesthetic, right? I think this Pallavi is actually particularly nice in the sense that like there's, it actually lends itself particularly nicely to Trishram, and so like you can do all sorts of these kinds of things, and make it sound reasonably aesthetic. The thing to keep in mind is like there are infinite kinds of things to try, but you just want to make sure that like things sound good. But this is sort of the mechanics of Trikalam. I guess I'll sort of stop there because it seems like there's at least one question.
Yeah, so thanks, Arjun, for the fantastic presentation. Really enjoyed your singing, and like your mastery over the Pallavi and the Karnaka, and also the aesthetics is very apparent. So we really enjoyed that. Yeah, so there's a few questions. So the first question is in the Zoom chat, which is a question: is it possible to sing Pallavis in Nades other than Tisram?
Right. So yes, it is, right? And let's see. So for example, if you were to sing in Kandam, I don't think I'll be able to work it out live. So I'll just sort of explain conceptually. But what you're doing is instead of fitting 3 in 2, you're sort of fitting 5 in 2, right? And so yes, you can sing this Pallavi in Kannada, and what that means is that one iteration of the Pallavi in Kannada is going to take up 2/5 of the cycle, right? And therefore, if you sing 5 times, you will occupy 2 cycles. And so yes, you could the Pallavi that I just sang, you could sing in Kannada, and then if you sang it 5 times, you'd come back to the Sama. If I had more mastery over Laya, then I'd be able to do it right now. I don't think I'm quite there. So, but yeah, that's sort of the idea. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, and then just in the interest of time, Kavya, you want to do the YouTube questions as well? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can do that. So we do have a couple questions from our YouTube live stream. So this one is more particular about like Carnatic music. So someone wanted to know, how do you balance sort of being in an Ivy League school like Princeton and your Carnatic music, and kind of, how your passion for music and your studies at an Ivy League kind of come together?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think about this myself a lot. And I think that the thing to recognize is that is to sort of not see it as kind of a zero-sum game where it's like I only have X amount of time in a day, and this is if I spend 1 hour on music, that's like 1 hour time less studying, right? I think like this is, I used to see it this way, right? I think it's understandable to see it this way, but really like often what I find is that when I'm working on a problem set or something like that, and then I'm stuck, and then I take a break and I sing music, and then I come back and I feel totally refreshed, and I come back and like I have a new insight, right? It's like so I think that what music provides you that actually sort of in a way kind of supports your educational experience and enhances it rather than taking time away from it, is it gives you first a chance to de-stress, to kind of get away from a lot of the academic responsibilities that you have, and just sort of focus on something else. But also, like, I think if you derive a sort of a lot of joy from it and you derive a lot of enjoyment from it, then it refreshes you in kind of a more emotional, almost a sort of a spiritual sense as well, right? And so I think that, like, that gives you the kind of energy to I think elevate the work that you're doing academically further. Certainly, it's, I mean, there are weeks where I don't get to practice, right? Because it's just like there's just a lot of work, right? And these kinds of things exist. But I mean, when I'm working, like, I'm often listening, right? I often have headphones in my ear and I'm listening, and my roommate plays mridangam, and so we have a lot of fun discussions as well. And so, like, it's sort of, music is always happening in some form or the other, and I think, like, that's still possible even if you're not actively doing it. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, that's fantastic. There is one more question. I know we're slightly over, but if you could just answer this one really quickly.
Yeah, I'll be quick.
On the YouTube, this is a bit more of a technical question. So it says that here in when you were singing, you changed the column like at the Oedipus, so like 4 after. But sometimes artists change column like at the Padagarabam, or like the gap between the Purvangam and Uttarangam of the Pallavi. And mathematically both are equivalent. So do you have a view on like how someone might make this choice aesthetically or lyrically or otherwise? If you could just comment on that briefly.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so I agree, both are equivalent. I would say, I mean, from a lyrical perspective, maybe I would slightly prefer changing at the beginning, because usually, like, at the Adadi, like, it's, you're sort of usually not starting a new word, usually, like, you're usually sort of finishing a word, at least, I mean, in this Pallavi, that's how it is, right? I mean, if you're not starting a new word at the Adadi and you change the Nade there, I think, like, there's something to be said for sort of changing the Nade as you sort of start a new word, I think. Like, so I think from an aesthetic perspective and from a lyrical perspective, I would sort of prefer that. But from a, yeah, I think, okay, so the other thing, I guess, from an aesthetic perspective, like, Tishram, I think, creates sort of a nice rhythmic feeling. If the pause at the Adadi is too long, then that gets lost in a sense, right? So if you're changing the Nadi at the Adadi, but then it's like a very long pause, then, like, the audience doesn't really sense that in a sense. Whereas if you switch to Tishram and, like, the syllables are more dense, then you kind of get that, immediate aesthetic change. And so I think if lyrically a new word is starting, and if the gap is not too long such that there's not a perceptible change caused by the Tishram, then I think it's like, except, like, I think I would, like, it's pretty much equivalent. But otherwise, I think I would probably prefer switching at the start. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. So thanks again so much, Arjun, for just an absolutely phenomenal presentation. I think that was really, really enlightening. So thanks so much again.
Thank you.
And yeah, absolutely. So we'll get started with the next presentation. Kavya, if you want to, or if we have already transferred the panelist stuff, we can just go ahead and get started. So yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Awesome. Thank you, Arjun. Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. Our next presenters are going to be Karuna Suresh and Shakti Bhaskar of Bhakai Bhairavi from The Ohio State University. They'll be discussing Shringaram in Indian classical music. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you're on Zoom, please use the question and answer function. But if you would like to elaborate, please use the raise hand function and we'll ask you to unmute. If you are watching this on the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat and we'll make sure they all get answered. I'm now going to hand it off to our presenters.
Thank you so much. We're delighted to be here. We're delighted to be a part of Bhakai Kala Sagara. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Karuna Suresh. I am a junior studying computer engineering at Ohio State University.
Hi, I'm Shakti Priya. I'm doing my doctoral research in material science in Ohio State.
We're going to be talking about Shringaram in Indian classical music, both North Indian and South Indian classical music. So here we go. So first, what is Shringaram? Well, it's a word that's used to describe the emotion of love and eroticism. In dance, it's usually used to portray love or the pleasing aesthetic expression of love. In South India, this rasa is expressed through different compositions like arvas, pasurams, and padams. In North India, Hindustani music, it's expressed through compositions like ashtapatis and thumris. Again, this is not an all-inclusive list. These are just some compositions where you can see this rasa. Some composers that have been known to compose different songs and compositions with this rasa are Arvad, where Arvad composed the pashrams in about the 7th to 8th century. Jayadeva, who composed Gita Govindam in about the 11th century, Annamacharya, 15th century, Swathi Tirunal, 19th century. And again, these timings are not quite concrete, but this is the info that we have from the time period.
Okay, let's look at the structure of these compositions. As mentioned earlier, the first reference to Shringara Rasa is seen in the Arvas Pashrams. Although we have 12 Arvas, and each of them are great in their own way, Andal definitely has a special place among them. We all know that the month December is as synonymous to music as it is to Andal's Tirupavai. So Andal has kind of finished her Pavai Nombu, and she's now eagerly waiting to be reunited with Lord Vishnu, whom she aspires to get married to. So this is kind of the context of Nachiya Tirumuri. So, though Andal's Tirupavai are very famous, the same cannot be told about Nachiya Tirumuri, which is kind of her magnum opus with the opening 143 pashrams. So these 143 pashrams are kind of divided into 14 segments, and each segment is called Tirumuri, and it has a theme of its own. So through these Tirumuris are basically outpourings of Andal's expressions, her longings or desires, as she is waiting to get reunited with Lord Vishnu. So she takes us to her different, very emotional states that she experiences while she's waiting, and also the different means or the efforts that she takes to speed up the union process. So the lyrical structure of these Tirumuris expresses the Shringara Rasam, or brings out the Shringara Rasam in its full, without any inhibition or imagination. So they are startlingly bold and sensuous. Next. So this is the first Tirumari, which is called Kayyuru Tingalum. In this Tirumari, we can see that Andal is kind of praying to Lord Kamadeva, who is a love god, to help her in uniting with her Lord Vishnu. And this is towards the end of the phrases here depicted on the slides. It's towards the end of the Tirumari, then you can see that Andal's prayers has not been answered. And she's kind of angry about that. And she says, "Oh, Manmada, you'll be cursed with a lot of sin if you drive me to this condition of pathetically crying like a helpless girl." And she compares herself to a buffalo, which is soiled hard in the field and which has not been given any water or food, and then it's simply beaten to death. So through these phases, we see a very angry Andal as she feels that she has been cheated by Lord Kamadeva and her prayers have gone in vain. Next. So this is the sixth Tirumuri, called as the Varanam Ayram, and it's among the famous of the Nachiya Tirumuris. And this is frequently sung in the concert platforms. So this Tirumuri is basically Andal's explanation of a dream wedding to a Tori or a friend. So as you can see through these lyrics, the description of the wedding is exhaustive, and she describes the wedding rituals in most intricate manner. As you can see, she says, surrounded by thousands of elephants, Narayan, that is Lord Vishnu, is coming to Sriviliputtur, and the citizens of the village are giving him a very warm welcome, and the whole village is decorated with toranams. So these phrases are very beautiful and superb in imagination. And these kind of convey the emotions and the hopes and the dreams and the desire of a young girl who's ardently in love. Next. This is the eighth Tirumuri, which is called as the Vinnila Melappu. So here, by this time, Andal is kind of, frustrated by all the waiting, and she's impatient. And when she sees these dark clouds, she's reminded of her dark-hued lord. And this kind of metaphor with the comparisons to the nature, and this is kind of frequently encountered in all her pastimes. And she kind of pleads with these clouds to carry her message and then deliver her message that Kodai is waiting with her heart and soul to be embraced by Lord Vishnu. So she pleads with the clouds to convey this message on her behalf to Lord Vishnu. So this is kind of similar to the Meghaduta by Kalidasa. And towards the end of these phrases, you can see that kind of a frustrated Andal, and she's kind of lamenting in a pitiable state of helplessness. And she says that he has totally entered into my thoughts and practically drained me of all my life. And I'm like a vilamparam, that is a wood apple, that has been thoroughly drained of all its inner contents. So a sense of hopelessness has come over her. So there is a famous treaty called as the Shringara Prakasha by the Raja Bhoja, where he boldly declares that the Shringara Rasa is the only main rasa, and every other rasa is just associated with it or kind of an offspring of it. This kind of seems true when we see these phrases from the Andal's pastorams, where you can see that although the predominant mood here is the Shringara Rasa, one could experience the varied hues of the emotions, like from anger to joy to frustration, the longing, the desire or state of helplessness. All these varying hues are expressed through these beautiful pastorams. Next. Okay, before going into the structure of padams, let us first see what the word padam means. It is actually from the Sanskrit word padya, which means a poem, a verse, or a line of poetry. According to Bharata's Natya Shastra, the word padam actually means a composition. Any composition, any song is actually referred to as a padam. But the meaning of the word padam has evolved over time, and in today's context, as given by Subbarama Dikshidhar, a padam actually means an erotic composition with a music generally in the Vilamba Kalam, that is a slow tempo of music. Next. So the padam has three main characters: the Nayaka, aka the hero, the Nayika, the heroine, and the heroine's friend or maid, whatever. She's called the Sakhi. And the padam is basically a musical monologues or a musical conversations between these three characters. It could be between the Nayaka and the Nayika expressing joy in their union, or kind of the pangs of sorrow in their separation, or it could be between the Nayika and the Sakhi, where the Nayika kind of laments about the indifference shown by the Nayaka towards her, or it could be between the Sakhi and the Nayika, where she kind of takes a message from the Nayika and conveys it to the hero, and she kind of acts as a messenger, a bridge between these two people, and kind of brings them together. These are the frequently encoded emotions in these padams. So with these three characters, the mood for Shringaram is aptly set. Next. Although we saw that the Alva's pastorams kind of gives us the glimpses or based on the Shringara Rasa, the earliest known musical composition to be based on Shringara Rasa is actually Jayadeva's Gita Govinda. So this Gita Govinda is actually a full-length Sanskrit opera which deals with the Radha Krishna Rasa Leela. And he calls them Padavali. Basically, it consists of 12 chapters or 24 prabandhams. And each prabandham is actually a collection of 8 couplets. So Ashtapadis, the 8 couplets, it's called as Ashtanam Padanam Samaharaha, where each couplet is called as a padam. So as I mentioned, this is kind of the earliest references that we have to a musical composition that is based on the Shringara Rasa. So Jayadeva kind of mentioned the ragas that he tuned these ashtapadis and like the ragas are frequently seen as the Malava, Gurjari, Basanta, and these ragas are in practice even today in the Odissi form of music. So the Orissa people have a very special connection to Jayadeva. It's believed that he spent a major part of his life in Puri. So this Jayadeva's Gita Govinda, as I said, is based on the Krishna Radha Rasa Leela. So these Ashtapadis are basically glimpses into the various moods of Krishna and Radha in their union or separation, or where they're conveying a message for each other, or where they're pleading for mercy, how they handle the ego, the pride, and so on and so forth. So basically, through these Ashtapadis, he brings out the beauty and the glory of Shringara Rasa. And its presence is kind of widely felt throughout India. So from the Manipur and Assam, you could see its presence in the form of dance and musical compositions. And in Bengal, it kind of awakened the Chaitanya movement. And of course, to the people of Orissa, it's very special. So you could see the idea was Gita Govinda depicted in the Odissi music, or Odissi dance, or music, or the temple sculptures. And coming down to Andhra, these form the soul behind several Kuchipudi compositions. And one other unique feature of these Ashtapadis is such that the lyrical structure of these Ashtapadis is such that they can be easily tuned in any raga. So in Tamil Nadu, you usually come across these Carnatic concerts where you can see that typically the same Ashtapadi is sung in different ragas with different artists. And it's also widely portrayed through the Tanjavur painting. And in Karnataka, this kind of Ashtabadi forms the base of the Ekshagana form of dance. And in Kerala, this is the main inspiration behind Mohiniyattam. It also is a special form of music called as a Sopana Sangeetam, where usually people, Sopana means stairs. So people sing these Ashtabadis standing on the temple stairs. Next. So here is one such example of the Ashtapadi giving us a glimpse of the moods of Radha and Krishna. So as mentioned by Jayadeva, this was originally composed in the Deshavaradi Raga and Ashtatali Tala. So this is the famous Priya Charushile, or the Vadasi eti Kinchadapi, at the first line of this padam, or the Ashtapadi. And this is frequently sung in the Raga Mukhari. As the first line goes, it says, Vadasi eti kinchadapi, which literally means, if you speak even a few words to me. So here, Radha has been waiting for long for Krishna's arrival, and he has not kind of responded or come to her. So she's kind of sad. So when he actually comes and meets her, she kind of denies to speak to him. And so Krishna pleads with her, please speak to me a few words and don't be silent and torment me. He even goes to say that if you're really angry at me, then strike me with your glances, which are as sharp as arrows, but don't be silent. Your silent kind of torments me. And towards the end of this Ashtapadi, we see him kind of reassuring the Radha that she alone kind of entirely occupies his heart. And he says that you alone entirely occupy my heart. None other than the God of love, the bodiless one, is blessed to enter my heart. So we know that with love comes a kind of a sense of possessiveness, a sense of insecurity. This is kind of portrayed by Jayadeva beautifully through these verses. Next. Coming to the Telugu composers, we have Annamacharya, who's famously known as the Padakavita Pitamaha. He kind of brought the structure of these padams, like basically like Pallavi, Anupallavi, Charanam kind of. And he has composed a whooping 32,000 padams, but unfortunately, most of them are kind of lost to us. And what we have is just 14,328, and even of which very few of them are in practice today. And coming to Kshetrajna, he's kind of known as the uncrowned king in the field of padams. In fact, there is a very famous saying associated with him, which says that Kshetrajna neither had a predecessor nor a successor when it composing padams. In fact, it is also known that this kind of delineation or classification that padams are basically these erotic compositions and other bhakti-oriented compositions are called as kritis. So this kind of classification came into force only after Kshetrajna's period. So such is his mastery such is the mastery and the beauty of his padams. So in his padams, he himself becomes the Naika to Krishna, whom calls adorably as or lovably as Muva Gopala. So this Muva Gopala kind of becomes his mudra, which is seen in all his charanams. And then Kshetrajna's padams are in the language Telugu. And he had an uncommon command over Telugu that the lyrical structure is not only very elegant, but it is also very simple as a common man's Telugu. And Kshetrajna had an excellent mastery over the Alankara Shastra, such that he portrays this Naika motif and their subtle characteristics in a most beautiful way as it is laid down in the Rasa text. Meruva Padam is one of the padam composed by Kshetrajna, which brings his humanity to the limelight, where he claims that it was actually Krishna who came into him and wrote all these padams. And he kind of gives a split up as to he was basically a court musician in the Naika king's rule. And then he gives a split up into which court and how many padams he wrote, and totaling to 4,500 padams. And most of those padams are in the Bhakti ragas like Ananda Bhairavi, Vilahari, Danyasi, which he finds them. These ragas are kind of apt for expressing these emotions encountered in the padams. Next. So Kshetrajna's padams are masterpieces of erotic psychology, and the twists and the turns that he displays are kind of breathtaking. And also, one of the striking features of Kshetrajna is that he's a wizard in bringing out the implicit meaning of the passage in a more striking way than the explicit meaning, as we will see these through these phrases. For instance, the padam Vararaka Po Pove. So there's a beautiful story associated with it. Kshetrajna kind of composed half of the padam and then challenged the court musicians to fill the rest of it. Unfortunately, none of them were able to do so. And then this padam kind of says that. So this padam is basically a musical monologue between the Naika and the Sakhi. If you see it, she says, the Naika says, enough of your prattle. Why would he come at all? He's not wanted here. Ask him not to come. I do not want to see him with this emaciated body of mine, which has lost all his glamour by long separation from him. So if you see the explicit meaning, it's like she does not want to meet him, but actually what she wants to convey is that she's been longing to meet him, and the separation from him has kind of emaciated her, and it's high time that she meets him. And Kshetrajna conveys this beautifully. In the padam, Kobumu Rada every kainam, here it's seen that the Naika is kind of jealous. Her hero has gone behind some other woman, and her jealousy is beautifully portrayed through this phrases. Next. Next.
I know, hold on 1 second. It's not moving over.
Okay. That's okay, take your time.
There we go.
Okay. In the Padam Li Nelu Maratunate, he beautifully portrays the friendship between two women. So here the friend has kind of, so there is a fight between the hero and the heroine, and they're kind of separated. And the friend kind of acts as a bridge between them and then brings the hero back to the heroine. And the heroine expresses her acknowledgement and through these beautiful phrases. There's a famous text called as a Rasa Manjari by the Bhanudatta Mishra, where he kind of outlines the different characters of these Nayikas. There are actually 1,152 characters. And the Kshetrajna actually portrays these characters in his padams and with their all subtle nuances very beautifully. On a broader scale, these nayikas can be divided into three different categories. One is the Swiya, the wedded woman who's very devoted to her husband, and one is the Parakriya. She can be wedded or she's not wedded, either way, but then she has a lover. And the third one is the Samanya, who's kind of well versed in arts, dance, and music, and she's kind of portrayed as an independent woman. If, for instance, in the Padam Everyday Obama and the Raga Shankarabharanam, you see that this portrays the character of the Parakriya. So here, she's a wedded woman, but then she has a relationship with another man. And although on the outward, she's kind of angry, and then she does not like the approaches made by her, the other man, she also kind of praises him for his romantic abilities. Next. So these dual qualities, these conflicting emotions, are frequently a feature on Shaitaragya's Padams. Okay. The kings of Tanjavur and Travancore were not only great patrons of art, dance, and music, they were great composers themselves. As you all know, Swathi composed a lot of Kirtanams, but he has also composed a lot of Padams. And one of the unique features of Swathi is that we saw that Kshetrajna's Padams are in the language Telugu, Jayadeva's, Gita Govinda's in Sanskrit, and Andal's was in Tamil. But when it comes to Swathi Tirunal, he's composed Padams in several languages like Sanskrit, Manipravalam, Telugu, Kannada. And he has brought out these emotions, this Shringara Rasa in all of these languages. This kind of tells us about the mastery he had over these several languages and the polyglot that he was. So similar to Kshetrajna, he also uses the Rakti ragas in his padams like Kamboji, Nilambari, Edukula Kamboji. Of course, there are some padams with Ghanta and these rare ragas, but then they are used based on their need, the need of the emotion that's being conveyed. So in this padam, okay. So in the Swathi Tirunal's padam, so the Nayika and the Nayika, the hero, becomes Lord Padmanabha. As seen in all his compositions, his padams are also revolved around Lord Padmanabha. So these are kind of conversations between the Nayika and Lord Padmanabha, or the Nayika and the Sakhi, or the Sakhi addressing Lord Padmanabha, or in some cases, Lord Padmanabha himself directly addressing the Nayika. So in the Padam Manasi Dussaha Mayo, set to tune and Ahiri. So he kind of explains that the phrases go like this, where the meaning of it is like kind of the Naika has lost all her appetite and her body has become extremely wearied. It's like she's kind of separated from her lover. These are the kind of sentiments that we saw through in Kshetrajna's Padams also. In fact, some of the Swathi Tirunal's Telugu Padams are mistakenly attributed to Kshetrajna. But of course, there is one feature that kind of, separates these two, the mudra you use. The Swathi Tirunal uses the mudra Padmanabha, whereas Kshetrajna uses the mudra Muvagopala. So in the Padam Kanta Tavapuranyana in the Chaden, in the language Manipravalam, he kind of, the hero kind of says that even the moonlight kind of tortures her like the fire. And in the Padam Pannagendra Shayana, which is in Sanskrit, which is actually a Ragamalika, is kind of considered the best composition in the Sanskrit language. And here he expresses the emotions of the Nayika and is divided into 9 parts based on the 9 watches of the night. Coming to Tamil composers, actually Tamil Padams have appeared at much later stage when compared to the Telugu Padams. Of course, we do have some composers like Muthu Tandavar. The Muthu Tandavar compositions revolved around Lord Nataraja, Mari Muttapullai. Garam Krishna Iyer was kind of a contemporary to Tyagaraja. And then his Padams, the language that used in his Padams are not that bold or sensuous, are kind of maybe considered as more decent, leading to a very clean abhinaya in the dance form. But Subramaniam Iyer's Padams, his Padams are kind of in the same erotic level as Kshetrajna's Padams. So there is this beautiful Padam of Subramaniam Iyer called Yarukagilum Bayama in the Ragam Bekara. So in this padam, if you see, it's actually a conversation between a Naika and a Tori, but here the hero is not a god like we have seen so far, but actually a king. So it's seen that these padams were actually composed by the court musicians. So it's not necessary that all of them are kind of in praise of some god or something. They also involve humans. Like there are several padams which kind of encounter the emotions of the king and the court musicians, so the king and his lovers, and so on. Next. Okay, so except for Andal, we've seen that all other actually male composers. But if you look at the padams, there are, of course, a few examples, which is from the male perspective, as I showed the Ashtapadi in the Gita Govinda. But most of these padams and these compositions are always from the female perspective. They're always the emotions, the feelings of women. So this kind of reminds me of a story that I heard long back. So this is with the famous Bhakta Mirabai. So once Mirabai was on her journey to Vrindavan, she stops at a saint's place and kind of invites him to join her on her journey. The saint kind of did not even come to receive her in the front and chooses to remain inside and kind of replies back to her saying that he neither converses nor meets women. To which Mirabai aptly snaps back saying that, aren't we all women earning for the love of Lord Krishna? This kind of seems to echo the mindset of all these musicians when they compose these beautiful compositions, where they kind of assume themselves as the Naikas earning for the love of their Lord. And there's also one other interesting feature is that all these compositions portray Shringara Rasa, and then the fact that these composers have chosen a women's perspective to portray the Shringara Rasa kind of tells us that this Shringara Rasa, it's kind of portrayed in all its beauty and glory, or the Shringara Rasa is aptly brought forth when it's from a women's perspective. Next, over to you, Karuna.
Okay, cool. So now we're going to move on to the North Indian classical form of Hindustani, and we're going to talk about thumris. So thumris are a semi-classical form of Hindustani music compositions written in a variety of different dialects and northern languages. The first written reference is from a text that's dated back to like 1655, 1666. It emerged from earlier compositions such as the erotic Chatushpati dance song described in the Natya Shastra. By the 1830s, the thumri had emerged as a clear, evolved genre during the era of the Nawabs, according to contemporary accounts. It was performed extensively by the tawais, or like the courtesans, and gained attention from prominent male musicians. Heavily influenced by the Bhakti movement, the Sahityam, or the lyrics, combined Vaishnava devotionalism with worldly eroticism or love. These compositions were almost exclusively by the female perspective, portraying a phase of human love. Sometimes, though, the Sahityam contained a dual meaning, portraying both spiritual divine love, but also mundane human love, like Shakti also talked about, where it's not only between like a god and a mortal, it's both also between a mortal and immortal. At the time, the thumri was performed and loved by so many. The Nawabs hosted mehfils or gatherings where these tawais or courtesans would come together to present beautiful compositions through both music and dance, describing such intense emotions such as yearning, jealousy, sadness, even anger. The modern thumri, however, was transformed by socio-historical factors. As changes happened in society, the middle class, heavily influenced by the Victorian era, came to regard courtesans as archaic and their profession as disgraceful. As the concert hall and studio replaced the traditional mehfils, the vibes also transitioned. they had a choice: either remake themselves as respectable performers or rely on increased prostitution just to sustain their livelihood. The first option was a difficult change, relying on several factors, while the second only added to the degradation of their profession. Their tumri itself became altered and standardized as light classical mode of Hindustani music. Overtly erotic compositions were completely eliminated, and the element of dance was also taken out. It was thought that the dance added to the erotic overtone, and by eliminating it, the genre could be cleansed of all of association with sensuality, eroticism, and the courtesans themselves. The form acquired a certain sophistication as it transitioned to the stage, but it also lost some of its unique sensibilities and emotional aspects. Originally, from a compositional perspective, these compositions were in a certain set of rags and a certain set of tals. And as these changes occurred in society, the rags became known as Mishra rags, and Mishra meaning mixed. That's mainly to highlight the fact that tumris were considered light classical music. Okay. Here we have two translations from two different tumris, originally written in Awadhi, which is a dialect from Ayodhya in northern India. If you read these, I'll read them quickly. Stand right there, flirtatious lover. I'll put my water pot at home and come. I'll put my water pot down and come. I'll wear a colorful wrap when I come. When I come, I will be all dressed up. That's the first one. The second one, the fire of love sets our heart alight. Now, how can I extinguish it, my friend? My lover, well, he's upset with me. Love has suffused my heart. Now, if you read these, there's an aspect of flirting and being sensual here, as well as how the love affects us. Both of these make no mention to the divine explicitly, but the same emotions are definitely explored in spiritually inclined compositions as well. Again, this is going back to what Shakti was talking about in Padams in South India, where it doesn't always have to have the divine aspect to it. It can also be between mortal human beings. Now, this is Kaushiki Chakraborty from the Patiala Gharana. This is her singing a tumri in the rag Mishra Charukesi. Taking time into account, I'm not going to play it right now, but it is definitely something you can listen to if you are interested. And it's playing. Okay. Now kind of switching back to the philosophical perspective, we have Vipralamba Shringara, which is longing of the central character. And we also have the Nayika pleading with her beloved to end the separation. Now there's a juxtaposition that happens here that's also seen in Padams in South India, where there's the concept of the Jivatma and the Paramatma being the immortal Lord, and the Jivatma being the mortal. And usually how this connection happens is that the Nayika is considered the Jivatma or the mortal, and the Nayaka is considered the Paramatma, who is the immortal. Okay. This is an excerpt from the Nachyar Tirumari. I'll quickly read it. Rain, oh rain, rain down on Venkatam, where my beautiful Lord lives, like hot wax poured into a clay mold. Show him how to enter my heart and melt me. Make him caress me and hold me tight so that my beautiful Lord lodges in my heart. Can you rain down in this way? Now, this portrays the Jivatma Paramatma connection. So if you see where it says hot wax poured into a clay mold, they're basically, metaphorically, I guess, trying to say that when the Paramatma and Jivatma collide, both become Paramatma, both become immortal. So that's kind of how they're trying to show that connection in the Sahityam of the Nachyar Tirumari. Okay, Now we're going to talk about how this has evolved in society. So originally these padams were a literary work, poetry, right? And they flourished in the courts of Tanjore, Madurai, in Tamil Nadu, and eventually developed into a dance form. The slow meter of these padams made it very easy for dancers to show abhinayam to these padams. Here, Jayadeva's lyric sequence depicts 7 of the 8 conventional nayikas described in dance treatises. It's also said that Jayadeva's wife Padmini danced to the tunes of Gita Govindam, explaining its content through abhinaya, again, because of the slow meter that the padams have been set to. Nope. Again, as I said, the slow tempo is what helps with the dancers. And in a dance recital, the padams give the widest scope for the dancer to execute abhinaya or expression. The music of the padam itself determines the nature of the sanchari bhava, which the dancers depict in so many different ways. Kshetrajna, Shakti spoke about Kshetrajna, but Kshetrajna wrote in the Kaisiki Vritti meter, which is the most suited meter for abhinaya for dancers, with the style diction of fluent, soft, and seductive, and a very slow tempo. Over the years, the padams, as we mentioned before, have turned into a musical form. So some people that have really been the torchbearers of making this a more popular form, Veena Dhanammal and her granddaughters, Brinda Muktama. There's so many, Tiruvaru Rajai from Kanchipuram, Danakoti sisters. So it's definitely gaining more traction as more artists and more people start singing them in the concert setting. Over the years, going back to tumris, over the years, reception of these tumris has been very varied. Many male vocalists have chosen not to sing them on the concert stage. While that is the case, there have been multiple initiatives by multiple people trying to bring more awareness to this form of music. And there are festivals, there are lecture demonstrations, discussions, workshops happening. So these forms can be brought out into the light. Although sometimes even in these festivals, the tumri is still presented after the khayal, which is touted as the more classical form. People like Girija Devi, as you can see on the screen, helped bring these tumris back onto the stage and other performance arenas, speaking on characteristics and sharing the special features and uniqueness of these tumris. As we saw before, Kaushiki Chakraborty has formed a band, an ensemble of all female musicians that spread stories of different female musicians in music, including the tawaiffs or the courtesans that we talked about, who provided so much lyrically, emotionally, and in sensibilities. Now to wrap up, predominantly padams and tumris portray the Shringara Rasa through their Sahityam as well as the music and the meter as we spoke about. And historically, these compositions have been greatly influenced by societal ideologies and are usually written from the female perspective. A quick thing to speak about also is that male composers have composed tumris and padams, but they're always written from the perspective of the female. And again, tumris, padams, javalis, these are not as prevalent, but they are gaining more awareness through initiatives like Kaushiki Chakraborty's ensemble, just the padams and tumris being performed more in the concert arena. Thank you so much. We have references after this, and we're open for discussion, questions, anything.
Oh yeah, hi Karuna. I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So I guess you guys mentioned earlier on like the classification, what distinguishes like a padam or this is more I guess from the Carnatic side, but what distinguishes a padam or a javali from like say a kriti, right? And that is Shringara versus Bhakti as the predominant factor. So in like certain, I'll take Tyagaraja for example. Tyagaraja in certain kritis, like say Chararava Demira or Chinna Nadena, he like the idea of like the Naika or like that Shringara aspect is definitely very prominent in the kriti if we look at the meaning of the Sahitya. So is there a reason why these are considered kritis and not padams and javalis?
Shakti, do you want to take that?
Yeah, of course. Like when I said the Shringara Rasa is brought about in these padams and all that, it's not like it's only padams that deal with Shringara Rasa. There are many kirtanas as well which deal with the Shringara Rasa. But the majority thing about these padams is that most of them are completely based on the Shringara Rasa. Where if you look at the kirtanams, like of course there could be a few examples, but on a large scale, they deal with this bhakti element, or it's not like these padams lack bhakti, but these kirtanams are like, they do not convey the emotions of the emotions that are frequently encoded by humans in their normal lifetimes. They are more like, oh Rama, when will you come and help me out, and kind of more in a philosophical way. So that's kind of the major distinction between these padams and kirtanams.
Also, Shakti, correct me if I'm wrong, but padams and javalis are also usually written from the female perspective, right?
Yeah.
So
most of them are from the female perspective. So the emotions conveyed through the padams are kind of more relatable to a ordinary human being. Like if you look at those phrases, but the same cannot be said for kirtanams.
I see, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna wait a couple more seconds, just in case we have some more questions coming in, so we can just hang tight for a little bit. But incredible presentation, you guys. Thank you guys so much for sharing.
Thank you so much for having us.
So Karna, if you have the time, you can probably play the video clip.
Oh, I can play the.
I was just about to say I idolize Kaushiki Chakraborty, so that would be lovely.
Of course. sorry. Sorry. I want to pause that real quick and just speak about quickly. If we look at in our past slides, let me go to. So here, this is a picture from the Nawab period, where these tumuris and padams are from the courtesans, right? And if you see, there's a female who sings and dances here, and there's going to be a male playing the tabla, and then another male with the sarangi. So this is how it was at the time, and the males were seen as people that were good with instruments and as instrumentalists, and the female was seen as the one that could emote this rasa. Now, if we go back to right here, as the society changed and as ideologies changed, the gender roles haven't changed here. So the female is still singing. We have a male with the sarangi, but the instruments have been added to. So now we also have the harmonium. Like if we go to the recording we were just listening to, right about here, we can see right, right about, so you have still have the harmonium, you have the tabla, you have the tambura in the background, but there are so many performances where you have the sarangi also. So that's a connection that is continued on through the years.
Thank you
Also,
so
adding to the previous question, like after I kind of listened to this, I'm not very sure about the Hindustani music, but when it comes to the padams and kirtanas, one distinction feature between them in from the musical aspect is that these padams are kind of are always in the Vilamba Kalam. So those brisk sangadis that you encounter in the kirtanams, you do not encounter them in these padams. They are always very slow. They're based on the slow tempo because you need that to convey those in-depth emotions. So that is one feature also that kind of differentiates kirtanams from padams.
Thank you so much. Just like one quick question, I guess unrelated to content per se, but I loved how you presented on both Carnatic music and Hindustani music. I think it's super important to know both art forms respectively. Are you both trained in each respective art form?
No, I also have to mention my guru is Shri Madurai Sundar. I am actually training in Carnatic vocal. Shakti, do you also want to mention your guru?
Yeah,
Mention your gurus.
yeah, I also probably train only in the Carnatic vocal form, and my guru is Dr. Sumitra Vasudev. But yeah, we did work on the especially the Hindustani part was tough. So we have another a team member, Janvi Murli, who kind of gave us all this information about the tumbis.
Helped us out with the research and everything.
No, that's awesome. Again, that's super important that I guess we learn about both respective art forms. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, though we both are kind of presenting it, it's actually a collective work of all the members of the Bakai Bhairavi.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. We love to see it. We really do. Let me see if there are any other questions, because we do have a couple more minutes before the next one. So let me just make sure that everyone's questions got answered. Okay, it doesn't look like there are any more questions, so we can end a little early. Guys, again, thank you guys so much for this presentation. It was incredible. Everyone that tuned in learned so much, I'm sure. So thank you guys so much once again.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. We can't wait to watch all the other performances and lecture demonstrations and presentations.
Of course, of course. All right, we will see you guys soon.
Yep, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Just want to mute. Yeah, so we'll get started with the next presentation. So our next presentation is going to be given by Sashwat Mahalingam and Ujjani Mukhopadhyay. They're from Laya of Berkeley at the University of California at Berkeley. And so today they're going to be discussing comparative analysis of polyrhythmic measures across Carnatic, Hindustani, and Western classical music. And so a couple of reminders for those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you're on Zoom, you can use the Q&A function. And if you would like to elaborate, you can use the raise hand function. And if you're watching on the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat and we'll make sure that they all get answered. And just a note, this doesn't have to be, you don't have to wait till the end of the presentation. Feel free to just ask them anytime. This is meant to be a conversation. And so, yeah, and so as a Mridangist, I'm very excited for this presentation. So without further ado, we'll hand it off to our presenters. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Before we start, we'd like to, on behalf of Laya, thank Michigan Sahana for providing us with this wonderful opportunity to present this really interesting topic today. And let me just share screen and we can get started. I'll share sound. All right. You can all see what's on my screen, right? This slideshow here.
Yes, we can see it.
All right. So, hi, we are Laya of Berkeley. My name is Sasha Mahalingam, and I'm a disciple of Shri Hari Devanath and Shri Vivek Sundaraman from Shri Paduka Academy.
And I'm Radhika Bhadarao, and I'm a disciple of Srimati Ashwini Kapade and Vidushi Kalaramnathji.
And today we're going to be discussing a comparative analysis of polyrhythms across Indian classical and Western music. So our agenda is as follows. We'll begin with the Carnatic introduction to polyrhythms, where we will build the theory of what polyrhythms are, make observations, and find ways to connect the idea of polyrhythms across Carnatic music, and in that way enhance our understanding of both how rhythm in Carnatic music works, as well as how polyrhythms in Western music works. We'll also be providing a Hindustani perspective on polyrhythms, which will be presented by Radhika in the segment following this one. And then finally, we'll go over some Western classical extrapolations, where we will discuss how many genius composers have layered polyrhythms in their music in very subtle manners. So before we start talking about what polyrhythms are, I'd like to present the following piece, and I'd like you to make any observations you have on it. You can drop these observations in the chat on YouTube or on the Zoom webinar. This piece is Idade Padam Tuki by Papanasam Shivan set to Ragam Kamas. It is presented by MS Subbalakshmi. And let me just play it here. All right, so what observations can we make about this? So first off, this was probably the most obvious one, we could see that this piece was presented using triplets and quadruplets. That is, a portion of each avartanam was split up into threes. That is, the beats each had 3 notes. And then the second half also had 4 notes. So it was a mixture of both triplets and quadruplets. The structure went something like this. Taka dimi taka tam ta tam ta tam. Taki ta tam. Taka dimi taka tam ta tam ta tam. Taki ta tam. And then the later portion, it was just all triplets. So like taka dimi tam taka tam tam taka tam 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 taka tam. So what we want to do today is connect this idea of triplets and quadruplets to a more broader base of understanding. That is, how else can we describe this technique and how can we generalize it to more complex ideas in both Carnatic music and Western music, as well as Hindustani music. And this is what we intend to describe with polyrhythms. That segues us into our introduction. So as we've said, today's topic is polyrhythms across musical genres. Our goal is that by the end of our presentation, we would like to show how polyrhythms appear in different forms of Indian and Western classical music and how they are connected across these genres. To begin, let's first define exactly what a polyrhythm is. So the simple definition is that a polyrhythm is when you juxtapose multiple rhythmic cycles with different measures so that they all cyclically start and finish at the same time, each iteration. Now that explanation might have been slightly confusing to some of you who just saw it. And we can go and dissect it further into more basic building blocks to get a better understanding. So suppose we take 2 rhythms of different notes per cycle. That is, one rhythm has 3 notes per cycle. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then suppose we took another rhythm that just had 1 note per cycle. That is, it just went 1, 1, 1, 1. Now, what if I told you that you could overlap these 2 cycles so that they both started and finished at the same time? That is, they're essentially mixed together so that each of their cycles overlap, they're synchronized in time. Well, you might tell me, well, this is impossible. If one cycle has more notes than the other, shouldn't it take longer time? So the key to recognize here is that these cycles can have different speeds. That is, one cycle can be adjusted to one speed such that when it is played in tandem with the other cycle, it'll overlap each cycle's starting point and it'll take the same amount of time to finish as the other cycle does. So in this example here, I've shown a 3x1 polyrhythm. That is, the first overlaying polyrhythm has 3 notes per cycle. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And the base polyrhythm has 1 note per cycle. 1, 1, 1, 1. And what we can see here is however long this polyrhythm, this rhythm here took to complete, this thing would take 1/3 of that time per note. So for example, this might have been running at 60 beats per minute for each of its notes, in which case this would have to run at 20 beats per minute for each of its notes. And this would make sense because since it has 3 times as many notes as the other cycle does, if it took 1/3 of the time to complete each of its notes, it would take the same total time to complete an entire cycle as the 1 note per cycle rhythm takes. So essentially what we're doing is we're taking these 2 rhythms and we're overlapping their speeds. We're overlapping them and adjusting their speed so that they each start and finish at the same time. And then we give this effect of them being synchronized across time. So in the example that I demonstrated, you can look at this as if my hand was putting the 1 note per cycle and I was saying the 3 notes per cycle rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Every time I start the 3 note cycle, the 1 note cycle starts and vice versa. And they both take the same amount of time to complete each iteration, as you can see. All right, before I go into this, are there any questions so far?
I don't think there are any questions right now, so we should be okay.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so now I want to go into a slightly more complex, but still somewhat building block example of a polyrhythm. And this is a 4/3 polyrhythm that has been uploaded and presented beautifully by a David Bennett piano on YouTube. So let me just play this video here.
For example, if we have a song that's in 3/4, then we have 3 evenly spaced beats in each bar.
That is just a 3 note cycle.
But what if we superimpose 4 evenly spaced beats on top of this? So we now simultaneously have 3 beats dividing the bar and 4 beats.
So what did we notice? Well, first off, this is clearly a 4/3 polyrhythm. The reason being is that in each unit of time, there was a 3 note cycle dividing that time into equal portions, while there was also a 4 note cycle dividing that time into equal portions. These 2 cycles were synchronized in each iteration to start and finish at the same time, so that every single time a new cycle starts, they overlap.
For example,
so you might ask me, what is the connection between all of this and Carnatic music? To go into that, let's first review how nades work. In a nade, what you have is you're taking a single beat in Carnatic music and you're fitting X notes into that beat. For example, what we showed earlier with triplets in Idadu Tuki was Tishra nade. That is, in each beat, there were 3 notes. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Another example of a nade is Kanda nade, and that's basically 5 notes per beat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And most songs, as you might know, are set to Chatushra nade, which is basically a rhythm of 4. So where this connects 2 polyrhythms is that we can visualize nades in a different way. How else can we visualize these nades, you might ask? Well, they're just X/1 polyrhythms. The reason being is that we can visualize each of our beats as being a 1 note rhythmic cycle on its own. So this beat that I'm putting here, 1, 2, 3, 4, can really literally just be thought of as a rhythmic cycle that's going 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And in every beat, we're fitting X total notes, which means that each beat has these X notes cyclically repeating. This is essentially the X note rhythm cycle that we wanted to achieve earlier, because they both start at the same time, the beat and the X notes, and they both finish at the same time. That is, by the time they're finished, the next beat and the next set of X notes has already begun. So in the example of a 3/1 polyrhythm, that is basically Tishra nade, you're doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And you see that this beat is sort of acting as the 1 note base, while your X notes, there is the number of matres you're fitting per beat, or the number of notes you're fitting per beat is acting as a 3 note cycle. Now, this ties into the original issue that we were trying to describe, which is how do we make an XY polyrhythm? I've just solved for you the case where we can make an X/1 polyrhythm by simply choosing a nade and making that nade take a certain number of notes per beat. But if we wanted a more complicated polyrhythm like 4/3, what the artist was demonstrating earlier, where suppose we took the 3 notes at 60 beats per minute, and then we wanted to overlap the 4 notes on top of that, how would we implement it? And I've given a slight visualization below where you can see these 3 notes sort of dividing the avartanam, and then these 4 notes also dividing the avartanam in the same like time span, but it just in different proportions. Before we go into the overall concrete answer, let's just take a detour to a Carnatic music parallel of this 4/3 polyrhythm. Suppose we took Chatusra Nade Rupakatalam. Now what this is Rupakatalam with 4 notes per beat. So, and it has a total of 3 beats. So it ends up going as 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, what if we took each note and we take up 3 total matres? That is, rather than pronouncing 12 notes, we end up pronouncing 4 notes, because since each note takes up 3 total spaces, all you're doing is taking the number of notes in the entire avartanam, 12, and dividing it by 3. So what's essentially going on with this division is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. As you can see, each note takes up 3 total matres. But what if we drop the carves entirely? That is, we don't pronounce the commas in the middle. This just becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we notice? Well, the 4 notes per avartanam, the 4-note polyrhythm that we are trying to simulate is actually just the matres that we are pronouncing each avartanam. They start with the avartanam and they finish when the avartanam finishes. And that is because they evenly divide the 12 notes into groups that can be easily pronounced and easily visualized. So this 1, 2, 3, 4 is actually our 4-note rhythm. And our number of beats, that is our 3-beat rhythm of Rupakatalam, can serve as our 3-note rhythm. And since they both overlap every single time, this actually achieves the 4/3 polyrhythm that we were trying to get earlier. In fact, any 4/x rhythm can be done like this, where we take a base of x beats and we take Chatushanade in that base, and then we split up the matres so that each matre takes up x total spaces. So for example, for 4 or 5, this would end up going as 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. This was basically just taking a 5-beat talam. In this case, I chose Kandajati Eka talam, which is just 5 beats with your hand and your fingers, and then just splitting and just using a 4 notes per beat and doing the division that I was talking about earlier. That is, each matre just takes up, each note takes up 5 spaces. Are there any questions on this so far?
I don't see anything yet, so yeah, feel free to keep going.
Now, what we can do is, based off of what we've observed, we can sort of extrapolate a pattern for any X by Y polyrhythm in Carnatic music. Suppose we take a talam of Y beats and an array of X notes per beat. Well, we know that the Y cycle, as we observed before, will give you your Y-based rhythmic cycle, because each beat can essentially be treated as a note. And these notes repeat cyclically every time a new avartanam is started, by definition of what we do in Carnatic music. Now, for the X cycle, things get slightly more complicated. We know that since there are X notes per beats and Y beats, we have X times Y notes available per avartanam. This is just a simple multiplication. And what we want to do is divide these into X total groups. The reason being is that if in each group of matres, we only hold the note and then we make that note take up that number of spaces. That is, we essentially do what I was doing earlier with the 3 matre spaces, where rather than making it like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, we simply make it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we simplify that further into just 1, 2, 3, 4. If I do this for X total groups, then obviously I'll end up with X total notes actually being pronounced. Keep in mind, we're still having X by Y notes per avartanam. It's just that we're choosing to emphasize these notes in a different way. So when we do the math here, that is, we want to divide these notes into X total groups so that one note can take up the number of matres in that group. We'll end up with each group having Y spaces, Y matres. That's because X times Y divided by X is Y. So this gives us our X cycle, because since the X groups are evenly dividing the number of matres we have in the avartanam, every time your talam starts, you'll have a new cycle of X total notes, but you'll also have a new beat cycle of Y total beats. And these cycles are synchronized and overlap per each time unit, so that you end up with the X by Y polyrhythm you wanted. Now, this complicated math can be just simplified into a result, a theorem of sorts, if you will. And that is, suppose we took a talam of Y beats per cycle, And then you take the nade of X notes per beat. Sing the notes such that in the nade, each note will take up Y total notes. And then the key here is you only want to emphasize the note without emphasizing the spaces in the middle. So you basically, for example, for 5, rather than do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, you want to end up doing 1, 2, 3, 4. So this requires a bit of precision, but as you keep practicing, you'll get used to being able to count these spaces in your head and just get an intuition for where they end up landing. And the result that you'll get, as we just showed earlier, is an X by Y polyrhythm. So let's apply our theorem to a 5x3 polyrhythm. That is, we want a 5-note cycle overlapping a 3-note cycle, as I've shown here. What would you do? And feel free to answer this question in the chat. I'll give you, let's say a few seconds.
So are you saying that by 5x3 polyrhythm, you mean like the talam would be 5 beats, and then you'd be emphasizing every third note in that, or is it the other way around?
It's the other way around.
Okay, so you'd have a 3-beat cycle, like Rupa Talam,
You'd still be,
and then you would emphasize every 5th.
You'd emphasize every 3. If we go back,
okay.
You'd emphasize still every 3 notes. Your beats and the number of notes and every nth note that you're emphasizing is both determined by Y. X only determines how many notes you have per beat. So like your emphasis points and your number of beats are determined by Y, and then X is just how many total notes you're fitting in each single beat. So all right, I'm seeing a good answer already, and this is exactly what we want. 15 notes, you are correct. How do we divide these 15 notes? Well, what we do is we simply take 3 beats. That is, if we go back to our theorem, we want it to have Y beats per cycle. So we can take a simple 3-beat cycle, like let's say Rupa Talam, because that has 3 beats per cycle. And then we take a nade of X notes per beat. That is, in this case, 5 notes per beat, which translates to, reminder, Kanda nade. Now what we want to do is we want to emphasize each third note, because Y both determines, as I said earlier, the number of beats, as well as how many notes you're skipping before you start the next emphasis. So we want to emphasize every third note in Kanda nade Rupa Talam. Now what would this look like? Well, Kanda nade Rupa Talam can be demonstrated as follows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if I emphasized every third note, first off, let's just think about splitting these into groups of 3. This would end up with 5 groups, right? Because 5 times 3 is 15, divided by 3 is 5. So you would end up with 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I'm still doing the same nade. It's just that I'm counting in a different manner. This counting takes a while to get used to, but with practice, it'll be sort of internalized at some point. Now, what I want to do is I want to translate the remaining 2 spaces in each group to a comma, to 2 commas. So that'll be 1 group, 2 group, 3 group, 4 group, 5 group, 1 group, 2 group, 3 group, 4 group, 5 group, and now I finally just want to drop the commas entirely to actually give the effect of only saying the notes and not saying the spaces that I'm allotting in between. So this ends up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, da, 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 ki, da, 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 ki, da. And then we finally gotten the 5x3 polyrhythm that we wanted. Since this seems like a pretty good stopping point, since this can likely cause a lot of confusion. So does anybody have any questions?
Yes, I think in the YouTube chat, there's a lot of people who are starting to get it. So you were saying, so one of the questions was, so is this Kanda nade Rupa Talam?
This is Kanda nade Rupa Talam.
Right. Yeah. So I think so. The idea, I guess, to convey is that it's emphasizing that every third syllable in Kanda nade.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. So it looks like people were catching on to it. So that's great. Yeah. I don't see anything else. So yeah, feel free to continue. Oh, well, I guess one thing that I could comment on or ask is, I don't know if you're getting to this later on in your presentation, but could you also effectively double this speed, right? So instead of emphasizing, so if you take like and then you could just double that, right? Like
yes, that's exactly what the next slide is about.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to jump the gun on you. So yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
that's perfectly fine. This is a very interesting question, and there's like there's actually different ways you can approach it, a precision-based way and also sort of an intuitive way, and we'll get to that in the next slide. But basically, okay, it's good that people are sort of catching on. So just to recap, you can basically, if you're confused about what's going on here, you can just go back to this slide and keep rereading until you like convince yourself that this is the result, and maybe try to write out the math on your own to like understand it. Basically break this down and keep analyzing it until you finally get what's going on, and definitely like go and collaborate with your peers and ask for help and whatnot. So now that we've sort of derived what this theorem is and derived how we can use it, the question that Sanjeev posed, which is what we're going to be talking about next, is how do you want to do polyrhythms with faster nowadays, like 8x3? So I'm going to take a simpler example than the 5x3 one. So remember earlier we had a 4x3 polyrhythm, which was just Chatushra Nadi Rupaka Talam with every third matra emphasized, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. If I wanted to do faster nades, well, one obvious approach would be to just double the speed of the nade so that you have that many notes per beat. And the reason being is if you just do the math, since you want to make it to have like 8 notes every 3 beats, then this just ends up being an 8x3 polyrhythm. You can just translate it directly into the theorem we had earlier. So the way this would look like is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, naturally, when you do like Rupaka Talam, if I tell you to do 8 notes per beat, you're likely going to be like, that's extremely fast and very overwhelming. But when you actually do the divisions of 3 spaces, it ends up working out because you're only emphasizing every third note. So you're not doing as much work with like the singing and the recitation and whatnot. But at some point, this kind of visualization starts to get overwhelming. That is, you don't want to keep like, if you get to 16x3, you don't want to start counting out 16 notes per beat and then emphasizing every 3 beats. That'll be a nightmare. So what you'd like to do instead is sort of take a more fundamental polyrhythm that is just some polyrhythm scaled, that is just this polyrhythm that you're trying to achieve scaled by some factor of 2. So for example, taking the 8x3, what if we just scale that down to a 4x3? But we already know how to do the 4x3 polyrhythm. That's very simple. We just count out every 3 matras. 1, 2, 3, 4. But what we can do now is in the number of matras that we allot per note, we can simply fit 2 equally spaced notes into that same space. So you're basically doubling, you're still doing the doubling speed, but rather than thinking about it as actually doubling your nade, you're thinking about it as taking the space you've allotted in a more fundamental nade, in a more fundamental speed, and just dividing that space fractionally further, so that rather than having 1 note per space, you end up with 2 notes per space. And then for 16x3, you would end up with 4 notes per space, etc. So if I took the 8x3 polyrhythm now, the way you can look at it is instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you can look at it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you can see that this starts to get easier because it's more intuitive for you to think about this as how you're splitting up your number of beats rather than like trying to calculate things precisely. Precision is good, but only for like a more analytical understanding. At some point, you have to start like applying this stuff, right? So the name for this 4x3 series is called Chatushra Tishram. And generally, any X by Y polyrhythm can be named in this way. You substitute the name of the nade in the place of X, and you substitute the number of beats in your cycle as Y. So for example, for 4x5, you would call this Chatushra Kandam, because the 4 represents Chatushra and then the 5 represents Kandam, since Kandam means 5. Of course, when the base is 4, we just call this nade. The reason being is that what's happening when you're having a base of 4 is you're simply taking an existing nade and you're just doing a slower speed of it, or an even slower speed of it, or an even faster speed of it. So for example, for 5x4, a Kanda nade, as we know, is 5x1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5x4 would just end up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But since we've just taken the speed of Kandanare, that is our 5 notes per beat, and we've reduced it by a factor of 4, in Carnatic music, we can just call this Ati Kir Kalam Kandanare, because Kir means 1 speed lower, and Ati Kir means 2 speeds lower. So in this case, you can just still call this Kandanare because of the fact that you're not like doing any like more intricate fitting. You're just taking something that exists and changing its speed by a factor of 2. So it's rather still simplistic enough to understand. Now, the thing is that these are not new nades. As I emphasized earlier, Kandanare Rupakatalam with the Kanda Tirshram, that is the 5/3, was still just Kandanare Rupakatalam. What you're doing is you're just taking existing nades and differently emphasizing matras. And this is conceptually very important to understand because, it gives the right perspective on what we're doing here, and it doesn't like sort of derail from like the original place where this all started off. So for example, Chatushra Disham is still Chatushra Nade. All right, actually, before I go to the next part, I'd like to ask questions because here we're going to sort of translate to a more aesthetic kind of topic.
Oh yeah, there you go. There's a question in the chat. Does 2 speeds slower mean 1/4 speed?
Yes, exactly. Wait, 2 speeds slower means 1/4 speed, exactly, yes. Because you're just dividing by 2 each time.
I also had a question. So essentially the way I understand it, right, if you have an X by Y polyrhythm, you're essentially fitting X divided by Y notes per beat, right? So for like Chatusra Nade or Kanda Nade, that's just 5/1, so that's 5. And so one perspective I've heard from a lot of like, I guess, traditionalists, who, some people have like, they don't do these polyrhythms like Mridangists or singers, like, because like in the very like pure, in the olden days, these things, I guess, were not done as much, and it's a bit more of a recent invention. And so one sort of justification I've heard for why people don't do it is that they believe that there should always be an integer number of notes per beat. So with the traditional nades, 5/1, 4/1, anything divided by 1, you'll get an integer, right? But with these like 4/3 or 5/3, obviously you'll have like 1.3 or like 1.6 notes per beat. So they say that that's not really valid. So what would your response to that be?
Well, honestly, just like anything, what you do sort of depends on your school of thought. And I'm not gonna contest whether it's right or wrong to do this. I don't have the experience to like sort of go and establish a very concrete line of reasoning as to like this is completely justified and valid. But it's rather just like, again, it's just dependent on your body or wherever you come from. But I guess one thing you could say is, what we're doing here is definitely like in the practical sense fractional, like what you said, because normally mridangists wouldn't play like, sometimes they probably play, of course they can play like 8 notes per beat and 16 notes per beat, but like in the practical sense of what we sing, we don't usually sing that way, right? We don't do Rupakatalam and like start fitting Ati male kalam to the Shanare, because that's just not how, because we've sort of designed these measures of talam in a way that's very aesthetic and pleasing to sing. But if you look at what's fractional, rather you can just see it as at some point, or rather at some faster speed. It's not fractional at all. It's just you dividing things equally. So 8/3 can, yes, be thought of as you're taking 8/3 notes per beat. But in a more practical sense, in a more like analytical sense, if you looked at it as you just Rupakatalam has 8 notes per beat, all you're doing is you're just emphasizing every 3 spaces. So from one perspective, it is fractional. And yes, it is sometimes aesthetically not pleasing if not used correctly. And it does sort of like, and in that case, I definitely do agree that it should be used with caution and that it shouldn't be used in all contexts. But from another perspective, you're not looking at this as fractional. You're rather looking at it as you're just taking a certain nade, not necessarily a nade you would sing in a concert, and you're just dividing that nade to emphasize a certain number of matres each time. So from that perspective, this makes more sense. Again, it depends on your school of thought whether it's valid or not, but at least this is how I like learned to look at it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's exactly sort of how I've been told as well, how you have these two competing perspectives, one of which is a bit more easy to reconcile with like the traditional school of thought. So yeah, that's great. There is a quick question I think very related to this on the YouTube chat that says, so effectively for Chatusra Kandam, does each note take 16/5 matras?
Chatusrakandam, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So each note would end up taking, let me do this calculation quickly.
I think if I can jump in, I think it might be 5/16 matras, right? If you do like if you take the di ki da tom da di ki da tom, and then you made that 4 times as fast.
That would be Kanda Dishram, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that's Kanda Dishram. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I guess that would be correct if you look at it as 16/5. What did they say? 16/5 notes.
They said 16/5 matra. Sorry, so I guess for Chatusrakandam it would be more like what you were saying before, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That's what you meant by Chatusrakandam, right? So so there, each note is taking 5/4 matras, or like 5 matras basically, and then if you quadruple or make that twice as fast, that could be considered to be.
So it would be taking, in this case, it would be taking 4/5 of a note per beat, correct? If you looked at it from the perspective as one note is just the entire length of 5 that you were taking, right? So then 4/5 of that note finishes in the first beat, and then 1/5 finishes in the second beat because you have 1 matra left over. So if it was 16/5, I think it would be 2 speeds faster than this. So that would be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I'm sorry, I haven't really like calculated this out and like I sort of looked at it.
It's hard to answer these on the spot. I definitely understand that. Yeah, for sure. But yeah,
do the math. It should definitely work out to be something like that.
Yeah. So then he said, in other words, over a space of 16 matras, you have to fit 5 notes, ergo 16/5.
In a space of 16 matras, you have to fit 5 notes, ergo 16/5. I would think of it as rather in a space of 16, you're in a space of 5 beats, you're fitting 16 matras. Because that's exactly what's going on, right? Your base is 5 and your number of matras is 16. So in a space of 5 beats, you're fitting 16 matras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, and if there's a follow-up or anything, we can definitely do that later. But in the interest of time, yeah, feel free to move on. Yeah.
All right, thank you. These are very good questions. I'm glad that everybody's engaging very well with this topic. So now I want to go to some aesthetic aspects of this, and this is just something that I've found helps me, and something that I've like sort of developed iteratively for myself over time. This approach may be different per person and it varies on experience. So just treat this as like, this is what I found useful for myself. So what I thought of this is as 2 different levels of understanding. The first understanding that I had was a precision-based understanding, where you think about this first as the mathematical formula that I was describing earlier. That is, if you wanted to do 8/3, you would do at the male column to the Shringaram, or you do male column to the Shringaram, that is 8 notes per beat. And then you would make it so that each note takes up 3 spaces, so that you would end up with an 8/3 polyrhythm. And you do this in Rupagatanam, right? And then from there was actually another sub-level of understanding in precision. That is, I thought about this as you're taking a certain number of beats and you're just trying to fit a number of notes evenly into those beats. So you're just trying to look at this intuitively at the high level for what it is, rather than like trying to analyze the math behind it. So for example, for an 8/3, rather than like calculating it out, I would just look at it as like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And of course, when you start off, there's going to be like a lot of shifting and imprecision. So for that, I sort of used the double speed strategy that I was talking about earlier, right? Where I'd use this as like fitting 4 notes into 3 beats, which was pretty easy to sort of calculate out. And then just intuitively how to divide each of those spaces into 2 notes each. Now, what I'm basically trying to say here is that this is a more precision-based, conscious understanding of what's going on. And that is important to have when you're starting off the foundation. But over time, what I figured is that I wanted to graduate to a more flow-based understanding of what this is. That is, rather than think about this as fitting 8 notes into 3 beats, I wanted to think of the 8 notes as sort of having a rhythm, an adi talam of its own, if you will. And the 3-beat talam was just a vehicle for that. So it was this is sort of two rhythms flowing together, but each of them are going at their own pace, but they're both synchronized in a very elegant way. Of course, you don't want to like lose track of where your rhythm is and like forget that you're originally doing Chatusharnare. So this has to be also done with some caution. But the point is, when you get to this more aesthetic level of understanding, that is this more like fluid level of understanding of how polyrhythms work or how nares work, the singing becomes a lot more free and elegant, and you can do more like intricate patterns that sort of demonstrate the beauty of what you're doing. So it doesn't become a conscious exercise of fitting notes into beats, rather it becomes treating these beats as sort of having a flow of their own, treating these notes as having a flow of their own while the beats sort of accompany that. So for example, for 8x3, you could look at this as either 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is good for gaining a conceptual understanding. But graduating beyond, you'd probably like to get to a stage where you're doing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Something like that. Or if you're a vocalist, whatever that equivalent is. But basically, if you graduate to this more fluid level of understanding, you're able to create more elegance and more like fluidity in your polyrhythms. Sorry, that was slightly redundant. So the goal is to sort of get to the second level, right? And the way that I achieved this, and I think anybody would achieve this, is to practice and lots of practice. I mean, it took me like months to like just get the idea of Chatushartisham down and sort of like internalize it. You have to keep thinking about it in your head and keep experimenting and pondering with it all the time and seeing how else can I visualize this? How else can I visualize this? And of course, collaborate with other people. But a generally useful technique that helped me out in sort of transitioning to this flow was to first use the precision-based understanding to anchor myself. That is, think about 8x3 initially as fitting 8 notes per beat when you're starting the rhythm, so that you can ensure that things are actually going accurately and you're not just like ballparking what's going on. So when you're starting off like an 8x3 polyrhythm, like when you're singing Chatushartisham in your Kalpanaswarams, you might end up being like, so this is more of like a fitting based methodology. And as you're slowly sort of like flowing, as you're sort of getting used to this like new style of rhythm, you can then sort of transition to a fluid approach in that same concert, in that same period of time. So over time, you've anchored yourself properly, you understand what's going on, and then you can just end up being like, so basically you start off gaining the right pace, and then you sort of like let yourself flow once you found that pace, is what I'm saying. And this, I can basically just summarize everything I've said as the math should serve as an enrichment and a foundational understanding, and the presentation should sort of go beyond it. And this is sort of the perspective that I've adopted about polyrhythms, and it might be useful. And I think generally, like most of music works on this way, that the technical understanding is important, but your presentation should sort of like be an intuitive level above that. And this is what a lot of people who are like into Layam, a lot of people who have been experts in Layam and Vidwans in Layam have emphasized over time. A second point is that you should primarily use these to add flavor to music when it's appropriate. And this is sort of the disclaimer with anything in Carnatic music Layam. There's a lot of really crazy, mind-boggling stuff you can do. But if the presentation is compromised, then the musicians would conclude there's no point. Why would we do this? We should either find a better way to present it, or we should like just avoid doing it and keep it to like a nice rhythmic exercise rather. And as we'll see in future examples, there are really elegant ways of combining all these ideas while also keeping the complexity of polyrhythms. And that's what I want to demonstrate with the next slide. So let's go over some practical examples of how polyrhythms might be demonstrated. So there is a popular Tirupugar composed by Arunagirinathan and Raga Madhyamavati, and it's called Pakkare Vichitramani. And the structure goes something like this. Dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, taka, takyuta, ta. Dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, dim, takyuta, taka, takyuta, ta. So what happens is, since this is a 5-note based rhythm, what people tend to do is they treat this rhythm as taking a total of 20 notes per cycle. That is, they take every 4 divisions of 5 notes and treat that as one avartanam, or rather as one cycle. So it ends up being dim takita, dim takita, dim takita, dim takita ends up being like one avartanam, and then dim takita, taka takita tam ends up being another avartanam. And the reason this is useful is because you can sort of visualize a talam you can put for this in 2 different ways. The first way is, well, we know 20 is 4 times 5, and it can also be 5 times 4, but let's first look at 4 times 5. We can have 4 beats and then 5 notes per beat. This is Kandanade Chatushra Jati Ekatalam, right? Dim takita, dim takita, dim takita, dim takita. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for example, one of the lines might go like this, and I'm just going to say the structure. Dim takita, dim takita, dim takita, dim takita, dim takita, dim takita, dim. Takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita daga takita daga takita dim takita dim takita. So what we notice here? Well, this is essentially just Kandanade, right? We're doing Kandanade Chatushra Jati Ekatalam, fitting 5 notes into a beat. Very baseline what's going on. So what if we took our singing speed, that is the speed at which we're singing this entire thing, we kept that speed of singing the same. That is, if we completely let go of our talam, the number of the speed at which we're singing each note does not change throughout. That is, the entire time we're just doing dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita, regardless of what's going on with our talam. So let's basically say that the singing had its own independent speed. And let's suppose that we made the talam change to a different thing throughout. That is, we started off with this Kandanadi rhythm of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 4 times 5. But then we went to another rhythm, which was not 4 times 5, but rather 5 times 4. That is, rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we had 5 beats with 4 notes per beat. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And what we can do is we can just group these into 5s, right? So it'll end up instead being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are 2 different ways of singing the same piece, given the fact that we're treating 20 notes per cycle as the rhythm. And what we've done here is we've created 2 different polyrhythms. One of them is a Kandanade based, and the other one is Chatushranade based. And the way that Arunagirinath has composed this has made these lyrics and these notes conducive to this kind of experimentation. Now, what people tend to do is they intertwine these 2 rhythms, so that in one portion you're doing the Kandanade rhythm, and in the other portion you're doing the Chatushranade rhythm. The important thing is they sing the same speed, independent of what the talam is doing. And the talam just adjusts its speed and adjusts its nade appropriately to simulate the polyrhythmic effect you want. So for example, dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita taka takita dim. Dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita dim takita taka takita dim. What I've done here is I first took the 5/4 polyrhythm, and then later on, I changed that to just the 4/1 polyrhythm. So this is one of the interesting examples of experimentation. A slightly more challenging example that I'd like to give as an exercise to try is take Paridana Michite, the Chittaswanam in particular. This is set to Kanda Chapu. That is essentially 10 notes per beat, right? Sorry, 10 notes per avartanam. And try putting this Chittaswanam in Kanda Nade instead. So Kanda Nade, that is with each avartanam basically taking up 2 beats of Kanda Nade, because I would end up taking 10 notes in total. So rather than making it, you can end up making it what you can simulate with this is a 5/1 polyrhythm, and then also a 4/1 polyrhythm. The reason being is that when we put Kanda Chapu, we usually don't visualize it as actually being like Kanda Nade or a 5-based rhythm. We rather think of it as just taking Kanda Jati Ekatalam with 2 notes per beat, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then only emphasizing the first and the 3rd and the 4th beats. So rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Kanda Chapu ends up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So really, you can still think of Kanda Chapu as essentially being a 2/1 polyrhythm. It's just that you put the talam to emphasize certain beats and make the division's more clear and more elegant. And then rather you're changing this polyrhythm now into a 5x1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'd like you to just take this rhythm and do the same thing we did with Pakara Vichitramani. That is, sing at the same speed, but transition your talam from Kanda Chapu to Kanda Nadi seamlessly, so that even though your singing speed is the same, your talam speed is adjusted appropriately. So what this would look like is now, again, I like to emphasize, in each of these, the lyrics and the notes are conducive to the rhythms presented. And this is really important because it ties back into the aesthetics earlier. Before we transition to the next segment with Radhika, are there any questions?
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to put it in the chat, either the YouTube or the Zoom chat. I don't see anything right now, so you guys can move on. Just keep in mind there's about 15 minutes left.
All right, thank you. Oh, wait. So I just like to I'll just demonstrate for a few seconds what. So Bharat Sundar is composer to Jujavanti Tilana, and this is an example of a really well used polyrhythm, and I like to just demonstrate a few seconds of it to show what's going on. So just to demonstrate quickly what he did in syllables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What he's basically done here is a 5x2 polyrhythm, right? That is, essentially, he took Adi Talam and he divided it into cycles of 2 beats. And in each beat, he fit 5. In each 2 beats, he fit 5 notes. So this ended up being a 5x2 polyrhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is exactly just what Kanda Nade is to musicians, except in Nakir column, because you're doing it at half the speed. And what I wanted to emphasize was that he's incorporated this tilana and this like rhythm so elegantly into this composition. It complements and it adds flavor. And this is what we strive to do in our music. So this is just what I wanted to use as an emphasis to that. Now I'd like to hand it off to Radhika for her presentation.
Thanks, Joshua. I'm going to share my screen. All right. Can you all see? All right. So essentially, in Hindustani classical music, the exact same principles of polyrhythm apply. You can take a talam of like Y beats and fit X notes per beat. And that same division and that same mathematics and the same theorems we talked about can apply. Today, I'll be discussing about how the tal structure and the bandish structure in Hindustani music creates some really beautiful and intricate use cases for polyrhythms in Hindustani music. I'll start with a few basic terms in Hindustani tals. So a matra is a beat and vibhag is like a section of the tal. So in this case, matra is dhin and vibhag is dhin na, or dhin dhin na is another vibhag, tin na is another vibhag. And the whole cycle is called one avartan. And some elements of tal, so I'm taking jap tal as an example. This is a 10-beat cycle. So this is kind of a Hindustani Khanda Chapu talam, if you will, an equivalent. And the tal goes like dhin na, dhin dhin na, tin na, dhin dhin na. And where I'm giving the tali is kind of like the emphasis. Dhin na, dhin dhin na, and kali, tin na, dhin dhin na. And so why does this vibhag, why does this division of the matras matter? Well, it matters because this is how you can characterize the tal. Like for instance, jhap tal has a vibhag of like 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3. This is a 10 beat tal, but sul tal is also a 10 beat tal, and the division is actually like 5 times 2, like 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. So this division provides structure. It provides some restraint, but it also gives another perspective of how you can look at different divisions of tal and play with the tal. Also, Aracho tal is like another example of a really like interesting and like equally divided tal, but at the same time, the bowl and that vazan of the tal, that kind of division, that kind of rhythmic flow of the tal comes into play. And understanding that just can make your music much more beautiful and integrate, and you can take advantage of this like mathematical understanding. So for instance, an example of tal subdivision, we can think of jhap tal, dhin na, dhin dhin na, din na, dhin dhin na, as a 10 beat cycle. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Or you could also think of it as 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3. Or you can think of it as 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. But the thing is that division and where you place the emphasis changes, so that will change what you are trying to portray or trying to convey through your music, and that gives some variety. And I know Shashwat talked a lot about like polyrhythm from a mathematical and a very like tal oriented perspective, but from a vocal perspective in Hindustani classical music, the same things can apply. In one beat, you can put 2 notes. In one beat, you could put 3 notes. One beat, you could put 4 notes. So like dugun, tigun, chogun, we see this quite commonly. But one example of where maybe some nuance comes in Hindustani classical music is in this concept of vibhag and tal, where you can do polyrhythms within a vibhag in a tal. So I'll give an example of that. So for instance, in jhap tal, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear my tabla, but in either case, you can count along with me. So din na, din din na, din na, din din na. So if I take an example like taking 1 note per 1 beat, let's start there. Mi sa re ma. What if I want to do a polyrhythm within the second vibhag where that din din na occurs? Then I would do mi sa re ma, or mi sa re ma ma pa. These are just some like nice easy examples that I'll start out with to show that within basically we're treating the din din na, that basis of 3, as your base beat cycle, and over that you're fitting X number of notes within that. But because it's within a vibhag, you can alternate between going back and forth between your traditional like ekpat and these different dukpat, tippat, different polyrhythms essentially, very seamlessly. And another great example of using this would be in a whole avartan. For instance, in elaboration, the idea in Hindustani classical music is to use the anchor of a bandish, do improvisation and come back to the bandish, and also to use the words in itself to do some laikari, some rhythmic interplay. And so I'll give an example of that, of how polyrhythms can be applied to that. Jaane deri mohe jaane de. So the line itself, actually, if you count, goes with the vibhavs of Jhaptal, 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3. And now I'm gonna show some improvisation. So Jaane de, Jaane de, Jaane de ra. And I show the sum again. So in that sense, you can use this very seamlessly within your akar, within your tans. You can use it in a whole avartan cycle. And this is one of the ways that polyrhythms really beautifully presents a way to expand in Hindustani classical music. And I'm going to just go over, maybe in the interest of time, I will skip this example, but this is similar to how, maybe I can play a few seconds of it. Let's see. Can you hear my audio?
I don't think so. You may have to share sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe in the interest of time, I'll skip this. But essentially, it is the same idea in an instrumental perspective where you use a mukra to pick up, and you can do like layering of like a tishra jati over a basic teen tal, and sing the composition in like tishra jati, and then do improv within it. Feel free to ask me any questions later, like email me if you have any questions. And lastly, I really would like to conclude with this polyrhythm masterpiece. This really is a great example of how like you can learn to count tals and learn to see the polyrhythms and where the rhythms and divisions overlap, because you can have the speeds of different tals playing together. And I'm going to show ek tal, matta tal, and teen tal, and Pandit Tal Yogi Suresh Talwalkar ji has done this and recited them all at once. Let's see if there's a way. Okay.
You may have to stop sharing and then start sharing again to share your sound, but we can see if it works. Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Let's see.
मत्ता ताल कहता हूँ धा तत धागी न धा तिरकट धा घे ना ते ना कत्ता धे ना 1 18 मात्रा. इधर चलेगा 3 ताल, इधर चलेगा 1 ताल, और मुंह से मत्ता ताल. देखिए तीनों की खाली एक जगह, तीनों की सम एक जगह. देखिए, और इसको घुमाऊंगा. ये देखिए धा तत धागे न धा तिरकट धा घी ना ती ना कत्ता धे ना धा तत धागे न धा तिरकट धा घी ना ती ना कत्ता धे ना धा दिन दा दिन दा धा तिन ता दिन दा धा दिन दा दिन दा धा तिन ता दिन दा धा तत धागे न धा तिरकट धा घी ना ती ना कत्ता दिन धागी तिरकट तू ना कत्ता धागे तिरकट ना धा तत धागे न धा तिरकट धा घी ना तू ना कत्ता धागी तिरक धी ना da tat da ge na da tere ke da
Now he switched
ge
back to
na
like the
tu
ta.
da tin tin ta ta din din da da tat da ge na da tere ke da ge na tu na ka ta da ge na din din na din din na din din na tin tin na da din din da tat.
So this is, I mean, this is so masterful. It's very extremely difficult to comprehend how these styles fit together, but it's a matter of working out the math. It's a matter of practicing, and it's hopefully, I'm not an expert. I'm just a student and a Rasika of music, so all of this is just purely based on my observations and listening, and hopefully gives you another perspective to, as a listener and as a Rasika of music, to just enjoy classical music more. And I'll hand it over to Shashwat for describing the Western applications.
Thank you, Radhika. So the first example that I like to look at in the Western applications, that is revisiting where we started off originally, is by Frederick Chopin, a very famous pianist, and he's known for like incorporating polyrhythms very masterfully in his compositions, from what I've heard. So yeah. And the transition to the text. Thank you. Okay, so this was Chopin's etude. I don't know if I pronounced that correct. Number 2 in A flat major. What's basically going on is your 3-2 polyrhythm. The left hand is playing the lower notes, and it is playing a 2-note cyclical rhythm. That is 1, 2, 1, 2. And into these 2-note cyclical rhythms, he's fitting 3 notes. That is triplets. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And he's done this with so much flavor and variety that it really sounds elegant and nice. And you can see how he varies the speed and like gives different flavors of the same polyrhythm throughout this excerpt, which we've shown. And again, we can do this too. This is just Kirka dictionary, right? Or 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then you can like put it faster in order to get the same effect because we're just fitting 3 notes into 2 beats. Second example. Actually, we can skip past this in the interest of time and go to exercises.
There is a question on the YouTube chat, if that's okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So it says, how does a tabla player help you as the singer when you are incorporating polyrhythms?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think one of the hallmarks of Hindustani music is tal baddha. So it's, the tal is essentially fixed, and the tabla player like helps to keep that kind of fixed cycle. But I would say that in an interaction between like a singer and a tabla artist on stage, like you know, there could be interlacing. There is an opportunity for like interlacing polyrhythms where both the tabla player, like for instance in Teen Tal, decides to do like a tippat, and over that a singer can choose to do like a patpat, so they're fitting in like basically 5 notes within like 16 beats, or patterns of 5 within 4 notes, but the tabla player is actually playing in 3. So there is definitely this opportunity of polyrhythms in that case. But there is this like maybe mental constant of like 4 that's going on in the head, and like kind of keeping everything together. And I think that's what the bandish, and that's what the these kind of bandish and tal structures kind of provide, where you go and do some improvisation and then you come back to this structure. Yeah. the opportunities are endless with polyrhythms.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I don't think there are, let's check real quick. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else on YouTube. So yeah, go ahead.
Just some general exercises to kind of help get used to this idea of multiple rhythms going on at once. There's this idea that if you could use words and syllables and to train your mind. So for instance, you could use like bumblebee, a 3-syllable word, and kind of split it over like 4 counts. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, bumblebee, bumblebee, like that. Or you could also use like hippopotamus for 5. Practice switching between the different polyrhythms is also another general exercise like that has been talked about a lot, like ni sa sa re ma ma pa, 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 ni sa sa re ma 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 pa ga ma pa ma re sa. And I think this is actually really commonly used in dance and Hindustani classical music. And then lastly, listen actively for polyrhythms and music around you. You know, they don't just exist in classical music. They exist in like pop songs. They exist in like music on the radio, even elevator music when we get the chance to go back inside a building outside of our house. Yeah, I think just enjoy and like critically listen to all sorts of music. And I'll pass it to Shashwat.
Yeah, just a quick exercise to try out. Singavarnam and Chatushtratisham. That is basically using a basis of 16 by 3. That is essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, Varnams and Adi Talam are essentially just 2 avartanams of this because they have 32 total matras, and each avartanam here would have 16 total matras. So try singing a Varnam in its Tirikalam and Melkalam speed. That is in Chatushtratisham. When the male comes speed, it's and then try to make it so that in singing a standard Aditalam song, maybe you can try to switch somewhere into Rupakatalam into one of the avartanams while keeping the singing speed the same. So the same exercise I was talking about earlier, where you keep the singing speed the same and then just change the talam into Rupakatalam. So you're simulating Chatushtratisham while in fact you're not changing anything about how fast you're singing the song. So like etc. And I'll pass it to Radhika.
Yeah.
For last one.
Similarly, like you can sing a bandish in dugun or tigun to start out with. And for instance, this actually is used a lot in tumri bandishes. And like for instance, Bara jori nahi re kanai paniya bharana gagari mori girai. Paniya bharana gagari mori girai, 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 bara jori nahi re. So like something like that, where I used Dugun first and then I used Digun for my coming back to the Mukra of the Bandish. These are just some ideas for you to try out. With that, we really like to thank you all for joining us today. I hope that you all got out a really meaningful way to look at music. And a special thank you to Ujjaini and Swathi who helped us put this presentation together. And also a huge shout out to Michigan Sahana for giving us an opportunity to nerd out a little bit with polyrhythms.
Yeah, thank you all for coming and listening today. We really appreciated this opportunity to present this very vast and expansive topic.
Yeah, phenomenal job, guys. I really enjoyed this. I think it was really nice, diving really deep into the technical aspect, but then still maintaining that aesthetic perspective is really important. And I think you guys conveyed that brilliantly. So yeah, and I see that the slides have been posted, like you guys shared a link to the slides. We'll share that in the YouTube chat as well, so people have access to that. So now, thank you, Shashwat and Radhika, really appreciate it. So now we actually have, for the next about 1 hour or 50 minutes approximately, we have performances by 3 schools that are Princeton Swara for a Carnatic performance, UTD Jwala for a dance performance, and Duke Sangeet for a Carnatic performance. And so we'll be taking a break from the presentations and now sharing these performances with you right here on the same link. So I invite you to all continue watching and enjoy those performances. Thanks again.
Yeah, so I am just going to go ahead and start that stream, but please stay tuned and we'll get that started absolutely right now.
Our first performance of the day will be a classical music performance by Princeton Swara from Princeton University.
Shringaram Yuvatim Shrikatim Shringaram Yuvatim Shrikatim Shringaram Yuvatim Shri Janani Bade Shringaram Yuvatim Shri Guru Janani Valde Maya Shobha Sadanam Rimkaram Vijakarayavadanam Hiranyamani Maya Shobha Shaunakadi Sadaradinam Shudatam Prapanidadastitam Kadya Shodara Sagasra Kalasham Bishekam Modam Suragitam शुकशौनकादि सदा राधितां शुद्धतां प्रपन्नीतटस्थितां 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 शुकशौनकादि सदा राधितां तदनि दनि दाद पबद पद पाप मगम मम शुकशौनकादि सदा तदनि दनि 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 दम पद पाप दप गम पम मदप मगम शुकशौनकादि दनि दप म बदनि दप म बद सनि दप म बदनि सरि गनि सरि दनि स पद सनि दप म शुकशौन गम पम गरि सरे गम गरि गम पद दप म गम बदनि दप म बदनि सरि गरि सत्तनि दप गरि सत्त शुकशौन नि सरि गरि सनि द बदनि सरि गनि सरि धनि स बदनि म बदनि स गरि सनि धरि सनि द ब सनि द ब म शुकशौनकादि द नि द बदनि द नि द ब नि द नि द ब म बदनि द ब म बद सनि नि द ब म बदनि सरि गरि नि स धनि नि द ब म बद बदनि द नि सनि सरि सरि गरि सनि द बद धनि नि स सरि रि गरि रि सनि द बद धनि नि स सरि सनि द ग म म बद धनि सरि गरि सनि द नि सति सा सनि द ब म बद पद ब म ग म शुकशौनकादि सदा राधितां शुद्धतां प्रपन्नीतटस्थितां शुकाद्यष्टोदर सहस्र कलशाभिषेकामोदां सुरकितां शङ्करयुवतीं श्री गुरु गजननी वन्दे शोभिल्लु सप्त स्वर शोभिल्लु gari sa ma ma ni pa ma gari sa sa ni pa ma gari sa ni pa ni sa ga ma pa ni sa ni pa ni sa gari sa ma gari sa ni pa ni sa gari sa ma gari sa ni pa ma ni ma pa sa ni pa ma ni sa gari sa ga ma pa ni so sapta swara sundarula baju bare manasa
जगदोधारण अडिश्निदल शोधा जगदोधारण अडिश्निदल शोधा जगदोधारण
Our next performance of the day will be a classical dance performance performed by UTD Jwala from the University of Texas at Dallas.
Hire more people to watch the traditional styles.
Devadasis are temple dancers to whom which the Indian classical dance form of Sagara originally belonged to. They devoted their lives to dancing for the gods in the temples of South India. Our story starts as a group of Devadasis are dancing for Lord Rama. They are then confronted by the invading British, who disgrace the Devadasis' sacred tradition and tag it in immoral practice. The Devadasis are mentally abused by the British, and some are left with physical impairments, such as blindness, amputations, and wounds. The British imprison the Devadasis and strip them of all they have. Right before surrendering themselves to their horrid circumstances, the Devadasis hear a familiar tune that revives their love and strength for their Lord Rama. With this spirit, they dance to bring themselves together while pushing away their sorrows and limitations. Using this courage, they fight for their freedom and are victorious. Rejoicing, they go back to their long-standing tradition of seva through dance. However, instead of in a temple sanctuary, they find themselves on performance stages. UTD Jwala presents Sangeet.
எழிலுடைய
our classical segment. Please join me in giving all of our classical teams a huge round of applause. But don't go anywhere, because the show isn't over yet.
Our final performance of the day will be a classical music performance by Duke Sangeet from Duke University.
Thank you. Takadim tadim nadradim tatom tradim Dirana tana dirana takadim tadim nadradim tatom tradim Dirana tana dirana takadim tadim nadradim tatom tradim Diranatana 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 takadim tadim nadradim tatom tradim Nagradani tom tradim Nagradani tom tradim Tarigidadim, tarigidadim, tarigidadim Janutadim, dirana, dirana Nagradani tom tradim Tarigidadim, tarigidadim, tarigidadim Janutadim, dirana, dirana Nagradani tom tradim Tarigidadim, tarigidadim, tarigidadim Janutadim, dirana, dirana Nagradani tom tradim Tarigidadim, tarigidadim, tarigidadim Janutadim, dirana, dirana Takidatadim, tanakatalangadim Takadim, tanang takadim Tanang takadim, tanang takidatadim Tanakatalangadim Takadim, tanang takadim Tanang takadim, tanang takadim Tadim nadradim, tanom tradim Dirana takadim tadim nadradim tatom tradim Tanjam ilpadam dayalayini Anjel nararabodarulmai Tanjam ilpadam dayalayini Nararabodarulmai Tanjam ilpadam dayalayini Anjel nararabodarulmai Kunjam Imari pamagari, paparidapa, imapanisa, idadim, idapa, dagadim, dagadam, daganam, dagasari, salidapa, magari, salida, sarikita takadim. Imari pamagari, paparidapa, imapanisa, idadim, idapa, dagadim, dagadam, daganam, dagasari, salidapa, magari, salida. Mariri pamamari, papasanidhi, mama papanidhi, papanidhi, isagari takadim, dini tagatari kitadim. takadimi tarikita takatarikita takadi imari pamagari mapani dapa imapani sa hidadi nidapa takadim tigajam daganam dagasari rizani dapa magari sanita mariri pamamani papa sani dim dim mama papa ni dim dim papa ni dim isagari takadim dimi takadari takadim takadimi takadari takadim tarim nadati takodi viranadana giranada kadim takodi takodi
Hello, everyone. Thank you for all of those wonderful performances. We are now going to continue with the presentations for the rest of the day.
All right, hi everyone. Our next presenter is Shama Iyer of Buckeye Bhairavi from Ohio State University. They will be discussing Bhava Rasa theory in dance. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. If you're on Zoom, use the Q&A function to ask any questions that you have. And if you'd like to elaborate, please feel free to also use the raise hand function and then you can talk. If you're watching the YouTube live stream, then please drop your comments and questions in that chat and we'll make sure that they all get answered. So I am now going to hand it off to Shama.
Hi, everyone. That was so beautiful. The performances that just happened too. So is there a way, Divya, that I can see the other people in the room?
We have it on like a webinar platform, so not really, no.
Okay. So if they do want to participate, I can still hear, can I hear them or?
Yeah, if they raise their hand, then we'll like let them unmute so they can ask any questions.
Amazing, because I wanted to keep this kind of interactive.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. Okay, so my name is Shama Iyer, by the way. I am a grad student at OSU, and this is kind of part of my thesis project right now. And it is a very expensive, crazy topic. I've been studying it for about a year, and I still know there's much to learn here. So please excuse me if I misspeak anything, because as I research, there's always more to learn. So I just want to put that out there at the beginning. So before I get into really theoretical, crazy stuff, I just wanted to ask a question. Can any of you describe a moment while watching any performance, Indian classical dance music, or not, any sort of performance that particularly stands out to you, something that you remember and maybe why you might remember that moment? Please feel free to raise your hand and share. So the question is, a moment in a performance, witnessing a performance that really stands out to you, maybe how you felt at that moment.
For me, I definitely think when it comes to like a very obvious culmination, like, and it's generally not even at the end, but there's like a moment when you can tell the performer is really like giving it their all, and it's an important moment for them and for the story. And I think that's a really important part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Any specific time? I'm thinking of, there was one part in when I was in India, and one trip I took, and I was watching a play called Nagaratnama, and it was in Kannada. I don't know Kannada very well at all, and I didn't understand the language, and yet I remember a moment, it was towards the end of the play, when I was just transported. You can feel all of those little like nerves on your body just tingling when you're experiencing some performance. Anybody else want to share anything?
Yeah, for me, I think I had a moment like that kind of early on when I first started learning Bharatanatyam, and my teacher performed dance to Taya Yashoda, like one of our performances. And I always loved that song, and I hadn't really seen my teacher perform before. And it was like very special. I can't pinpoint like a certain moment in the performance, but it was, yeah, that was like one of the moments where I felt very transported.
So that's just really cool. So anybody else want to share? Now is your time to shine and speak up. Okay, well, that little moment that Divya was talking about, that she shared with us, that is what Rasa is. It's this moment when you are so engrossed and so enlivened by what art you are taking in, that it's a kind of feeling that can't quite be put into words, maybe. And it's not a feeling that's of this world sometimes. It's just a feeling that's inescape, that's like just an escape of this world almost. So we're going to be discussing Bhava and Rasa theory and a lot about those kinds of moments, those emotionally transcending moments. And I'm going to be doing like a little bit of history, and I'm going to do it in a fun way. And also just share a few ways the theory is being used and examined in our current times or our past 100 years, which is relatively new in relation to this theory. So I'm going to just start out with a video. So I know we all thought, maybe, I hope all of us thought about a moment when we were engrossed in dance or music. Now I would like for you to approach the way you're thinking to watching this performance. And this is definitely a performance jam-packed with emotion. And maybe we can discuss after we watch this performance about what kinds of emotions we were feeling when we were watching Srimati Geeta Chandran perform. This is an Ashtapadi, and it is by Jayadeva. And it's narrating the Radha's love for Krishna. She's telling her Saki about her basically her experience with Krishna the night before, how she loves him and how she misses it, I guess. All right. So can we share what emotions do you think what emotions did you notice that Srimati Geeta Chandran might have portrayed? Can you give any examples?
I personally definitely think there was a lot of Shringaram and also like Adbhuta, like a lot of shock and almost like a happy surprise. And I felt like I was also transported to that scenario and feel like I'm feeling the same emotions as her as she's portraying them.
Can you think of any like specific gestures? Do you remember anything that you were like, oh, that's Shringaram?
I think there was a lot of like downwards looks and maybe to the side that definitely portrayed that emotion. That
She did something like this, right? Like that was like this, and that was I wrote that down too. There was like a definite sense of shyness that was so cute and it's like makes you smile. Maybe anybody else? There's definitely a lot of Shringaram in this one. We'll talk about Shringaram more for those of you who don't know. I know I noticed there was a little bit of the moment when she was Krishna, right? She was also showing Krishna coming and pulling her towards him. And at that point, she was embodying a different emotion, right? She wasn't doing sort of the shy stuff, but she was being more upright, maybe a little more pride, viram in her expression. So all of this stuff that we're talking about, anybody else want to share? You have 5 seconds to raise your hand. I'm counting to 5.
I believe there's a question in the Zoom Q&A function.
Oh,
and
okay.
I can relay that to you. It's an anonymous attendee said, could you actually elaborate on what Shringaram actually is? Because I think this person is not a dancer.
Yes, for sure. And I'm going to be getting into Shringaram in a bit. So I'm going to leave it right now and I'll say it's love. Like sometimes erotic, sometimes romantic, but love in whatever sense you want to take that. And in this episode, when we were saying this dancer was portraying love, Shringaram, she was doing so maybe like she's blushing. So therefore you can tell she's in love. She's displaying Shringaram. And the similar way when I said Krishna might be showing Viram, then he might be showing Viram, which is pride. So these are Sanskrit words that mean kind of like love equals Shringaram, Viram equals pride. So similarly, so they're just Sanskrit terms to talk about emotion, which we're going to be getting into later. But I just wanted to show this as in like a way to invite us into Bhava and Rasa. So those emotions, Shringaram, Viram, they are what she was portraying. And Anjani, you mentioned Shringaram as what she was portraying. Now we're going to be talking a little bit about the difference between Bhava and Rasa in this presentation. I don't want to play that again. All right. Oopsies. Uh-oh, sorry. I don't know what I did. Okay, present. Okay. But I want to come back to the Bhava Rasa theory, right? And talk a little bit more about Bhava and Rasa. So Bhava and Rasa, they first appear in the Vedas, but not quite as the sense that we want them to appear. They're more like medicinal descriptors. And later, in the Gupta period, around 200 to 500 CE, we see the development of Sanskrit drama. Sanskrit drama is a very connected with the Bhava Rasa theory. So the Bhava Rasa theory comes out of this period where Sanskrit drama was really flourishing. And Sanskrit was becoming very popular at this time. There was the Sanskrit grammar Panini, that standardization of the language, it allowed people from the whole subcontinent of India to be talking about similar subjects. So if someone from the southern region of India would be saying something about discourse on Bhava Rasa theory, the person from the north could also comment upon that, because it was this one language that all of these scholars could converse in. So you see this Sanskrit drama as this mode of performance at this period. And in this period is when we see the Natya Shastra becoming really proliferated. And for those of you who know the Natya Shastra, this is going to be maybe some repetition, but Natya Shastra is a super important resource for the Bhava Rasa theory. But we have to acknowledge there are some big questions we don't know about this text. We know that it is complete and that it is accessible because there are so many translations. So we know the details of what is in the Natya Shastra, but other than that, we don't really know. There are theories that there are many authors to it, that people collected all the information put out by the sage Bharata Muni and then compiled it into what we now call the Natya Shastra. And there's also another version where maybe it was Bharata Muni who himself wrote this text. We just don't really know. And it's also, we have to be cognizant when we talk about Bhava Rasa theory that this is one of our only texts. And we know that there were many more, but unfortunately, this is our only text that we have today. So all of our basis of the knowledge, all of the things that I'm going to tell you about Bhava Rasa theory are coming from this one resource, mostly. All the other resources are just, mentioned here and there. They're not complete. They're commented upon in some other text slightly, but the Natya Shastra is there in pretty much its full form. And this text was disseminated orally, so it's not like a book that you would go to the library for thousands of years. It was just something that a teacher would speak aloud, and the student would memorize it and pass it on. So that's how we have retained this text. So chapter 6, 7, and 8 in the Natya Shastra are what describe Bhava and Rasa. So, what is Bhava Rasa theory? What is Bhava and Rasa? We had a little bit of discussion. We talked about that moment in the auditorium, the moment when we're watching art as Rasa. We talked a little bit about Geeta Chandran's performance and the emotions she was displaying. So that is what Bhava Rasa theory is. But let me get into a little more details of it. So we're going to go more into the Shringaram, Viram, all that stuff that I was mentioning. So let's start with the Bhava. Okay, so Bhava is actually a word in Sanskrit that has nothing to do with performance. It just means being or existing, I guess. And in terms of this context, in the Natya Shastra, Bhava is used basically to be in a state, to be in a state of emotion, basically. So you're not just being yourself, but you're being something that is expression. And the way I'm going to approach Bhava first, when I'm explaining it to you guys, is that it is going to be expressed by the performer or the art. So basically, what Geeta Chandran was doing was Bhava. She was displaying love, and when she was Krishna, she was displaying maybe pride, and those were Bhavas. Today, we use this term Bhava and Rasa very interchangeably, and maybe we can make some guesses as to why that is later. But for now, I'm going to kind of separate it out in terms of Bhava is for the performer, and Rasa is for the spectator, okay, for now. And the Natya Shastra is very specific about how we play with Bhava. There's basically four types of Bhava here: Sthayi Bhava, Vyabhichari Bhava, Vibhava, and Anubhava. Sthayi Bhava is that saturated emotion, the most obvious emotion that you're going to be getting from that whole segment of the work. And they are delineated into 8 specific bhavas. We have, so you can look on the side, I made them color coded to the color that the Natya Shastra also says. So you have Rati, and you have Hasa, Soka, Krodha, Utsaha, Bhayanaka, Jugupsa, and Vismaya. And they each equal. Rati's passion, Hasa's joy, Soka is sorrow, Krodha is fury, Utsaha, heroism, Bhayanaka, fear, Jugupsa, hate, Vismaya is astonishment. And of course, these are like loose translations. You're going to see a million different translations by a million different people if you like researched into this field. But I think these words kind of capture these emotions well. So those are my 8 Sthayi Bhavas. So everyone keep this all in mind, because there's going to be a game at the end of this. Then we have Vyabhichari Bhavas. Vyabhichari Bhavas are the transitioning emotions. So they're the step down from Sthayi Bhava. They're the little emotions that pop up in and out between that Sthayi Bhava. So let's think about Geeta Chandran's performance. I would say that her Sthayi Bhava was Rati, passion or love. But we also saw, Anjani, you mentioned Adbhuta, right? Which actually translates as Vismaya in the Bhava chart. So there were moments of Vismaya, there were moments of astonishment, there were moments of little bit of anxiety, there were moments of maybe like longing. So any descriptor, any adjective word here works. All of those little adjectives, those are Vyabhichari Bhavas. They aid and substantiate your Sthayi Bhava on stage. Vibhava is the context of your performance, so the emotional context. So again, going back to the performance, Geeta Chandran's performance, what was around her? What was going on? She was talking to her friend. Her friend was inciting her to say all this stuff about her love for Krishna and the time she had last night, and that maybe there were flowers around her. Maybe she's sitting in a garden. Maybe she has like little animals that are coming around. Those are all her vibhavas. This world and this setting and the scenery that is creating the emotion that she's living in. And all of that has emotion, right? The things around you themselves have emotion, and those are imbibed by you when you perform. Finally, the last one, Anubhava. Anubhava is the emotion that is attached to gesture and to the voice and to the face. So this outward, the things that are coming out of you, they have emotion. If I did this, that's going to have one emotion. But if I did this, that's going to have one emotion, right? So Anubhava is the emotions attached to simply what you do and what you say. If I whispered something, that's going to have one emotion. And if I scream something, something's going to have an emotion. So those are your Anubhavas. So a little review here. Sthayi Bhava are one of the 8 bhavas, okay? The 8 bhavas equal Sthayi Bhava. Vyabhichari Bhavas, the transitioning emotions, what's appearing in and out beneath that Sthayi Bhava. Vibhava are the emotions that are coming in from around you, from your setting, from what just happened, from the other characters in the scene. And finally, Anubhava, which is the emotion coming from your body and your voice. And a little tidbit, as I said, this is from the Sanskrit drama period. In the Sanskrit drama period, the actors were singers and dancers and actors all at the same time. So for them, expressing bhava through the voice was just as important as expressing bhava through the body. So just a little thing to remember.
That
So
was
now,
a super interesting slide. We had a few questions about it.
Oh, yes, of course. So sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you. That was really interesting. And one person was wondering about the sthayi bhavas, if jugupsa was hate or disgust. Someone had a question about that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, it is discussed as well. As I said, the translations are very loose, and I made these translations for a particular reason. So yes, we do know jugupsa as disgust, and that translates to what is it called? Bhibatsya is disgust, right? So yeah, jugupsa is disgust as well. There are 100 different ways you can translate these words for sure. Any other questions?
Thank you. Yeah, there was one more. How do the 8 bhavas relate to the 9 navarasas? Are they essentially the same or interchangeable, or does this relate to the distinction between bhava and rasa?
Yes, great question. Great question that I'm going to answer or try to answer very soon. So I'll leave that for now. Anything else?
I think that was it. But yeah, if anyone wants to like raise their hand and ask a question at any point, feel free.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to go on, and this is going to be another thing. So everyone be ready to raise your hand again, because I'm going to have, let's watch this little episode, and then you guys can decide what the sthayi bhavas are. What are the vyabhichari bhavas? What are the vibhavas, and what are the anubhavas? So keep all of that stuff in mind, and then watch this little clip, and we'll talk about what we think they're doing. All right. So I'm going to go back to the last slide so we can look at that list. But raise your hand and give your case for why or which bhava you think was the most saturated. Which is the sthayi bhava for that scene?
I think Meghna has her hand raised. If one of the moderators want to give her speaking powers.
I don't, okay, now it's raised. Cool. Yes.
Hi, yeah. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. I think the Sai Baba that's the most present is Krodha, because they seem like they're very much attacking each other and there's a lot of fury going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can definitely see that one. So what do you think the Vyabhichari bhavas would be? So what are the, like, did you notice any other small little emotions?
Maybe I guess with Saha, because there's like they're trying to be prideful towards one another, and they're trying to show that they're more heroic by asserting dominance over each other.
Yeah. Yeah, great. And there's obviously no wrong answer here. So I was just asking because I'm curious, because I think everyone experiences and looks at emotion differently. So cool. Thanks, Meghna. Yep. Anybody else? So that's kind of what I was also going for, or what I thought. I thought of Krodha too. I did see there's a case for even heroism. And I think there's a little bit of wonder and awe. And remember, Vyabhichari bhavas, there are actually 33 Vyabhichari bhavas. I didn't put the huge list here. But in the Natya Shastra, there are 33, which it's like more a wider range, little emotions. So I could see a case for of awe and excitement and maybe even a little bit of disgust. So there's a lot of ways you can think about emotion on stage and talk about it. And I'm just for sake of time, we can skip the Vibhava and Anubhava part. But I would say that Vibhava obviously is this battle, that there are these characters and there's an emotional energy attached to the situation and the story, the Jagat Janani story that's going on. And Anubhava, obviously, I think even Meghna mentioned that they're very clearly very impassioned. They're flying around, taking weapons and holding it, and that's got a big energy to it and a big emotion as well. All right, let's go on.
We have a very quick question.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Someone asked for Rati, is passion always in the context of love or other concepts like battles as well?
Yeah, no, yeah, Rati. So when we talk about Sthayi Bhava, and those are traditionally the Sthayi Bhavas. So again, there is a separate list of Vyabhichari Bhavas, which are subtler, but I'm not going to say that there is not a times when two bhavas are kind of mixing. There could be a scene where you're maybe in love with someone, but expressing that love through anger because they cheated on you, because Krishna is with other gopikas and you're like, I can't believe it, but you love him too. So I could see that could be a great case when both of those bhavas are kind of being interchanged, but you want to have one saturated one for sure. Great question.
Thank you. We had one other question. How has the introduction of production, including lights and special effects, changed how dancers express emotion?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's another dimension, right, of emotion. And I think that we could kind of qualify that as maybe as a vibhava, because if you have a red light on stage, that's going to have a different emotion, that it's going to maybe immediately put an air of krodha, an angry an atmosphere that is angry. If you put a blue light, maybe there's a certain emotion attached to that. If you put fog, there's a certain emotion to that. So all of these things is with the visual world around us, and especially pertaining to art, has emotion. So you can see how this theory can expand to include any context. It could even be like, oh, the camera, let's say it's a video production. The moving the camera from a pan from down to up is going to have one emotion, and a camera angle that's like really far away from the dancer is going to have one emotion. So all of these, the way we manipulate our visual world for performance or for any sort of art, that all goes into Bhava Rasa theory. So that's kind of going to be my point by the end of this, is that it's completely universal. Any other questions? I'm going to move on because we are weirdly running out of the time that I expected. Okay, so we talked a little bit about the bhavas, right? The bhavas are extremely detailed. The rasas, and then this is what everyone is extremely familiar with. Shringara, Virakarna, Adbhuta, Pibitya, Raudra, Shantihi. Those are the, and I'm going to retract Shantihi for now, okay? And just stick with these 8 rasas because Natya Shastra only mentions 8 rasas actually. And these rasas are not quite explained in the way you might want them to be. They're not really, they're just another set of emotions. Bharata just mentions another set of emotions. And that has caused this long debate between scholars for the past century and a half on where is rasa? What is rasa? And I'm going to just leave that here with a lot of questions, okay? So here are all the questions that I have for you. Are bhava and rasa produced together in the performer? Should all the bhavas, even the negative bhavas, produce pleasure? Does art need to be propagating something good and happy in the viewer? Does rasa and bhava need to remain conventionally beautiful? Do the rasas need to be recognized, acknowledged by the spectator to manifest? So is there a spectator who's watching the performer, and is the spectator feeling bhava, or are they just feeling rasa? Is there a rasa that is void of emotion? Do we need emotion to display emotion, or can there be absence of emotion? What even is the absence of emotion? Do rasa and bhava need to be expressed with certain gestures and facial expressions, or can it translate to other languages or cultures? Does it need to stay Indian at all? So these are all questions that everyone has debated for a very long time. Anybody? So I'm going to just move on, and I'm going to leave a lot of time for questions at the end of this, because I'll try to answer some of these, and then if there are more, which I really hope, I expect there to be more. So there's going to be a wide number of interpretations. To make this less monotonous, I want you guys to imagine that there are all these scholars with the old white hair sitting at this colloquium in the universe, okay? And they're speaking across time and space. They're just having this conversation about what is bhava, what is rasa, where does it go, who does it, who's feeling what. So Bhatta Lolata might say the performer experiences both bhava and rasa. But Bhatta Nayaka might say, yes, I agree with Lolata, but I would like to add that the existence of bhava and rasa is not consciously generated. It's automatically present in the performer and the audience. So now Bhatta Lolata and Nayaka are agreeing that both bhava and rasa are in the performer. But how does that work? So you're expressing something and then you're also feeling something at the same time. Maybe that's how it is. But Sri Shankuka in 900 CE, he says no, he completely disagrees with Lolata and Nayaka. He says bhava and rasa are an active process, and it's not automatic. It's not something we automatically just feel and then let go of feeling. He says that every time anybody indulges in the arts, they are aware of their emotional expression. So he uses this horse as an example. It's not this exact horse, but imagine it's this exact horse. And he would say something like, all right, you see this horse. Now, you know it's not a real horse. It's just a picture of a horse. You're aware that it's an image of a horse and it's not the real thing. And therefore, you're aware of your own rasa right there. When you perceive something as art, you're perceiving that as rasa. That is rasa right there. from the beginning of the art itself is rasa, and you're aware of that because you know it's not real life. Question? Is that a question?
Sorry, I think that was just a little technical difficulty.
Okay. Okay, no problem at all. So there's gonna be more interpretations, and then I'll leave it for us to talk about this. Abhinava Gupta, who wrote the Abhinava Bharati, he is the one who added the Shanta Rasa. And he was kind of influenced by Buddhist teachings that were being proliferated at the time. So he had this idea that Bhava Rasa should attract and focus the mind and thus reduce distraction and dullness. And a scholar, Anupa Pandey, she in her translation says, the philosophical interpretation which Abhinava gave of Rasa underplayed the essentiality of the specific roles of different media and techniques in the different arts and converted Rasa into a universal aesthetic category comparable to beauty. So think about the way we use Rasa now. Oh, did you just see the rasa of that dancer? Oh, the rasa of that singer was beautiful. So we use this word rasa just as this thing to mean it was very emotional. It was beautifully emotional. And I think that Abhinava Gupta kind of proliferated this idea. It wasn't an idea that really was common before his time. We have more interpretations. So I mentioned this question, does rasa need to be pleasurable? And there are many Indian aestheticians who will argue that Indian aesthetics is supposed to produce pleasure, that it is supposed to produce serenity and peace. These scholars, Ramachandra and Gunachandra in the 1100s, they were from, I believe they were Jain monks, and they actually separated the bhavas and rasas into two categories, or particularly the rasas, the production of emotion at the end point, and said that it could be pleasurable and it could be painful, that both of these outcomes do exist, which was quite different than other theorists that predated them and followed them. Sharanyadatta, he said, too much discussion on rasas. I want to focus on the bhavas, and he's the one that really separated bhava into the performer and rasa into the spectator, that bhava is something else, rasa is something else. And then finally Nandikeshwara, which we might be familiar with, he wrote the Abhinaya Darpana. And he talks more about the gestures, the mudras, the head movements, eye movements, neck movements, all of that sort of movement that produces bhavas and rasas. So I want to just quickly go into the 20th and 21st century before I open it up for questions, because we have 15 more minutes. So how does the West interpret rasa theory? I'm going to just give you a small example. This is by Richard Schechner, and it's called the Rasa boxes. And he introduced this in like the 70s and 80s in America, actually. So you see this in acting. When I was studying acting, there were classes on Rasa boxes. It was very curious.
So we have the flavor or the taste of happiness, the flavor or the taste of courage, or the flavor of the taste of sadness. So the theory says that you can make all the feelings that humans are capable of by either these expressed purely or in a combination. In other words, the Rasa box training is to train the enteric nervous system to some degree, and to open access to it, and to start. It starts in the brain and the head, of course. The notion that neurons are neurons, and therefore, if you can access and know what's going on with these neurons, and we can feel what's going on with these here, we should be able to feel more what's going on with here. It just kind of seems to be a no-brainer, if you will, that we should be able to train that, and that some of these martial arts, Asian martial arts, attempt to do that.
So, of course, there is a lot of criticism on Schechner's work as well. But what he really tried to, what his approach to the rasas was that he made the floor 9 boxes, and each box was a rasa basically, and the actor would go in and out of this box and either recite his lines or sing or just use some sort of physical stuff. You saw a lot of physical interaction there where they were just expressing this rasa through the body, which I would argue is actually expressing the bhava. So again, you see this interchange of rasa and bhava.
So we have the flavor.
Okay, so let me just go on. I'm gonna play this little clip on how Indian artists and composers approach bhava rasa. This is one of the, this is a portion from the Navarasa Varnam, and it's composed by Sri Lalgudi Jayaraman, and you can see which bhavas and how they're presenting the rasas. And it's again this interchange between the word bhava and rasa. So in this clip, you saw them expressing the rasa of anger. And in that varnam, there are all of the 9 rasas. And the interesting thing is Jayaraman has looked at it like, in my interpretation, is that the Devi is the moments when she is feeling the rasa based on her situation, and that situation is the bhava. So in this situation, the Devi might be portraying anger when she's killing the demon, and then similarly when she sees Shiva, for the first time, she's experiencing Shringaram. So he has played with this interchange between bhava and rasa very cleverly. Okay, finally, I want to talk just a little bit about my work into translating this theory to musical theater, which has been quite an adventure. So I worked with a few singers, and I developed this process. It's called the Bhava process, and it was made into a sort of musical, the Bhava cycle. And so I asked the actors to think about their objective as the rasa, which is like the thing that they want their audience to feel. And I'm not going to tell you which one I'm going to play, but I'm going to play one of them and you guys can guess. And they had to really think about all of the stuff that I told you about today: Sthayi Bhava, Vyabhichari Bhava, Anubhava, Vibhava. And something interesting is that this song is in a particular ragam, and I'm gonna not tell you, and if anyone wants to guess, they're welcome.
White-hot flame, a flood of feeling I'm ready to destroy. You are dumb and lame, a waste of time and a waste of space. I am a gust of wind, a heavy cloud, I'm waiting to explode. In lightning flash, electric shock, straight through your soul. Everything that touches you surrounds you, I will burn. Everything that stands in my way, every bit, every shred will be caught in flames. Caught in flames. What are you looking at? Looking at you think you escape me. nature, get out of my way, or you'll be caught in flames, caught in flames. Don't say I didn't warn you. The current is getting stronger. I cannot stop this
All right. Would anyone like to guess which Bhava she was portraying? Any guesses? No guesses at all?
There's one in the chat.
Oh, okay. Wait, maybe I'm just not.
Bayanka is what they said.
Bayanka. Okay, fear. That's a good guess. Good guess, but actually
Someone else said anger.
Yes, it was anger. Yes, it was anger. I could see a case for Bhaya too, but she was angry. She was supposed to be angry. Anyone have a guess on the ragam, or should I just tell you quickly? Any guesses?
Ragam was Revati, someone said.
Yay! I'm glad that translated. Good. Cool. So, oh my God, why do I keep doing that? Okay, so let me just. So this was like her chart for when she sang the song. And when I created the song, I had all of this stuff in my mind that I wanted you to feel wanted to feel her power. And I wanted you to feel kind of frustrated and settled and maybe a little bit angry. It's kind of hard to make people feel angry these days, I guess. And then the Sthai Bhava, which was the main emotion, was fury. I am angry, very angry. And her Vyabhichari Bhava is loathing, intoxication, awakening, recollection, anxiety, fear. And her Vibhava, her circumstance was that a bully has approached me. I'm angry and I want to make them feel angry as well. I know it's not the best way to solve this conflict, but as the emotion enrages, I lose control. I give way to this anger and let it destroy me from the inside out. And her Anubhava, gritted teeth, wide upward eyes, knitting eyebrows, head looking upward, perspiration, all this stuff that she was clenched fists and arms floating upwards. This descriptions that are from the Natya Shastra, we were trying to put them into this completely new context. So that is basically my little lecture, I guess you could call it, on Bhava Rasa theory. We have like 5 minutes for more questions, or I'm going to tell you that my Instagram is Shama Iyer, and you can totally DM me and tell me whatever you want.
If we're waiting for participants to have some questions, I just have one right off the bat.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a comment and a question. One of the things that I thought was very, very interesting was like the two types of rasas, and one is like pleasurable and one is not.
Mm-hmm.
And also the question about like being void of emotion at all. And that to me resonated as like Shantam. And I was kind of wondering why it was kind of excluded from the original scriptures.
Yeah. So you can think about it like, how I like to think about it is like numbers. So 0 was a number that was created later, right? You have 1, 2, 3, 4. That's easy to understand because it is something. And 0 is something that is hard. It's like kind of a hard concept at first because we are thinking about the things that are something, not the things that are not anything at all. And I think that was one of the reasons at the beginning, when we're thinking about emotion, we're not going to be thinking about the opposite of emotion. We're going to be thinking about emotion first. And as I said, so that Shanta Rasa being added, a lot of scholars do say that because of the evolution of Buddhism at the time, right? This idea of meditation and transcendence and all that stuff, people were like, even today we see everyone's like, oh my God, there's too much violence on television. That's what's causing problems in the world. When we see violence, the violence gets translated in real life. So that's this idea that maybe art needs to be like good. Maybe it needs to always be moral. Maybe it needs to always translate like peacefully so that the world can run peacefully. So that's just a debate. I think that's going to be there. And I don't include Shantam because there's just not much to do with it, right? We just are mostly going to be as peacefully doing nothing as possible. So that's not something that is easy to, it's not something we need to express. It's more like we don't need to do anything at all. So that's my take on that. Good question. And then the pleasure and pain question, it's a very interesting question too. It's related to that, right? Should art only produce good? Or in the West, there's a lot of questioning. There's a lot of using art to question and to cause pain in order to make progress in a way. And it's just completely different approaches to art. Do we make something that make people question and maybe cause them pain? And maybe that fuels a good change? Or do we make something that always is like a status quo, but that's very nice and peaceful? Who knows?
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other questions from the YouTube or Zoom as of now. If no one else has any questions, I think we can wrap up here. But thank you so much, Shyama. That was an amazing presentation. And it's definitely something that I've never considered. Like I've heard Bhava and Rasa being used interchangeably my whole life. And like just learning that distinction definitely was like an important concept to talk about. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you guys for participating. Thanks to everyone I hope you gained something. And if you have more questions, always reach out to me because I love to have these sort of, because it helps everyone think and add to the discussion that has been going on for thousands of years.
And do you mind if I drop your Instagram in the YouTube chat or the Zoom chat? Is that?
Go ahead. It's shama.iyer.
.iyer. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Shyama, could you just stop sharing your screen so we can just move on to our next presentation? Thank you so much.
Here are all the sources in case everyone wanted to know. Wait, I don't need to do that. Stop here. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amazing. That was really nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Hari.
So our next presentation will be by Hari from Princeton Swara. And from Princeton University. He'll be discussing Bhavayami Raghuramam. And for those of us watching, again, you guys have been hearing this, but I have to say it again. Please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenters. And if you're on Zoom, use the question and answer function. If you want to elaborate, use the raise hand function. If you're watching the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat, and we'll make sure they all get answered. I'm now going to hand it off to the presenter. So Hari, if you want to take over.
Thanks so much. I'll go ahead and share a screen and we can jump right into it. Just quickly confirming you guys can see.
Yep, we can.
All right, great. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about a song that I'm particularly fond of. It's Bhavayami Raghuramam. It's composed by Swathi Tirunal, and essentially it tells the story of Rama. It portrays the Valmiki Ramayanam in condensed down just into 10 minutes. So as we go through this hour, I'm going to talk a little bit about Swathi Tirunal, his life as a king, his life as a composer, his life as an artist and an author in many different ways. And then I'm going to talk about Semangudi Srinivas Iyer, who plays kind of a unique role in the way this song has developed through the years. and then we'll jump right into the song. We'll go section by section, and I'll play the audio clip. It's going to be a rendition from Seminguri Srinivas Iyer. And after each section, we'll pause, we'll take a look at kind of the lyrics and their meaning, and we'll talk a little bit about the musical choices, the ragam choices, and then in addition to that, we'll talk a little bit about kind of the compositional choices from Swathi Tirunal and unpack some of the hidden meanings or the clever literary devices that he employs throughout this composition. So just jumping straight into it, Swathi Tirunal, he was a great Carnatic composer, of course, and somewhat unique in the discussion of Carnatic composers is that he not only was a composer, but he was also a king. So he lived from 1813 to 1846. So during these 33 years, he both had a very, very productive, very illustrious career as a composer and as an author, but he also had a very, very important and impactful time as king, as Maharaja of Travancore. So kind of before we get into all of that, just starting with his early life, he was born to Queen Gauri Lakshmibai and Raja Varmakoil Tampuran of Travancore. And during his early days, as a member of the royal family, it's fairly natural that his education was going to be really well looked after. But there are some key figures who took a particular interest in furthering his education. So one of those was his aunt, and she was very well versed in music. His father also took a special interest in making sure his education was developed. And then there's kind of a unique character here in this Colonel Munro of the British East India Company. He also took a special interest in Swathi Tirunal's education, and he was very impressed by kind of his academic prowess. So he was very impressed by Swathi Tirunal's interest in geometry, astrology, all these various intellectual fields beyond just music and literature. One of the other things that struck me was kind of the wide range of languages that Swathi Tirunal was proficient in. So we have the kingdom kind of being situated along the southern tip of India, and we'll see a map, I think, in a slide or two. But in addition to Malayalam, Kannada, Tamil, he also and Telugu, he also had proficiency in Hindi, Marathi, Sanskrit, English, and Persian. So it's, I suppose, an interesting kind of historical time period as we're looking at the time just before sort of formal British rule in India. And so there's definitely something to be said about kind of the influence, the spread of cultures across land, and also the desire for these kingdoms to preserve their culture and promote their tradition in the face of colonial prospects. So moving on a little bit to his time as Maharaja. So he was formally declared Maharaja at age 16. In somewhat of a technicality, he was the king before he was even born, but the age of majority at 16, he assumed all the formal powers and the duties as king. And throughout his career here, so age 16, around 17-year career here is, or 17-year time as king, he instituted a lot of modernization and reform throughout the Travancore kingdom. And I put modernization in quotes. I think it's always important to kind of recognize the way we view modernity, especially in the colonial light of the time period that we're looking at. But there's definitely a long list of achievements that we can go through, and among those, he shifted the capital to Thiruvananthapuram, where he was, so that the administrative kind of body of government was closer to him, just so he could have more oversight. And he also started an English school, which eventually became the University College, and now is University College, and is now still standing as University College in Thiruvananthapuram. So definitely a very long-lasting impact, and kind of on a different side, more on the legal side, established legal reforms. He established a new court system, modernized laws, all as a part of these legal reforms. And just a little note to give you a sense of the scale of the kingdom that we're looking at. He started the first census and found the Travancore population to be just over 128,000. Finally, something important to note was just the connection to the people, starting hospitals for local people, starting engineering schools, starting engineering departments in the government. Definitely a king who was very committed to his duties and, served his people. One final note that will be really important when we look at Swathi Tirunal both as a composer and also when we look at all of his artistic endeavors was that long before his rule, the Maharajas of Travancore had pledged the kingdom to Padmanabha Swami. So now here on the next slide, we take a look at Padmanabha Swami. So Thiruvananthapuram, the name of this capital city, quite literally translates to the city of Ananta. And Ananta here is referring to Padmanabha Swami. So in Thiruvananthapuram, there's this grand Padmanabha Swami temple. And over here on the right, we have a depiction of the form in which Vishnu appears as Padmanabha Swami. And to give you kind of a sense of the scale of the temple, so in the temple itself, the way devotees can receive darshanam and see Padmanabha Swami is through 3 doors. So there's one door that centers around his face. There's one door that gives a view of his navel, and from the navel we see a lotus sprouting out. And this is common in depictions of Vishnu. And the last door, the 3rd door, leads into the feet of Padmanabha Swami. So this temple was really a large center of Thiruvananthapuram, very important culturally, and that of course is evidenced by the fact that the kings had pledged their kingdom to Padmanabha Swami. So with that in mind, when we look at Swathi Tirunal as a composer, he was not only a Carnatic composer, but also a Hindustani composer. And I think this is really interesting, especially when we saw kind of the geographic location of the kingdom itself, basically southern tip, now Kerala into parts of Tamil Nadu, but covering the very southern tip of the subcontinent there. But he was extremely proficient in Hindustani music, to the point of being able to compose over 400 pieces combined in the Carnatic and Hindustani styles. To give, by no means an exhaustive list, but just kind of an idea of some of the, the works that he's renowned for, we have several composition sets. So we have the Navaratna Malika Kritis, which are 9 compositions devoted to 9 different forms of bhakti. And we'll talk a little bit about, those 9 forms specifically, and how they appear in Bhavayami specifically. Another set of kritis that we have is the Navaratri Kirtanams, which are 9 compositions sung during Navaratri. And we also have Utsava Prabandham, which is 12 songs describing a 10-day-long festival at the Padmanabha Swami temple. And I believe these songs are still sung today during this festival at the Bharatanatyam Swami temple. So he composed in Sanskrit, Malayalam, Hindi, Telugu, and Kannada, again, wide range of languages, and he was proficient in many more. And through his musical works, they were mostly addressed to Padmanabha Swami or Vishnu. So in one of these forms. And it's, I think, important to note that his work was not limited just to compositional work musically, but he also, was an author, was a poet, and composed, and has many literary contributions. So he's composed 1,000 stanzas on bhakti and 100 slokams specifically on Padmanabha Swami. So, again, just kind of out of these examples, we see there's a really strong emphasis on bhakti, and there's also a really strong emphasis on Padmanabha Swami specifically. And that takes another form in the mudra of Swathi Tirunal. So in every composition of Swathi Tirunal, you see Padmanabha Swami or some variant / form of the word. So in paying homage to the god, and also, as we'll see later, lyrically, it tends to bring everything together and kind of complete the notion that these songs are addressed specifically to the deity. So now, transitioning a little bit from Swathi Tirunal's overall career, specifically into Bhavayami Raghuramam. So this song is a shortened telling of the Valmiki Ramayanam specifically. So the Valmiki Ramayanam was written in 24,000 shlokams by Valmiki, and it's condensed here into 24 lines spread over 6 charanams, as well as a couple lines introducing in the Pallavi and Anupallavi. So each of these 6 charanams roughly corresponds to 1 kandam of the Valmiki Ramayanam. So just to provide a little bit of background on the Ramayanam itself, these 6 kandams are split here. So we start in the Bala Kandam, which is from before the birth of Rama, through his birth, early life, marriage to Sita, and then return to the kingdom of Ayodhya after his marriage. And then the next kandam is Ayodhya Kandam. So we have kind of plans for the coronation. Rama has grown up, is ready to kind of assume the kingdom. So we have plans for the coronation, but then the sudden exile into the forest. So Rama goes with Sita and Lakshmana into the forest. And then we also have the important scene of Padika Pattabhishekam, where Rama's sandals are taken back to Ayodhya and crowned as king. And next we have Aranyakandam, so we have the life in exile, the 14 years or 13 or so years in the forest before Sita was kidnapped by Ravana. And the next kandam we have Kishkinda Kandam, which is the beginning of the search for Sita. And very importantly, we have that Rama and Hanuman meet in this kandam. And then after this, we have in Valmiki Ramayanam, we reach Sundarakandam. So this in the Valmiki Ramayanam kind of shifts subjects a little bit. The rest of these kandams have a very, strong focus with Rama as the subject, but Sundarakandam here specifically looks at Hanuman's journey into Lanka to find Sita. And it's handled a little bit differently by Swathi Tirunal in this specific kriti, because the way, we'll talk about, the way it's structured and the way the sentences actually play out, they're all with Rama as the subject. And so he has to kind of be creative to portray these events that are, not with Rama as the subject. But then kind of bring it back to the last kandam here in Valmiki Ramayanam, the kandam, we have Bhishna Sharanagati, Bhishna meets Rama, and we have the war in Lanka, and then everything gets rounded out with Pattabhishekam. So these 6 charnams or these 6 kandams are each taken in one charnam by Swathi Tirunal. And originally, Swathi Tirunal composed this whole, 10, 11-minute piece in Saveri, but somewhat recently, it was set to Ragamalika by Semangadi Srinivas Iyer, who also added the Chittaswarams, which we'll hear today. And this is the version that's popularized both by him and by M.S. Lakshmi, and is the one that I would say is in vogue currently. So just to give some more background on Semangadi Srinivas Iyer, born in July 1908, lived until October 2003, heavily decorated Carnatic vocalist, many awards. He had a bit of a unique voice for his time. So his voice was quite nasal compared to many of the other vocalists of his time. I'd say that, it might be more in style now or more common now, but there's a funny little anecdote where when he was quite young, he was singing and someone basically told him, your voice sounds like a coconut being dragged against a rock. So maybe you should, steer your mind away from vocal music. Luckily for all of us, he paid no heed to that advice and has had an illustrious career as a vocalist. Specifically, in addition to performing, he also spent a lot of time working specifically on Swathi Tirunal's compositions. So he spent 2 decades in Tirunananthapuram under the invitation of then Queen Maharani Setu Parvati Bai to edit and popularize Swathi Tirunal's work. So this was an effort by kind of the kingdom or the monarchy there to bring back the history of the kingdom and promote the arts that come out of the kingdom themselves. So there's a YouTube link here for anyone who wants to watch this particular rendition later, but we have the audio embedded in these slides today. So first, we're gonna take a look at the song specifically, and we're gonna break it up into kind of these 7 pieces, the 6 charnams and the Pallavi and Anupallavi. And the plan is to, as I mentioned before, just kind of listen to each one and then talk a little bit about it. So here in the Pallavi and Anupallavi, this is kind of a very important line grammatically, because of course, after every charnam, we return back to Bhavayami Raghuramam. And so a couple things that I want to note before we listen to are just the meaning of, that line itself. So Bhavayami, I bow to Raghuramam, Rama of the Raghu dynasty. So every charnam that we are going to see has a very specific grammatical structure that's going to relate and bring back all the sentences to this Bhavayami Raghuramam line. But before we kind of talk a little bit more, we can listen to Semangadi's rendition of this. There's a very brief Saveri Alapne before it jumps into the kriti, so we'll start around there. So that's the first section here, the Pallavi and Anupallavi. And, there's the Chitta Swaram section. So there's very brief or, a small amount of first beat swarams and then second beat swarams. And then that Garisada, Risada, Sada, that's going to be repeated after every set of second suite swarams for each of the different ragams to bring it back to this Pallavi line in Saveri. So a couple other things to note here just about the lyrical choice. And as we go through this, for anyone who's watching, if they'd like to, we're also going to talk a little bit about kind of the ragam choice and the musical choices. So if while you're listening, any particular emotions are brought up by the ragam, please feel free to put that in either of the chats. And I think that's something we're going to talk a little bit about. But a couple of salient features that I want to point out here that we've highlighted on the next slide is, of course, the repetition of Bhavayami Raghuramam, Bhavyasugu Nadamam. So here we have Bhavyasuguna. Adamam means a garden or a grove. So basically he's describing the place of all of these good virtues, all these Bhavyasuguna. Sorry about that. And, it's very intentional both to have the rhyme. So here, Antyaprasam, this type of rhyme at the end of the line, obviously very intentional, and also the ability to interpret it as just saying the name Ramam and that being kind of the act of devotion towards Rama. All very notable choices here. Another one that we have here that we'll start talking about now, but becomes more salient when we get into the first charanam here, is this Bhavuka Vitarana Para Apanga Lila Lasitam. So we have that apanga means side glances, and this is very, very common in religious imagery, the kind of side glances of the deity towards, or of the god towards the devotees. And there's another potential meaning of apanga, meaning a forehead marker, tilikam, and so that kind of portrays Rama as this kind of centerpiece, as that focal point, as that ornamentation of the Raghu dynasty itself. And when we go into when we go into this first charanam, there's some more lyrical choices that really kind of allude back to this meaning. And so we'll talk a little bit about that in the next section. But those are the main, kind of nice choices, the little double meanings that Swathi Tirunal starts to put in here that we start to see right off the bat. So now when we look into the first charanam, this is gonna be Nadu Gurunji. So again, the lyrics and then the first Swaram, second Swaram, and then back to Saveri, and we'll start. So there's the first charnam. So we'll go on to the next slide, and right off the bat, we have Dinakaran Vayatilakam. So here he very explicitly states the one who is the ornament among the successors of the solar dynasty. And that placed immediately after the kind of double meaning in the previous line kind of brings out that, you know, potential allusion from the previous line. So that kind of right off the bat is you know, very, you know, interesting and kind of beautiful choice that is in the lyrics themselves. There are a couple other features that aren't highlighted here, but that we're going to start seeing occurring very, very often. So, of course, you know, being in the solar dynasty, there's going to be a lot of references throughout the song to the sun, to jewels, and so that's just something that we're going to want to keep an eye out for. In addition to that, we also have very purposeful alliteration, basically throughout the song. So we have Dinakaran Vaidilakam, Divya Gadi Sudasavana. So, you know, that da sound, Vanarahita, Bada Mahalya, and then, you know, in the last line, Gana Kupita and Garvaharamida. So, you know, this kind of repetition, it's just a way to kind of bring out the lyrical beauty and, you know, also demonstrates kind of the mastery over the composition that Swathi Tirunal has. And this is something that we're going to see used throughout the song, and also to varying effects to bring out specific kind of plot points and also emotions throughout the song. The other thing that I want to note here is that there's a very specific grammatical structure that is going to carry itself throughout the entire piece. So what we had in the first line was Bhavayami Raghuramam. So I meditate upon Lord Rama of the Raghu dynasty. And then it goes into who is the abode of all suspicious and noble virtues. So every sentence after this is going to be of a similar form. So it's going to be providing some descriptors. So all of them are going to be in the accusative case in Sanskrit, and they're all going to end, or, you know, mostly going to end in this sound. So we have kind of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kind of half lines here. There are 7 different phrases that all refer back. So Dinakaran Vayatilakam, there's one with, you know, kind of the exact break on the half line here. And then we have it kind of going Divya Gadi Sudasavana, Vanarahita, Subahumuka Vadam. So that kind of spans 2 halves plus a little bit, brings it back and says, the one who killed these demons in order to protect the sacrifices of Vishwamitra, the son of Gadi. And then we have Vadamahalya, or we have Ahalya Pavanam. So we get also a contrast between this really, really long phrase and then a very, very short phrase. So that's, you know, again, a very intentional choice that just provides another layer of beauty to the composition, right? And then, you know, going down, we kind of see the same structure is going to be repeated, and we have, you know, again, varying lengths of these clauses that all go back to Bhavayami Raghuramam. I meditate upon Lord Rama, who does this, who has this qualities, et cetera, et cetera. So that also provides the added benefit of having the same ending repeated over and over, and that kind of adds another element of kind of continuity throughout the song and adds another layer of beauty to the composition, which is definitely something to note. So that's what I wanted to point out in this charnam. So moving on to the next charnam, we'll listen to this now. that's this Charanam, and there's the way that he's brought back Bhavayami Ragam, of course, very, very notable, very specific emphasis placed by Semangadi here, and we're going to see kind of a shift in the mood as we go into the next Charanam that's going to correspond with that ending. But looking specifically at this Charanam, we have, there's one kind of key phrase that I want to point out that has a really nice kind of a double meaning here. So we have Guhanilaya Gatam Chitra. So he's Guhanilaya Gatam Chitra Kuta Gata Bharatadatta. So he's visiting the abode of Guha and then going to Chitrakuta mountains. And the word that we're going to pick apart here is the highlighted word Guhanilaya Gatam. So he is going to the place of Guha, is the first, very obvious, that's the translated meaning here. But we also have specifically the part of this word, part of this compound Guha, meaning both the name Guha of the boatman, but also meaning a secret place or a place of hiding. And this kind of adds another layer to the story of the exile of Rama being brought out once more. So we do have, of course, has abandoned the coronation and went to the forest. But then here specifically, we have kind of a going into hiding, a going into kind of a secret place, a place away from everybody else. So it brings out again kind of that separation from Rama to Ayodhya, the separation that the people would have felt, and brings out a lot of emotions, just with this very specific double meaning that is, is really beautifully placed here by Swathi Tirunal. And again, we see this alliteration, and it kind of happens, it's brought out a little bit more here. So here, instead of just the alliteration in the first, the very beginning of this line and the halfway point, we have Sahitya Sita Somitrim Shantatam. So we have that sha sound repeated 4 or 5 times, and kind of adds another kind of emotional punch to that particular line, which is definitely very much on purpose and very much I thought used to great effect. And the other thing I want to talk about a little bit is kind of this ragam choice of Danyasi, and we had Natagaranji before and Saveri to start with. So, as I mentioned, Saveri was originally, when Swathi Tirunal composed it, was the ragam that was used for the entire composition. And, it makes a lot of sense to kind of juxtapose the Ramayanam and also Saveri being a very old, very regal, very austere ragam, and this like grand epic story of the Ramayanam. There's definitely kind of a sense of importance placed on it by the ragam itself. So it's very interesting to see how here on the first Charanam, we go back to Natakaranji, which is, very much more folksy, but it also brings out a very kind of pleasant and it kind of embodies the spirit of, a child growing up in this kingdom, very, very pleasant, very peaceful, meets Sita, and, it kind of adds that emotional layering as opposed to just having Saveri all the way through. And then Danyasi, in my mind, I'm always reminded of Sangeet and Yanimu, the Tyagaja composition, kind of the emphasis on bhakti placed by that composition is something that, always is brought to mind for me. And, just connecting that to Swathi Tirunal's definite focus on bhakti, both in his literary and also in his musical works. So it's just kind of interesting to note here, I think. But that's it for the second Charanam. And so we'll go into the third one in Mohanam, which we'll talk a little bit more about that particular choice as well.
Adi
So here we have this Charnam and Mohanam. And in my opinion, at least, Mohanam, lighter ragam brings out, happier emotions. And, there's something to be said, of course, about how, if that perspective is something that's influenced by, maybe like a Western perception of like major versus minor scales, and whether this is something that's always been true, whether Mohanam has always been perceived this way. But I think this is very true, at least in the context that we're looking at it today. But when we look at the lyrics themselves and we look at the translation of these lyrics, it's not at all light and happy. It starts out with killing a demon who's received weapons, who is worshipped by Jatayu, who's killed fierce demons and instigated by the bad words of Shurpanakha, the sister of Ravana, which you can argue is kind of a very pivotal moment in the entire story of the Ramayana, as Shurpanakha goes back to Ravana, recounts the events here, and then the entire kidnapping and war kind of springs from this. So it's a very, very important moments, very, very heavy moments that are being portrayed here in Mohanam. And I think that's interesting because the rest of these ragams that we're going to see, they fit pretty well. I think this is the one where it's a very intentional contrast between the ragam and the lyrics themselves. And one of the potential explanations that I have for that is maybe that in the desire to include all of the salient plot elements, there's also a large kind of time gap. So in the Ramayanam, they spend so many years in the forest before the actual kidnapping of Sita by Ravana. And that time in the forest is often described as somewhat peaceful. They're somewhat an ascetic kind of living, and I think there's a kind of sadness about the future events that doesn't need to be placed on that time in the forest. And I think choosing Mohanam kind of brings that stability and that serenity that would have been portrayed during that time, and then overlapping it on top of these tragic events kind of sets the stage for what's to come. So that's kind of my opinion on this choice, but I definitely think it's an interesting one compared to all the other ones that have a much more direct contextualization of their meaning. But now moving into the fourth charanam, again, we're going to see kind of a big mood shift. So we went from Mohanam to Mukari. This Mukari is going to be rather sorrowful, a lot of longing portrayed. But let's give it a listen. So definitely, a significant mood shift from the Mohanam that we just came from, and of course instigated by the plot events that are being followed by the lyrics here. And so there's a lot going on in this particular charanam, but one of the things that I want to highlight specifically is this word nabomini. So in the context of the lyrics, the first reading, we have described how he's met Anjaneya, And now he is describing Sugriva as the son of Surya. So here Nabomini, which means Nabomini you can kind of directly translate as a sky jewel. As I kind of prefaced before, we're going to see a lot of imagery about skies and jewels and suns. But so we have the son of Surya here, Tanuja, the son of. So the son of Nabomini being here used once to refer to Sugriva. So that's the first kind of literal meaning here. But I think there's at least 2 or 3 other layers to unpack here. So the first, I think, is a very deliberate reference to Hanuman, just placing this directly after Anjaneya. You have kind of all of the stories of Hanuman, flying and eating the sun, and kind of the association with him in the sky through Vayu. And so it's, I think, a very deliberate reference again to Hanuman here. In addition to that, we also have that as Sita was being kidnapped by Ravana, as they flew over kind of the Vanara kingdom here, she drops her jewels from the sky. And in the context of the rest of the sentence, this meaning isn't brought out, but very specifically, the sky jewel is such an important motif throughout Ramayana, and it's this choice to refer to Sugriva as the son of the Sky King allows Swathi Tirunal to bring in that other meaning here, which is really, really beautiful. And then, of course, we also have the meaning of Rama being kind of this jewel on the lineage of the solar dynasty. So there's so many different layers just brought out by this one word, and it's absolutely amazing use by Swathi Tirunal here to bring that out. There's at least one other kind of notable thing here, and that's referencing back to this alliteration. So we have Tanuja Sakya Karam Bali Tanudalana Misham. So here we have Swathi Tirunal is describing the killing of Vali, and it's intriguing that he's used this word Tanu again. So quite literally what he's saying is he's killing the body of Vali. And I think it's, on one level, he's able to use that space to kind of bring that alliteration in again. So that's there. But there's also kind of the whole story behind the killing of Vali, and specifically singling out the fact that his body was killed might allude to the fact that the spirit is not truly gone. And there's so much more you can talk about how Vali is reincarnated and all that. But I think it's an interesting choice here to kind of complete this alliteration and also add another meaning. So that is kind of a denser charnam in terms of a lot of different meanings here. But then we go into the next one in Purvi Kalyani, which is supposed to be corresponding to Sundarakandam in the Valmiki Ramayanam, and I'll talk a little bit kind of about how that actually comes through in the text itself. Keep pressing space to press play. So here we are. Again, the mood has shifted a little bit. In my opinion, it's gotten a little bit more hopeful. He's met Hanuman. Perhaps the tides of the story can change. Before we jump entirely into this charnam. There's actually one more thing I wanted to mention about kind of the musical choices in the previous charnam. So if you'll remember when we got to the line, Anaga Pampa Tira Sanga, Tanjaneya Nabomini, this Semangarishan Vasayar makes this particular line one of the highest points in the song itself. So I think he reaches high pa here, which he'll do only one other time in the entire song. And he also takes that extra time to kind of, elaborate a little bit, takes an extra Avarthanam just to emphasize, I think, kind of the great turning point, or like the great character and the great, importance of Hanuman in the story of the Ramayana. So it's a nice way, I think, to pay homage to that in this text, which is otherwise has Rama entirely as the subject. So that's more of a musical choice by Semangarishan Vasayar here, but I think it flows really well within the capacity of the text that he's working with. So now into this fifth charnam, one of the phrases that I want to highlight again here is Bhanushata Basvara. So this here is referring to, he's giving Anjaneya his ring to take to show Sita. And this specifically means that it's the ring that rivals the luster of 100 suns. So yet again, we have this imagery of the suns, and placing that right after, the section that we talked about in the previous charnam, I think really, really emphasizes this double meaning that we have in the previous point. And I think that's, very intentional, because additionally, this Bhanushata Basvara Bhavyaratnanguliyam is all descriptions of the ring itself. So we see that mostly throughout this song, there has to be, a very, very great kind of economy of language just to be able to fit the entire story into these 6 charnams. So devoting this entire line specifically to the ring, really emphasizes its importance as a symbol in the story, and also serves to have the secondary effect of bringing back out that meaning that we saw in the previous charnam, which I think is really intentional and really beautiful, and kind of that continuous imagery of suns and jewels, I think, kind of serves as a description of Rama as a jewel. So the other interesting thing to know about this charnam is that while the rest of them were very, they were roughly corresponding to each kandam, well, in the Valmiki Ramayana, we have this first line, so who on the company sons, this all happens in Kishkinda Kandam itself, in the Valmiki Ramayana. And when we skip kind of later on here, we have, and who made friends with Vibhishana, the brother of Ravana, who he sought when he sought refuge under him. That happens in Yuddhakandam in the Ramayana. So the actual only lines that we have spent on Sundarakandam here are kind of this allusion to the fact that the ring is going to be given to Sita, and then also the fact that Hanuman brings back this jewel, who brings back the Chudamani to Rama as kind of the sign that he has found Sita. And so it's really, really interesting, I think, here, because Sundarakandam is so often viewed as, a very, very important part of the Ramayana. It's a part that, people will read exclusively Sundarakandam. And it's not, it's not portrayed that way here. And I think it has, a little bit to do at least with the kind of the grammatical structure of the piece as a whole. You can't really shift subjects halfway through and still have everything come back to Bhavayami Raghuramam. So you kind of have to play with the words to be able to describe these events, but only in the relation of the way Rama has perceived them. And so, operating under that constraint, I think it's really beautiful the way he's managed to allude to all of these events, but also kind of place us in the perspective of someone who is, waiting to see what's going to happen as these Vanaras come back, and hoping that we're going to find Sita. And I think that also, in my opinion, the Purvalikanyani is a little bit more hopeful than the Mukari that comes before that. And so I think the musical choice reemphasizes that. And then, so moving into the very last charnam here in Madhyamavati, very classic Mangalam Ragam, classic, ending. And this is going to be describing the Yuddhakandam and the coronation. So we'll start out with that right around here. So that's the final section of this song. Just to provide a little bit more context to what was sung here. So at the end of every other charnam, we had kind of that section of first beat and then second beat swarams in that ragam specifically before bringing it back to the Saveri, the end of the Saveri second beat swarams. At the very end of the song here, at the end of this Madhyamavati charnam, we have Madhyamavati first beat swarams, and then we have a one arvathanam, I think, of second beat swarams in Madhyamavati, and then we work backwards through all the ragams that came before this. So we get the Purvikani, and then the Mukari, and then the Mohanam, and then before that, the Nyasi and the Nadakaranji, before returning back to the Saveri. So it really ties everything back together here. And it's also really a testament to kind of the compositional ability here of Semagari Srinivasa to be able to compose each of these Chitta Swarams, both that fit in their own respective places and also that fit and flow so well together as we come back here. A real testament to the composition of the swarams themselves and the ragams choices to have everything flow so well right at the end here, which I think is brilliantly done. And a couple things that I want to highlight here in this sixth charnam. One is the use of this alliteration. I think has had a very specific effect for me, at least, when we look at it in conjunction with the meaning. So we have this Kalita Vada and then Kalanisima. We have Vilasita Padavishekam, Vishwapalam. So we have that kind of alliteration at the front of the line and then halfway through the line, appearing very often. Then here we have Dalanamura Dajakandavi Dharam Ati Dhiram. So I think there's that da, somewhat similar sounds, but also the da itself appearing many times. But that family of sounds, I think, in my opinion, and this of course is just my opinion here. I'm sure there's many different ways to interpret it, but I thought it had kind of almost a military march to it, or a very intense da. I think harkens to the war moments in the piece itself. And that line specifically is when Rama is the one who destroyed the 10-headed and mighty Ravana. So I think that that's a very particular choice here, and I thought it worked out really well in context with the line. And the last thing to note in this charnam is Padmanabham. So as I mentioned earlier, this mudra of Swathi Tirunal is appearing here, and it takes this Padmanabham, again that kind of that case to bring it back into Bhavayami Raghuramam. And I think it ties everything together really well, because this is the first indicator of Rama as an incarnation of Vishnu in this word Padmanabham here. So that that's all the way at the end. And in addition to that, placing it in the form of Padmanabha Swami, I think really contextualizes it for the people, in Travancore and Thiruvananthapuram itself. It really brings it kind of to the present for them. And I think that has a lot to do with kind of the purpose here of writing this composition. So just, after listening to the whole thing and looking at the meaning, a couple final thoughts. So we had at the very beginning, I mentioned Swathi Tirunal's compositions on the 9 types of bhakti. So I've included some of them here. I've only included 4. The other 5 are Pada Sevana, which is kind of worship to the feet of the Lord. We have Archana, which is worship, Dasya, service, Shakyatra, friendship. We have Atma Nivedana, which is self-surrender. And these are very grand concepts, right? And I think here in this piece, we take a little bit of a different approach to the bhakti that is portrayed. So we have these, if you read them in a list, these are kind of towards the beginning of the list, the Shravana, Kirtana, Smarana, Namaskar. So this is a really very, dense, plot-driven retelling of the story that has, this effect of everyone being able to listen to the text, and also, has, for whoever is singing it, has, the saying of the names and the telling of the story of the Ramayana. So it's definitely a particular type of bhakti. It's not the same type of bhakti that appears in say the compositions of Tyagaraja, which are much more, emotionally packed, oh Rama, like this intense emotional appeal, isn't what we're seeing here. And so to me, that kind of has the effect of bringing out the use of music as a storytelling device. And so, very, very plot driven, very, very concise, very, very economical with the words, and also serves to kind of contain this whole story. So, the slides that I put up at the beginning, where I briefly described each kandam, in no way measure up to the immense amount of detail that is included in this composition. And it's truly a testament to the literary ability and the compositional ability. And then in addition to that, beyond its viewing it as a poem, we have kind of these musical choices that really, really build on that. So we have Semangari's rendition. We have we had again the second time that we go into Haipa Vilasita Pattabhishekam. So kind of this highlighting of very key, very important, kind of the parts you really want to remember are highlighted by the musical choices. And of course the ragam choice plays such an important role into taking this into just something that is told as a story, but something that's almost an emotional adventure as we go through it. And so in that way, I think it's brought out as a really important use of music beyond just listening and enjoyment, but also as storytelling and preservation of kind of this grand tale. And so yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I had prepared here. That's kind of the conclusions that I wanted to leave you with are these uses of bhakti and the storytelling capabilities of music. So thanks so much again for giving me this opportunity here. And if there are any questions in either this chat or the YouTube chat, by all means.
I had more of a comment, if you'll allow that.
For sure.
But yeah, beautiful presentation. I really enjoyed it. There's something that occurred to me while you were discussing the last charanam in Vilasita Patta. Yeah. So I was just thinking, he mentioned Saketam again here, right? Which he mentioned in the first charanam. He says, Upita Raghuramam Garva Haram Ida Saketam, right? So there he mentions Saketam, so Ayodhya, and here also he mentions Ayodhya. And then he says Vilasita Pattabhisheka, right? Like the one who had his Pattabhisheka, and then Vishwapalam Padmanabham. And as you mentioned, like this is the first reference for Rama being Vishnu. But I was also wondering, you mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that the Maharajas of Travancore, in some sense, weren't Maharajas because they surrendered their kingdom to Padmanabha. So I wonder, maybe this is just my loud thinking, but I wonder if Swathi Tirunal is saying then he was there in ruling Saketa, now he is ruling our kingdom as Padmanabha. So just a thought, I don't know.
Absolutely.
To me also.
That's so beautiful.
Sorry.
No, that's so beautiful.
And then the use of Madhyamavati, he could have chosen any Mangala Raga, maybe Suruti or something. I was thinking Pattabhishekam, Madhyamavati is very similar to Manirangu. So maybe he was thinking of Dikshidhar Mamava Pattabhirama. That was just So sorry, I really enjoyed your presentation.
Absolutely amazing. Thanks. Those are really, really great insights. And one other thing to note specifically, both times he's referring to Saketam, he's also referring to kind of bringing Sita specifically back.
Right.
Not just, so it's I think nice in that way as well.
I do believe there was one question on YouTube. So somebody was wondering if you study Sanskrit, I guess.
I had a lot of help with this presentation. So I haven't formally studied any Sanskrit, but several other Swara members have kind of shown me a lot of the insights here. So big thank you to them as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hari, for this very informative presentation. I really enjoyed all of your insights on the lyrics and just the meanings and the emphasis on certain placements of the word. Very informative, so thank you for that. I don't see any other questions in either the Zoom or the YouTube chats.
Sanjeev is mentioning that Ramakrishna Murthy is going to sing.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay, I think the next presenter, if you guys are here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hari.
everyone. Okay, so this is going to be our final lectum for today. We are a little early though, so we can just hang out for a couple of minutes and then we'll get started right at 5:30 to close out the day before our headliner performances.
Hello. Let's see. No worries, no worries. I think I was like testing like the background, so and it was like really bright. So down.
All right, I think we can just get started right now. I know we're just a minute early, but I think that's okay for now. So our final presenter for this evening is Sumedh Garimella from GT from Georgia Tech. He will be discussing Indian classical music and electronic production. For those of us watching, please remember to be respectful and make sure your comments and questions are productive and kind to the presenter. If you are on Zoom, please use the question and answer function. However, if you would like to elaborate, please use the raise hand function and we'll allow you to unmute your microphone. If you're watching the YouTube live stream, please drop your comments and questions in the chat. We will make sure they all get answered. And yeah, that's it from us. So I will now hand it off to Sumedh.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me, first of all. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and start with a disclaimer. My Indian classical background is pretty minimal. Like I've only done it through my sisters. So most of mine is Western. So I tried to simplify it as maybe a bit more simplified than the rest, but hopefully it's as enjoyable and informative. So, all right, without further ado, let me go ahead and share my screen. Yeah, so let's go ahead and that. Yeah, so if y'all can see my screen, can y'all see my screen? Yeah. All right, so yeah, to clarify, I'm Sumedh from GT and this is my presentation on Indian classical music and dance music production. So about me, so again, as I said, I'm not super experienced in Indian classical music. I'm a computer science major at Tech. I played piano for 8 years and double bass for 4. And the past 5 years, I've been an EDM with some hip hop producer. And these are like my two projects, Clarelson and Flying Montag. Yeah, and so I guess Indian classical music influence in EDM has been a big growing trend over the past 5 to 10 years. I put my own music as like a shameless plug, but it's a very common around the world. So I'll try to find, I think it's 32, yeah. So as you can hear, if y'all can hear, well, let me know if y'all can hear that. I may need to stop sharing and reshare. Yeah, share.
I was gonna say, I don't think we're able to hear your audio.
Okay, I'm sharing sound. I want to try again. Yeah. Okay, now it should share. You'll hear that. Okay, cool. So if I'm gonna skip into it. So this is. Yeah, so Kashmir is a huge influence for me, and I try to do the same thing. Probably not as good as him, but let's move to yeah. So yeah, that's just a few examples. There's so many more out there, you know, so many artists around the world using Indian classical music and like Carnatic, you know, Hindustani, all different types of music and moving it to the dance floor. So it's a cool thing. And so I guess the main translation would be ragas, talas, and talas and shruti to scales. So the difference, I guess, would be ragas have like ascending and descending notes, and the descending may not necessarily be the same as ascending. Whereas in scales, you know, in Western music, which I'm more used to, it's same ascending and descending. So that complicates things when you're trying to translate it. But for simplicity, I'll try to do like count for ascending and descending when I'm producing live, but we'll see how it goes. And so yeah, basically we have, and I'll share the scale we're using in a bit, but this is how the basic gist is. You have a major scale, where the half notes on the 3rd and 7th steps, and the minors are on the 2nd and 5th. And the harmonic minor, which you heard in both of those last tracks, the replacement is that you go 3 half steps and then 1. So that's kind of a basic simplification. And this is an example that I found where you have like the ascending and descending different. All right, so thank you to Shruti Santhanam, also from GT Arohi and her gurus, thank you for presenting or providing me with the vocal. And so we're going to be using a excerpt in Raga Shankar Bharnam with Talam Adi and Shruti G. So that basically translates to G major. And today I'll be using Ableton Live, which is a digital audio workstation. And so DAWs, what they do is they allow you to record audio or work with modified audio clips. And you can also create and edit MIDI, which I'll be using to add instruments. And of course, you can mix master tracks together. So I'll demonstrate a few of these. So without further ado, let me go ahead and I'm going to stop sharing and reshare with Ableton Live. If Ableton Live will be open, I'll just share my entire screen. Yes, Ableton is greater than Logic. I agree. Who said
100%, 100%.
Yes, I love Ableton. I love Ableton. All right, so here's what we will work with. Again, thank you to Shruti for providing this. So let me know if y'all can hear it. Okay, so we'll hear more of it as we produce, but basically the gear I'll be using today is a launch pad, and this we can use for drums. So if I move my input to the drums, these are very simplified. So there's a lot of possibilities. I just went with the most simple. So if I'm pressing here, and there's 64 of these, so there's a lot of customization possible. And for the violin, I went with a simple instrument that I had a preset for, and if I go here, y'all can hear that. So that's what we'll be using today. Yeah. All right. So now let's go ahead and get started. So as we listen to the start of the vocal excerpt, we can start adding chords. And I'm not going to focus too much on melody today. It's going to be more on like backing. And the drums are also going to be very much backing. So yeah. So let's see. So if I try to transpose the beginning. So G is the first note, or the equivalent first note. So what we can do, if I go into my MIDI, I will create a MIDI right here. Let's create a shortcut. And what we can do is, if you can see on my screen, it should show up here. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So I'm pressing G and it's showing up here. So I'll create a very simple scale, like major scale. So it's a basic triplet. And here's what we do. So I'll go ahead and record. I don't know what, oh, wait, there we go. So it kind of messed up a bit, but basically we have the notes we want. They're G, G, B, and D. All right, so now what we can do is, usually I have to pre-process and like move them all down. So what we can do is, and I'll remove the pre-processing. And also, if there's any questions in the chat, like I will get to those once I. Yeah, so basically what we're doing is we're setting on a basic chord, and let's make it go to, if we listen again. Okay, I may need to redo these, so I will quickly just draw them in. because I think something like the MIDI where it requires you to play the beginning of the note doesn't happen. So here we go. So this is a basic chord, and I'm hoping that it lines up. I don't know why it's. Let me see if I can increase the thing. I think it's too low. So if I transpose it a few octaves, it should come up. And this solo track, for those who are new to Ableton, allows you to just listen to the violin itself, or hear just the solo, or just the yeah. And so I don't know what this is doing, but yeah. I don't know why it's playing that. I'll figure that out. Yeah, I'll actually redo this because I think there's an issue. So let's go back up and remake it. And I think in like 5-10 minutes, I'll move to the drums so we have enough time for the rest. So if we have our G, B, and D. Okay, so I hear the violin playing on my side. Can y'all hear it? Probably not. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that. Just in case, I will find a new preset. But if not, basically that's how it's done. Okay, and then while I'm sorting that out, I'll also show some of the mixing and mastering. So with this vocal, we can increase the thing so it pops out more in the mix, as well as if I go to my plugins for EQing. So like there's one that I like to use called Nectar, if I can find it. Yeah, it's in Nectar. I'll just use a basic EQ for now. Yeah. Trying to find, oh yeah, instrument works for now. All right, so if I take out all of the low ends, so that's a basic filter, and that takes out the frequencies we don't want. All right, and I think I heard something in the bass, so I will remove that by using this filter. And that should get us most of what we want. So that's some of the mixing and mastering. Okay, I can hear the violin. I don't know why it's not playing super loudly, but I will delete that and remake it. Insert MIDI, we'll go back. Not Serum, it's Labs. Labs is a very orchestral one. So if let me put let's choose a different one. If I can, there we go. So how about we try something more cello? And I should be able to process it, yeah. So if I drop the reverb, so this is what I use for all of my orchestral elements. So let's try this again. And that should be our first scale. Let me make sure this works. That works better. It's not as great, but it works. So we'll just go with the cello, and there's a lot of other instruments you can put there. There's a lot of classical instruments you could put, but yeah. And oh, I saw the comment. It's on Ableton Push. I've heard of that, but it's pretty pricey. So it's just a launch pad. Yeah. So now we have the chords working. So now I'll put like some basic chords for now. So. And then let's see what I want to do next with this. So Okay, so now if I reconnect here. I think I'll just put some chords for now that work. So I guess I don't think that fits. Let's go back. That works better. And obviously this is a lot of experimentation. So let's try to record this. Okay, so let's see. I want it to play right when that one note plays, so I will actually move this over. And hopefully that does it. And yeah, so basically I think it hits around 2.4. So it's right there. So I'll actually also show you how to move like specific syllables, which may help with timing, especially with drums. So we have this element and it hits not exactly on, but we can shift it so that it hits on a beat that is more usable. All right, and so now I'll actually move these to about the end of that octave, and then we have something that's more smooth. And I will move this as well. So if we try again. And I'll actually lower the volume back. So I think so that I can get the instruments more in the mix. So let me move that bit down as well. So now it fits a bit more. Yep. Okay, let me make that 4, and I'll go ahead and just copy these chords so we can go ahead into drums for the final 10 minutes, and then leave some time for a Q&A. Yeah. Let me move it so it's close. Yeah, so now we have 2 chords. I'll copy them for now. And I will do a bit of time editing to make sure that it matches. And then that should give us something that we can work with for the final step. And get us. Yeah, so that gives us about 8 measures to work with. And now we can work on the drums. So now I will replace my MIDI input from the keyboard to the launchpad. So again, very simple drums for today, but they do the job. So I like this better. Yeah, let's go ahead. Which one is this? So basically what I'll do is, for time's sake, I will just write the notes in. What they can do is, we'll do it on every second, starting with the first note, we will put it there. We will use that drop, or that drum hit. Right? And yeah, so let's see how that sounds. I guess I'll just do 1 then, because it hit too many times. So we can add another percussion sound there to fill up the space. And then, yeah, so that's that. And so we'll add some more percussion. Let's see, which one in my library do we want? I like that one. I like that one. So we're gonna, yeah. So if let's try it with this timing. So we have this tabla shot hitting on the third. So let's see what this does. Yeah, so now what we can do is we can copy. We'll copy for now and then we'll add on to it basically. So I know this is very simple, but this is very much, there's a lot of possibilities with this. All right, so now I will also go ahead and see if we can add a different instrument on top with a bit of melody, just for demonstration purposes. And that's just something with my thing. So for readability, we'll rename it or cello. We switch from violin to cello. Yeah, there we go. So now we have a bit more of a so we'll do that again, and I'll maybe make 1 or 2 more chords before in the next 5 minutes, and that should give us what we have for now. All right, so I'll hit that one there. Yeah, so that gives us a good stretch to work with. And let's see what else. Actually, I'll add a bit more percussion as well, if we have time. Yeah, I think instrumentals will be fine. Let's add one more sound. Yeah. So that's a bit more of another impact that I have. So we'll put that on the second hit, and that kind of adds a bit more dramatic effect. And we'll copy that over and see how that works. Okay, so yeah, that added a bit of an effect. Now let's see if we can add a higher instrument. So I will make one more before. So let's add one more labs, or no, it has to be MIDI. My bad. I think I had to, yeah, frozen strings. That's good. Frozen strings. Let me just copy that over so that to save time. And oh no, wrong one. There we go. Let's just duplicate this. So that's another thing you can do to save time. Yeah, so let's try, if we have time, let's try not guitar, something more. Let's look into my library, and I don't think this is a more happy vibe. You know, it's a major scale. It's a more positive rock. We don't want something scary. So let's go with, let's see if this one works. Scary. And yeah, and by the way, most of this gear is not free, but Labs is completely free forever. So if you ever want to play around with instruments, this is like, they have really good libraries as well for various instruments. And there's a lot more for more classical instruments that you would use. So yeah, feel free to explore with that. If I can find a violin. Let's just try that for now. Okay, so now here's what I'll do. I will take the top element and we will just do that, use that as our very basic melody for today. And then, yeah. So now what we can do is we can rename that. That's more of a violin. And let's make sure that works. And that does not work. So what I'll do is I'll just put in the same cello instead. Yeah. So I'll just delete that and I'll just put the same cello. So it'll be just higher at the same time. And yeah, there we go. So now we'll do is we'll also move this up a lot. Yeah, so now that does it. Okay, so now let's see if this works. And that's weird. I don't know why it's not working, but anyway, well, I guess that's something that I have to fix next time. But here's what we have so far with about 5 minutes to go, and I'll leave some time for Q&A or any other things if y'all want to see. So this is what we have for 16 measures. And before we do that, actually, there's one final thing that I can show, and that is automation, which is actually very useful. And so what we can do is, I think it starts out a bit loud, so the vocal. So we can phase it in by making mixer. We can go to mixer, we can go track volume, and we can start it a bit lower. It's maybe about 12 dB or negative 12 dB, and then we slowly phase it in, and we'll see how that works. And that is trying to produce over a Carnatic vocal in about 15 minutes. I apologize for all the technical difficulties I had, but hopefully that showed just some of the many possibilities you have while using production tools such as Ableton Live or any other digital workstation. So without further ado, let me go ahead and stop sharing my screen for now. And yeah, any questions or anything else you want to see?
Thank you so much for sharing that presentation. That was super, super informative. And again, given that you only had half an hour, that was incredible, the amount of content you were able to put out for us. So thank you so much. Just one quick question from my end. We got to peek at your plugins a little bit, but I guess what plugins do you recommend, especially when working with classical Indian music? When you edit something, to make it borderline fusion, it is difficult to find plugins and
very difficult
that don't lose kind of that bhavam of classical Indian music. So we take a look at your plugin.
Yes, so let me go back. I have a lot of plugins, and a lot of other producers are much more clean. So Kashmir, who I was talking about, he's very good at using classical instruments. So he has something called Kashmir Essentials, which he uses for vocals, drums, bass, synths. So let's put it on the cello, because the cello actually worked. So let's go here, and what Kashmir Essentials does, and I think it's about $100. So it's not cheap, but there's some free stuff that I think they have like some stuff that is usable. So I thought there was an instrument, but there is no instrument. So what I'll do is I'll actually move this Essentials, and I'll move it to the drums. So here's what we can do. Let me see if it did it. I think what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to transpose. I'll just put it here. Yeah, there we go. So it should open up. So Kashmir Essentials, I don't use it as much, but it is a lot of people use it. So for drums, so you have, so let's see, let's look at just the solo. this is if you see like what the effect is. And so a bunch of these are like compression and other things to process the sound. For vocals, what I like to use, and that's more basic. The one, I think my favorite one, let me find Nectar. Nectar is not cheap, but it is a very useful tool. So that's why I like to use on all of my vocals when I'm processing. Yeah, so let me go ahead and open up vocals, and that is actually really good EQ. So if I open up, yeah, so here we go, and let me turn off this EQ to show you what this does. So this is what we have right now. So compression basically sets everything, makes everything go below a certain value, and that, or like a certain threshold of volume, and that can be good for using the space that it has. And this EQ, this is an even nicer EQ. So what we can do is add a high shelf, and let's see what that does, and lowering some of the bass that we don't want. So let's go back. It already feels a bit louder because you're really taking advantage of the higher frequencies. Yeah, and one more thing, let me make sure that I'm using. So one thing with processing vocals is the best, like, because beats, these are different algorithms that Ableton uses to match the markers that you put when you like compress or stretch. So the best one to use is Pro. I used to use Beats, and it made a lot of my earlier tracks very kind of choppy. So Complex Pro is a bit better. There's a bit of a difference, yeah. So it's a bit less choppy than before. So as one final thing, I know we're at time, but if y'all want me to continue, I can. It's up to y'all. Yeah, I hope that answered your question.
No, that definitely did. Thank you. And then really quickly, you mentioned you were a producer. Are you on Spotify?
Oh, yes. I'm on Spotify as Fly Montag and as Clarelson. So I will, yeah, you can look it up on Spotify, Apple Music, all the other platforms as well. Again, I'm pretty much EDM, but so if you're into that, but yeah, I'm hoping to expand more further in the next year. So yeah.
I don't see any questions in the Zoom chat or the YouTube live stream as of right now. So I think we are good. Thank you so much for this presentation. This was definitely a great way to end day one of Kala Sagara. So thank you so much.
And thank you so much for having me. Hopefully, yeah, it was informative and enjoyable.
Most definitely was. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vinay, you're muted still.
Apologies. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Vinay, the Vice President of Michigan Sahana. And so with that presentation, we conclude our first day of presentations as part of Kala Sagara. So we've heard a variety of topics in both music and dance, and I hope you have enjoyed them, learned something. I would like to thank everyone who presented today, and also everyone who performed all the performances as well. One main thing, so we will have an hour break at 7 p.m. There will be the YouTube premiere of Vidwan Ramakrishnan Murthy's concert, along with Vidushi Charumati Raghuramam on violin, Vidwan Ananta R. Krishnan on mridangam, and Vidwan N. Guru Prasad on ghatam. I do invite you all to come. It'll be a great concert. So please tune in for the live stream at 7 p.m. Yeah, thank you. See you all then.